Chapter 1130. Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine ARTs Origins. Chapter 1130. Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine ARTs Origins. The information obtained out of the Spirit Bristle Divine King's mouth made Yi Yuan feel an upsurge of emotion too. He never thought before that he actually became the center of the whirlpool of the human and fiend, two races veiled strife. He also never thought that there was actually someone truly capable of prying into heavenly Tao and calculating everything. The major power that you speak of, just what kind of person is he? With your strength, could it be that you still have to bow down to him? Yi Yuan said with a frown. From Teng Yun's words, Yi Yuan could sense that he was very respectful towards that so-called major power. Yi Yuan examined himself and thought that he was already very familiar with the divine realm. But he had never heard before that the human race actually still had such an existence. According to what the people knew, the 10 great divine kings was already the apex of what humans were capable of reaching. Who else could make the Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of powerhouse, be so respectful? Teng Yun shook his head and said, he said before, we'll naturally meet if fated. It's just that right now, the time isn't right. As for how formidable his strength is, I can't say for sure either. But, for me to be able to have today's fortunes, it was all thanks to him. Teng Yun's words made Yi Yuan endlessly shocked. To be able to foster the Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of powerhouse, single-handedly, then how powerful should his strength be? Yi Yuan frowned and said, if he really has this kind of strength, why doesn't he step forward himself? Teng Yun said, he naturally has difficulties in disclosing. His strength might not be very great, but his prophetic ability is unmatched by all. It was him who told me the news of the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art coming into existence. He made me take action to seize it. If not for his guidance, how could I, this martial artist who was only first-level Tao profound back then, be able to obtain such a heaven-defying cultivation method? This was truly a mysterious existence. He seemed to be an invisible hand, manipulating the entire divine realm's direction. Even the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art, this kind of heaven-defying cultivation method, he was actually able to accurately predict too. Yi Yuan could not help sighing emotionally after hearing it. This was really a terrifying existence. It was just that fiend race existence did not seem to be some nice person either. Under his schemes, Fiend Ji, Od Jiolan and the Holy Mother Devil Flower came into being one after another. On this point, it seemed like this human race major power fell into a disadvantageous position again. Looking at the current divine realm's direction, it was clearly the fiend race who took the Ma's civ upper hand. Thinking about it like this, that fiend race existence seemed to be even more fearsome. Then you coming to save me this time was already divined by that person? Yi Yuan said curiously. Teng Yun did not deny it and said with a nod, that's right. A month ago, I suddenly received his news, making me come to the vicinity of the holy city. I didn't think that you were actually being hunted down by Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan also heaved a long sigh when he heard that and said, originally, I planned on exterminating the Yu Soul Sect's Tao teachings. But I didn't expect Zhuge Qingxian to actually come back at this time. However, although I didn't succeed this time, they suffered a great loss in vitality too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, with Teng Yun's composure, he drew a cold breath too. Exterminating the holy city's Tao teachings, this kind of thing, even he did not dare to think about it. To think that this brat did it. When he heard Yi Yuan say that he killed 5 of the holy city's void mystic powerhouses and eliminated the Purple Gold Hall's divine king powerhouses, he could not help staring aghast with his jaws slack. With his cultivation realm, it was already very hard for something to be able to make him visibly moved. But Yi Yuan's actions were undoubtedly a heavyweight bomb, making him incredibly alarmed. Only after a long time did Teng Yun said emotionally, you, this brat, are truly a freak. But this matter was beautifully done. The two people exchanged a glance, both roaring with a hearty laugh. Although Yi Yuan's actions were incapable of wrecking the holy city's foundations, it was absolutely able to make it hard for them to bear. Divine king powerhouses were not considered much. But void mystic powerhouses, each one was extremely valuable. Yi Yuan's indiscriminate killing could be said to have severed half of the holy city's foundation. Since you already know about the Yu Soul sect, then you should also know about the ancient Heaven One sect, right? Teng Yun asked. Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing that he was aware. Then do you know where the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art originated from? Teng Yun asked again. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. Could it be that this spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art still had a great background? Recalling it a bit, seemed like it really was so. If not for a great background, what right did Teng Yun have to be evenly matched with Zhuge Qingxian? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled Sky-Distant mentioned before. There had once been 3 great origin deity realm powerhouses a million years ago. The strongest was Absolute Heaven, next was Zhuozong. While the other person, Sky-Distant, did not say. But he was clearly an exceptionally terrifying existence too. Could it be that this spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art was actually his legacy? Could it be that the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art is the legacy cultivation method of the ancient 9 Suns true sect? Yi Yuan said in amazement. Teng Yun smiled and said, that's right. The sects from a million years ago, the information left behind currently are already extremely few. But this spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art and the Yu Soul sect's Brahma Heart Sutra were known as the 3 great unparalleled cultivation methods at that time, along with the Heaven One sect's vast Heaven Sword art. 1 million years ago, the 9 Suns true sect's sect master, Jiang Chen, cultivated it to the 8th level, his cultivation reaching the heaven. Yi Yuan was amazed as he said, I didn't think that the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art actually still had such an origin. Senior Jiang Cheng as sisted Senior Absolute Heaven and defeated the fiend race with the utmost effort, but he was willing to stay behind the scenes. Truly respectable. Rather, that's Zhuozong left behind a Tao teaching that brought harm for a million years. Simply the disgrace of the human race. Teng Yun deeply felt that way too as he said, I cultivate the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art. The person that I respect most in this life is Senior Jiang Chen. Ji Qingyun, you entered Tao with the sword, but you never seem to have cultivated the vast Heaven Sword art. This spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art's second half, I'll impart it to you. If you can have some comprehensions, you can similarly carve out a great Tao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and he said, you can really bear to part with it. Teng Yun said with a smile, what's there to be reluctant about? As long as we can repel the fiend race, forget about a cultivation method, even if it wants this Teng's life, why not? Toward Teng Yun, Yi Yuan could not help feeling great respect. Deity realm cultivation methods were incomparably precious, let alone the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art, this sort of cultivation method that could cultivate to the origin deity realm. Teng Yun actually took it out without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen that he did not just obtain the 9 Suns true sect's legacy, even the character was par s said down too. It looked like when this cultivation method chose the successor back then, not anybody could obtain it. Everything was foreordained by heaven. Divine inscriptions slowly flowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. The spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art within Yi Yuan's body started to automatically revolve. Everything was achieved without effort. Yi Yuan's spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art's first half had not been cultivated fully yet. His comprehensions toward these divine inscriptions were not deep. But some of the originally obscure aspects became clear now. Under this surge of divine Tao laws putting into motion, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually showed some improving. Seeing that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was so high, Teng Yun was greatly shocked too. Back then, he went into closed seclusion for 500 years before cultivating the first half of the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art to the perfection of the 9th level. But Yi Yuan only cultivated this cultivation method for over 20 years and was actually almost reaching the great circle of perfection realm already. Chapter 1131, Meeting an Old Acquaintance in a Foreign Land. Chapter 1131, Meeting an Old Acquaintance in a Foreign Land, indeed worthy of being the son of heaven's mandate. Your talent is truly heaven-defying. With such excellent talent, your previous life was truly wasted. Watching Yi Yuan, who broke through to the 6th level Tao Profound, Spirit Bristle Divine King, had a look of shock. Under this contrast, the disparity emerged. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Brother Teng is too modest. Who doesn't know your talent in the divine realm? To be able to comprehend the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art to such an extent, a second one can't be found in this divine realm. It was not that Yi Yuan was flattering him. Divine inscriptions were not what anybody could comprehend. Like Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, they were likewise the Brahma Heart Sutra's successors. But regarding comprehension towards divine inscriptions, they could not even see Zhuge Qingxuan's back. Also, the Dragon Clan similarly had divine inscriptions. But Ao Duo's comprehension was likewise limited. Hence, to be able to comprehend divine inscriptions to such a level, Teng Yun was absolutely a talented prodigy. Teng Yun scolded with a peal of laughter, "Aren't you this second person? I'm only several thousand years older than you. Your accomplishments along this path in the future will surely not be beneath mine. No, wait, with your comprehension ability, you'll definitely surpass your predecessors. Oh, right, Brother Teng, I wonder which level your spirit bristle 9-yang divine art is comprehended to?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Apart from the medicine Gods soul canon, Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Tao laws were still very superficial. Towards the ranking of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan was still very fuzzy. But Teng Yun was unable to stifle laughter when he heard that and said, "What level can there be? Without deity realm cultivation, how can comprehending divine Tao laws be so easy? To be able to comprehend the first level to the great circle of perfection realm is already very fortunate. Just this first level, this Teng has already comprehended for over 1,000 years, and also just barely managed to reach the late stage of the first level." Yi Yuan was unbelievably surprised when he heard that too. Teng Yun, this kind of peerless genius who cultivated along this path for over 1,000 years, actually did not even reach the perfection of the first level. It could be seen how difficult the comprehension of divine Tao laws was. Except, Yi Yuan also knew that this was primarily still limited to cultivation realm. If he was able to break through to the deity realm, Teng Yun's accomplishments definitely would not stop here. Right then, Teng Yun took out a piece of jade pendant and said it to Yi Yuan as he said, "This jade pendant contains a trace of my divine sense imprint. If you need my help, crush it. I'll naturally rush over. At present, the fiend race is itching to take action. I still have other matters to attend to and won't accompany you on your journey." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you very much for this trip, Brother Teng." After separating from Teng Yun, Yi Yuan also behaved in a low-profile manner and hastened along the way. This place was still within the holy region's boundary. Yi Yuan was unable to enter into the city and transfer away. Probably the moment he entered the city, the holy city's side would know. With Zhuge Qingxuan's strength, if he chased after again, it would likely not make it for Teng Yun to want to rush back. Hence, Yi Yuan exercised caution along the way and only left the holy region after traveling for more than a month. Tranquil Sun City was a rank 2 Holy Land's main city. This Tranquil Sun Holy Land was also a Vassal Holy Land of the holy region. But this place was already very far from the holy city. The holy region's control was already comparatively weaker. As long as Yi Yuan was a little more careful, there was naturally no harm. After entering the city, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he seemed to not have much heaven essence crystals on him anymore. Inside the Bloodrain Wilderness, in order to set up the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation, Yi Yuan virtually exhausted all of the heaven essence crystals on him. Currently, he was practically without a penny in his pocket. Riding the transmission array and leaving naturally required a considerable sum of heaven essence crystals. "Looks like I got to sell off some things," Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Apart from that period when he just ascended, Yi Yuan never seemed to have worried about essence crystals before. He did not think that at this time, a single cent stumped a hero. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had numerous spirit medicines on him. The medicinal pills that he refined were also not in small numbers. There was no harm in selling off some. Since it was selling off, Yi Yuan naturally had to find a trustworthy merchant. Yi Yuan stopped a martial artist and asked, "This brother, is there a Meteor Trading Company in Tranquil Sun City?" The moment that person heard the name Meteor Trading Company, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan with an odd expression and said, "There is still today, but tomorrow, reckon that there won't be any more. This little brother, if you want to buy stuff, it is best to go to the Polar Trading Company. After today, the Meteor Trading Company is going to be thoroughly incorporated into the Polar Trading Company. The Polar Trading Company out of the martial artist's mouth, Yi Yuan was naturally aware it. The Divine Realm had a total of 9 great trading companies. 8 great trading companies among them were all rank 1 forces. Only this Polar Trading Company was a quasi-super holy land. There was naturally some one tie-on between the 9 great trading companies, but it also formed a delicate balance. For so many years, the 9 great trading companies mostly competed financially. This time, it seemed to be somewhat unusual. Yi Yuan could not help being very surprised when he heard and asked again curiously, "What does this mean?" That martial artist looked at Yi Yuan with a look of disdain and said, "Such a major event happened to the 9 great trading companies, and you're actually unaware." Yi Yuan flushed red and said, "This younger brother stayed for the greater part of a year inside a mystic realm. What happened to these 9 great trading companies? I'm really unaware." The martial artist had a look of realization and explained, "So that's how it is. Around half a year ago, the Polar Trading Company suddenly launched an attack, sweeping across the other 8 great trading companies with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. At present, those of the 8 great trading companies who died are dead, and those injured are down. They are already long in tattered wrecks. Only this Meteor Trading Company escaped a calamity instead, because the main boss is missing, and the daughter, Miss Chenna, has been searching for her father all along. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too, that Miss Chenna just happened to come to this Tranquil Sun City 2 days ago, but was directly confronted in Tranquil Sun City by the Polar Trading Company's powerhouses. At present, the 2 great trading companies are duking it out. Even City Lord, His Excellency, don't dare to intervene either. I reckon that after tonight, the Meteor Trading Company won't be able to hold on anymore." Hearing these words, monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The 9 great trading companies had always been living harmoniously in peace in these 1,000 years. He did not think that such a sudden turn of events actually occurred. Yi Yuan knew that the Polar Trading Company was stronger than the other trading companies, but to say annihilate the other 8 houses overnight, they definitely did not have that strength. Could it be that it was the fiend race causing trouble in between this again? The fiend race could even plant informants in the holy city. It was still unknown how many contingency plans they set up. Them secretly controlling the Polar Trading Company did not have any strange areas at all. This big brother, thank you very much. I wonder where this Meteor Trading Company is at in the Tranquil Sun City. Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Pass S2 streets, make a right turn, and you'll reach it. Young lad, although your strength is decent, I urge that you'd best not tread into the muddy waters. Otherwise, it will be hard to even fend for yourself. This martial artist was warm-hearted and warned him. Yi Yuan clasped his hands with a smile as he said, "Many thanks to this big brother." This younger brother got it. The moment that martial artist left, Yi Yuan's expression turned grim. Even if this matter was not done by the fiend race, Yi Yuan had to stick a hand in as well. Matters of the world were hard to predict. Yi Yuan also did not expect that it was so coincidental. Chenna was actually in this Tranquil Sun City. Back then, Yi Yuan had just ascended not long and was considered to have gotten along merrily with her. He did not think that this farewell, over a decade had gone by. Since Chenna was here, Yi Yuan had to intervene in it no matter what. Chapter 1132, Trading Worlds Change. Chapter 1132, Trading Worlds Change. Meteor Trading Company's Tranquil Sun branch. At this time, it was surrounded by a group of experts until it was impermeable. Those powerhouses were wearing the Polar Trading Company's attires. Each and every one of them was actually all Divine King Realm experts. To a trading company, Divine King Realm experts were not often seen. Dispatching out so many at once was truly rather exaggerated. The Meteor Trading Company's side also had some Divine King experts. But each and every one of them was having injuries on them. By the side, even laid quite a number of dead bodies. These Divine Kings guarded a dainty and exquisite girl in the center, who had the appearance of looking at death calmly in the face. Heh, little girl, Zhao Qian, hand over the meteor star token obediently. Maybe this old man can still take you in as a concubine and give you a way out. If you put up a stubborn resistance, once Lord Qin Chuan arrives, it'll likely not be that easy even if you want to die, said a Polar Trading Company's middle-aged divine king with a licentious smile. This person's strength already reached peak divine king, bringing along 7 to 8 of the Polar Trading Company's divine king powerhouses, and surrounding the Meteor Trading Company. The Meteor Trading Company's powerhouses fought desperately to resist. At present, there were only 4 or 5 divine king powerhouses left. They were already an arrow at the end of its flight, a spent force. These few people protected Zhao Qian in the middle. There was already no path to retreat. But that fair and ethereal face of Zhao Qian's was filled with despair at this time. The Polar Trading Company swept across the 8 great trading companies in an overpowering manner. At present, only the Meteor Trading Company survived. The Meteor Star token was the Meteor Trading Company's cardinal token. One could use it to deploy all of the Meteor Trading Company's resources. Once seized, the Meteor Trading Company would be thoroughly finished. Zhao Qian knew that the other 7 great trading companies' cardinal tokens already landed in the Polar Trading Company's hands. This piece in her hand was the final piece. Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said to the elderly person beside her, "Elder Tan, you guys leave. I'll ask Li Zhong to let you guys leave with the Meteor Star token as the price. There's already not much meaning in continuing to defend." This Elder Tan was the Meteor Trading Company's head elder. His strength also reached peak divine king. It was also precisely because of him being around that the Meteor Trading Company could last until now. It was just that the Polar Trading Company's void mystic powerhouse was already on his way. As long as that Qin Chuan arrived, these people would be all out of luck. Elder Tan's face fell, and he said, "Chenna, this old man's old bones are Meteor Star's man in life and Meteor Star's ghost in death. You let me leave, where can I go to? This old man will carve out a bloody path right here. The few of you, escort Chenna away. As long as the Meteor Star token exists, our Meteor Trading Company isn't lost." Zhao Qian forcefully held back tears. But she knew that this was merely putting up a last-ditch struggle. She held on to Elder Tan and said, "No. The Polar Trading Company concealed too deeply. We can't escape at all. Elder Tan, you contributed to Meteor Star all your life. I can't let you lose your integrity in old age." Done talking, Zhao Qian leaped and jumped out of all the guards. Facing Li Zhong, she said coldly, "Li Zhong, I'll give you the Meteor Star token. Let Elder Tan they all leave. If not, I'll destroy the Meteor Star token and let you guys get nothing." The Meteor Star token was refined with special materials. It was extremely hard to destroy. But as the current Meteor Trading Company's leader, Zhao Qian had the method to destroy it. Li Zhong's expression changed when he heard that and said with a nod, "Fine. There are merely clowns jumping around. What's the harm in letting them leave?" He waved a hand, and the subordinates opened up a path. He was actually really going to let Elder Tan and the others leave. These people remaining were all die-hard devotees of the Meteor Trading Company. Elder Tan's expression changed, and he said, "Chenna." Zhao Qian turned around. Her expression was cold, and she pressed the short sword in her hand on her neck and said sternly, "Elder Tan, if you all don't go, Chenna will die in front of you guys." Zhao Qian did not notice that right at this time, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Li Zhong's mouth. His figure suddenly erupted, heading straight for Zhao Qian. Seeing this scene, Elder Tan's expression changed drastically, and he howled, "Be careful, Qian." But it was already too late. Li Zhong was a peak divine king. How swift was his movement technique? In just a blink of an eye, he arrived beside Zhao Qian and grabbed towards her arm. As long as he restrained Zhao Qian, she would not have any chance to destroy the Meteor Star token anymore. This sudden turn of events came too quickly. Everyone could not react in time at all. Zhao Qian's turned pale with fright and was instinctively going to destroy the Meteor Star token. Just as Li Zhong's hand had just touched Zhao Qian's arm, a streak of sword light shot out diagonally, its speed swift to the extreme. Poochie. Li Zhong's hand was severed at the wrist. Ah! The crowd was flabbergasted. Only Li Zhong's shrill, miserable cries reverberated. Zhao Qian's hand froze there, and she actually forgot to destroy the meteor star token for a moment. The Polar Trading Company's powerhouses were all akin to facing a great enemy. They completely did not see clearly where this sword light came out from. They looked all around and could not find the enemy at all. Who dares to ambush this seat? Get out here for this seat. Li Zhong bared his teeth and yelled fiercely. Slap. Li Zhong's voice had yet to face when he was directly smacked onto the ground by someone with a slap. The Polar Trading Company's Divine King powerhouses were all as if they had seen a ghost. This slap, they totally did not see clearly who struck it. Mouth is so stinky, deserves to be hit. A young profile suddenly appeared at the scene, causing everyone to give a sidelong glance. When Zhao Qian saw this figure, her gaze was filled with a look of pleasant surprise. Yi. No, Ji. Zhao Qian was just about to call Yi Yuan's name when she suddenly recalled his other ident. One Tai and hurriedly correctly herself. With the Meteor Trading Company's information channels, how could they possibly not know the intel of Ji Qingyun returning to the Divine Realm? Back then, when Zhao Qian obtained this information, she was stunned for a long time before calming down. It was just that she never thought that after a time interval of many years, Lord Qingyunzi actually made a move and saved her. Yi Yuan turned around and said with Zhao Qian with a smile, "No worries. You'd best call me Yi Yuan." Zhao Qian's face became joyful, and she said with a nod, Lord Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan shook his head helplessly and turned around towards the Polar Trading Company's powerhouses. He asked, "Who will come and tell me who's controlling the Polar Trading Company right now?" Those Divine King powerhouse exchanged glances, their faces revealing blank looks. Yi Yuan saw their expression and knew that these guys did not know anything at all, and could not help being greatly disappointed. Yi Yuan was just about to make a move to annihilate these divine kings when a powerful aura suddenly locked him down. Where did this brat come from? To actually dare meddle in my Polar Trading Company's affairs? A figure descended from the sky, his aura imposing. Seeing this person, everyone's expressions changed drastically. It's actually a void mystic powerhouse. I didn't think that the Polar Trading Company's strength was actually so great, sending out a void mystic powerhouse randomly. Earlier, I still thought that the Meteor Trading Company escaped a calamity. Looking at it now, a disaster is imminent. That young man's strength seems to be very formidable. But his only 6th level Dao profound. Dealing with Divine King powerhouses is still par es sable, but once void mystic powerhouses arrive, it will most likely be fraught with grim possibility. The moment Zhao Qian saw the arrival, her expression could not help changing greatly as she hurriedly shouted to Yi Yuan, quickly go. This Qin Chuan is the current Polar Trading Company's protector. He's a veteran void mystic powerhouse. You're not a match sup one sup. Chapter 1133, Hero? Chapter 1133, Hero? Ha ha ha, leave. With this seat here, none of you can leave today. Hand over the meteor star token obediently, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Qin Chuang glared fiercely, with an awe-inspiring appearance. Those people surrounding and watching were silent like cicadas in winter. A void mystic powerhouse, the martial artists of rank 2 Holy Lands never saw before in their lifetimes too. This kind of power, when they saw it, was akin to a god-like existence. This tranquil Sun Holy Land's Holy Lord had long hidden himself to god knows where. The 2 Great Chamber of Commerce's violent clash, he was an innocent bystander who was implicated. Zhao Qian blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, your good intentions." Zhao Qian got it. "We'll help you block for a while, quickly go. The Meteor Trading Company is already hopeless. I don't want to drag you in anymore. Ha ha ha. What a fine pair of intimate lovers. However, do you take this seat to be joking? Today, none of you can leave." Qin Chuang laughed loudly and said. Qin Chuan's words made Zhao Qian's face turn red, but she still stubbornly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled lightly, but pulled Zhao Qian aside and said to Qin Chuan, "You're called Qin Chuan, right? According to what I know, there's no void mystic powerhouse called Qin Chuang in the Polar Trading Company. Where did you pop out from?" Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Where this seat come from? Could it be that I still have to report to you, this little brat? Want to know? Go down and ask the king of Hell." Qin Chuan gave a savage laugh, his divine king domain was suddenly unleashed, and he charged over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. The evil extermination sword formula was abruptly released. Boom! Yi Yuan did not move a muscle, while Qin Chuan directly flew out backward. He already sustained severe injuries. The air billows stirred up by the sword intent directly toppled the martial artists in the distance over. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with endless astonishment, casting towards him with looks of incredulity. Is that young man really 6th level Dao profound? He sent a void mystic powerhouse flying with one sword. Could it be that my eyesight is failing? Didn't people say that what's capable of dealing with divine king domains were only divine king domains? That young man seemed to have only released one slash. Plus really saw a ghost. Just now, seeing a void mystic powerhouse made me excited for a long time. I didn't think that he was so frail. These people would not understand the terror of Yi Yuan's sword intent at all. But this did not hinder them from sighing with admiration towards this sword. Because Yi Yuan's opponent was an invincible existence, a void mystic powerhouse, this Qin Chuan's strength was far from Zhao Lingdong's. His divine king domain was at most also just 1,000 feet in range. Yi Yuan's exterminating him was merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. Just now, when the divine king domain attacked, Zhao Qian thought that she was dead for sure, but did not think that the situation changed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, Qin Chuan, this void mystic powerhouse, was defeated. Lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, who was only 6th level Dao profound. Zhao Qian's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan, with a look of disbelief. Over 10 years of not seeing him, Yi Yuan's strength was actually downright horrifying already. Yi Yuan came before Qin Chuan and said coolly, "You still have one last chance. Right now, is the Polar Trading Company already controlled by the Fiend race or not?" "What? Fiend race? Could this Qin Chuan be of the Fiend race? It's impossible, right? What he used was clearly human race cultivation method. Who is that young man? Why would he know that this Qin Chuan is of the Fiend race?" Yi Yuan's words caused a commotion in the crowd. Fiend race, this name made everyone's countenance change from talking about it. Qin Chuan's expression changed when he heard that, his eyes revealing a panicky look as he hurriedly shook his head and said, I don't understand what you're saying." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, "Don't understand, is it? Reveal your true face. Otherwise, you don't have the chance anymore." Yi Yuan pressed forward step by step. Qin Chuan crawled on the ground and retreated step by step. Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword. A powerful aura finally made Qin Chuan unable to endure it. Boom! Fiendish energy billowed to the sky. Powerful black qi instantly enveloped Qin Chuan inside. Qin Chuan's aura actually became much stronger compared to before. "Damn human. This seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces today," Qin Chuan said ferociously. Everyone was stupefied by this sudden turn of events. Although that surging fiendish energy was unfamiliar, this state that was vastly different from humans instantly made everyone understand that this person was of the Fiend race. The Fiend race actually appeared once more. For a moment, this information was akin to a plague, spreading out in the crowd. "Quickly run. Legends have it that the Fiend race eats people. Quickly run." This fiend became much stronger all of a sudden. I reckon that he's even stronger than void mystic powerhouses. Quickly run. The divine realm's sky is going to change. Legends have it that when the Fiend race descends, it's a calamity of the world. Havoc erupted in the crowd. Those martial artists all lost their wits in fear and panic, fighting to escape. The feeling that Qin Chuan gave them was too dangerous. Although Yi Yuan exhibited powerful strength, under the impact of this aura, it was still incapable of making them feel reassured. Ha ha ha. All go to HLL for this seat, despicable humans. Qin Chuan's fiendish energy surged towards those martial artists wantonly. Clearly, he was going to go on a Ma's Saker. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, His expression could not help turning grim, and he said with a cold snort, "A mere fiend emperor. This young master has already slaughtered God knows how many. To actually dare be insolent in front of me. Sword intent connecting to divinity. One sword unleash. Hi plus ing, a pitilessly tyrannical sword energy instantly extinguished that fiendish energy. Evil extermination was the jinx of fiendish energy. This sword, Yi Yuan used divine essence. It was like directly cruise. Hi plusing dead leaves and branches, utterly eradicating Qin Chuan. Although this fiend emperor was strong, he was also not stronger than the Devil Ridge Three Freaks. To the current Yi Yuan, it was not considered much. The reason why he dawdled until now was only in order to bait some things out of his mouth. He did not think that this guy immediately went berserk. Those martial artists were currently fleeing helter-skelter when they suddenly discovered that powerful fiend energy vanished without a trace. Looking again, that Qin Chuan with a shocking aura was already left with less than dregs at this time. That crisscrossing sword energy was currently slowly dissipating. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like they had seen a ghost. This 6th level Dao profound young man directly exterminated a fiend emperor. Well done, Your Excellency. You're our hero. In the midst of shock, no idea who shouted either, the others immediately came to their senses. At once, clamoring shouting echoed. If not for Yi Yuan, Tranquil Sun City was bound to be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. These people took Yi Yuan to be their hero from the bottom of their hearts. By the side, Zhao Qian's eyes swiveled around, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan. That young man back then already matured into a great hero? No, it should be that he was a hero in the first place. This man was a man who had once stood at the summit of alchemy Dao. But seeing this sight, Yi Yuan sighed slightly in his heart. These people were lucky. They were completely unaware just how powerful the fiend race force was. The one who was killed just now was merely a trivial little fiend emperor, that was all. What was truly terrifying were fiend G. ODS like Jiolan. One Jiolan was already sufficiently terrifying. But behind the fiend race, there was even a more terrifying Holy Mother Devil Flower and Carnure. Perhaps before long, that scene earlier would spread throughout the entire divine realm, right? Chapter 1134, 9 Phoenix Island. Chapter 1134, 9 Phoenix Island. Zhao Qian did a curtsy towards Yi Yuan and said gratefully, "Many thanks for young Master Yi's life-saving grace. This lowly girl is endlessly grateful." Elder Tan and the group of elders also bowed and saluted Yi Yuan, saying, "Today, if not for young Master Ji, our old bones would have to be buried here." Elder Tan and Zhao Xingchen were sworn brothers. He had naturally seen Yi Yuan before as well. Hence, he was still used to calling Yi Yuan young Master Ji. Yi Yuan waved his hand with a smile and said, "All are old friends already. Everyone, there's no need to be courteous. Rather, Miss Chenna, why would you show up in Tranquil Sun City?" Zhao Qian's expression dimmed and said, "These few years, Chenna has constantly been searching for father's whereabouts. A few days back, Tranquil Sun City's side here sent over news, finally confirming that the place father last disappeared was in the vicinity of Tranquil Sun City. Hence, Chenna brought along several elders and rushed over through the night. Didn't think that, we actually evaded a besiegement." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "This Tranquil Sun City is merely a rank 2 holy land. What did Brother Zhao come here for?" At this time, Elder Tan suddenly interjected, "Chenna doesn't know about this. But this old man knows a little about it. Back then, the head boss said that he obtained news of the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea, then he left the Meteor Star Trading Company, his whereabouts unknown ever since. It's just that, I wonder why he viewed this Silver Moon Heavenly Tea as so important." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled when he heard that, his heart twitching violently. Elder Tan did not know, but Yi Yuan knew why. Previous life, a few years before Yi Yuan perished, he had once requested Zhao Xingchen to make him pay attention to the whereabouts of the Tao-defying pill's 9 great core medicines. After he told Finish, Yi Yuan did not pay extra attention to the Meteor Star Trading Company's affairs. After all, these 9 major core medicines could be chanced upon, but not by searching for it. This Silver Moon Heavenly Tea was precisely one of the 9 major core medicines. Could it be that Zhao Xingchen actually went missing because of helping him find spirit medicines? It seemed like there was only this possibility too. Previous life, although Yi Yuan and Zhao Xingchen were not considered to be on intimate terms, their relations HI+P was also considered pretty good. It was just that Yi Yuan did not think that Zhao Xingchen actually took to heart his matters. Perhaps Zhao Xingchen had some intention of currying favor with those in power, but no matter what, he had indeed risked his life. Until now, his life or death was still unknown. "What's wrong, young Master Yi?" Zhao Qian asked carefully. Seeing Yi Yuan's great display of divine might today, Zhao Quan knew that this man had already ascended to the summit once more. He and she were already people of two different worlds. She quietly put away that romantic thought. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "I'm fine. I was on close terms with Brother Zhao. Since I encountered it, there's no logic of not rescuing. Tell me about what information you guys found." The moment Zhao Qian heard, she could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan's strength, she had witnessed it today. That Qin Chuan's strength was fearsome, but he could not even last past one move under Yi Yuan's hand. The might of Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. With him around, the hope of rescuing father clearly increased greatly. Zhao Qian did not hesitate at once, spilling out the information that the Meteor Star Trading Company found. There was an enormous stretch of sea region north of Tranquil Sun City, called Sky Sea Region. This stretch of sea region was as vast as hundreds of millions of miles, spanning over a dozen major regions. It was the Divine Realm's number 2 major sea region. Over 20 years ago, Zhao Xingchen set off for the Sky Sea region from Tranquil Sun City. In the end, he never came back. But the Meteor Star Trading Company inquired for a long time in Tranquil Sun City and finally inquired an intel. It was that Zhao Xingchen seemed to have gone to the Sky Sea region's 9 Phoenix Island back then. Zhao Qian's group coming to Tranquil Sun City this time was in preparations of setting off for 9 Phoenix Island. But did not think that such an unforeseen accident actually happened. Hearing Zhao Qian's description, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he muttered to himself, 9 Phoenix Island? It is said that this 9 Phoenix Island is a death trap. Even if void mystic powerhouses enter, they might not be able to come out either. Brother Zhao actually went to the 9 Phoenix Island along by himself. But when Zhao Qian heard, she nodded and said, "Legends have it that the 9 Phoenix Island is the place where a phoenix met with its death. The power of flames is extremely staggering. Even if void mystic powerhouses enter inside, a single misstep and they would also be burned to death by the fire spirit. Furthermore, obstacles inside are extremely numerous. One must acquire the Clear Eye token to be able to enter inside. It's just that what kind of item this Clear Eye token is, nobody has ever seen before." Yi Yuan's expression could not help turning slightly grim when he heard it. Entering the 9 Phoenix Island for over 20 years and never came out, Zhao Xingchen was likely fraught with grim possibilities. But now that it came to this, Yi Yuan naturally had to make a trip. "Alright then, you guys wait for my news in Tranquil Sun City. I still have a matter to attend to. After a few days, I'll make a trip to the 9 Phoenix Island and search for Brother Zhao's traces," Yi Yuan said. But Zhao Qian said obstinately, "No way, young Master Yi, I know that you have good intentions, but I finally managed to find father's news. I must go and take a look. Even if I see his corpse, I'll have no more illusions about the matter as well." Elder Tan also urged, "Young Master Ji, Chenna is showing her filial piety. These past few years, she has practically been running around to search for the main boss's whereabouts. Now that it's already right in front of her, how is there the logic of not going in? Furthermore, us staying in Tranquil Sun City might not be safer than 9 Phoenix Island. The Polar Trading Company overwhelming at present. They have probably long been infiltrated too deeply by the fiend race already. They don't have just Qi Chuan, one void mystic powerhouse. Qin Chuan being eliminated by young Master Ji, they definitely won't take things lying down." What Elder Tan said made sense too. It was indeed not very safe for their party to remain here. But Yi Yuan did not wish to bring them along. Even Elder Tan was a burden to Yi Yuan too. Rather than bringing them along, He might as well enter himself. It was just that Zhao Qian's stubborn appearance. Yi Yuan also knew that saying any more was futile. He could only nod his head and say, "Fine then. Since that's the case, go together then. But I'll say the nasty stuff first. When the time comes, heed my command for everything. Otherwise, once there are any accidents, don't blame this Yi for not acknowledging relations." Yi Yuan's face fell, having the air of a powerhouse naturally. Even Elder Tan did not dare to defy as well and hurriedly said, "Rest assured, young Master Ji. We'll definitely heed your instructions." Yi Yuan did not move out right away because he wanted to help Ao Qian refine the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. He pulled together the remaining spirit medicines in the Blood Rain Wilderness. Coupled with the ethereal blood ginseng that he acquired at the chaotic Devil Sea, he could just nice refine the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. The 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was already the pinnacle-most origin consolidating and bolstering among mystic-grade medicinal pills. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the medicine God's soul canon, in his current state, he absolutely could not refine it. But along with his divine soul's strength increasing with each passing day, the transformation of the gold-colored divine soul also made significant headway. With his 6th-level Tao profound essence energy coupled with the gold-colored divine soul, refining this 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was naturally nothing difficult. 3 days later, the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill was formed. Holding this medicinal pill in his hand, tears coursed down Ao Qian's old face. "I really didn't think that this old man would actually still have a day where I could recover my strength. My lord, old Ao's old bones will be sold to you in the future," Ao Qian said, shedding tears of gratitude. Ao Qian was speaking from the bottom of his heart here. He really did not think that there was still such consummate alchemy skill in this world, to actually let him come back from the dead, recovering his strength. Yi Yuan scolded with a smile, all right, quickly consume it. Already so advanced in age and you're still so melodramatic. Not ashamed either." Chapter 1135, Sea Race. Chapter 1135, Sea Race. B. Above the Ghana Sky Sea region, several figures were flying. Along the way, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan were incredibly shocked. Elder Tan, "Young Master Yi was clearly still only by himself a few days ago. Where did he find so many peak divine king experts in these few days?" Zhao Qian transmitted her voice. "These few people are not merely peak divine king experts. If I didn't see wrongly, these few people are probably all void mystic powerhouses, especially that curly-bearded burly man. He gives this old man an even more unfathomable feeling." In Elder Tan's voice transmission, exuded thick astonishment. The curly-bearded burly man out of Elder Tan's mouth was precisely the Ao Qian who consumed the 9-melody origin vitalizing pill. Currently, Ao Qian already thoroughly recovered his strength. The aura exuding from his body was naturally different from the rest. It was just that they all did not release their pressure. Hence, Elder Tan also could not say for sure just how powerful Ao Qian's strength was. All void mystic powerhouses? Zhao Qian's opened her eyes wide and drew a deep breath. When were void mystic powerhouses plentiful to the extent of being everywhere? That grey-robed middle-aged man, if I didn't see wrongly, he should be the extreme sword divine king who has already disappeared for a long time. As for the other two, this old man had never seen them before. If my conjectures are right, there must be a high-grade spatial holy artifact on young Master Ji. These few people have always been hiding inside his spatial holy artifact. Elder Tan was experienced and knowledgeable, guessing close to the mark. But it was precisely because so that the shock in their hearts was even less capable of increasing further. Because these few mighty void mystic powerhouse actually viewed Yi Yuan as the boss. The two people exchanged a glance, both sucking in a breath deeply. They all knew that just based on this force before their eyes, it was sufficient to let Yi Yuan establish a super holy land anew. While flying, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed slightly, and he stopped. "What is it, my lord?" Ao Qian asked. "It seems like there are several auras that are not weak drawing closer to us," Yi Yuan said. Ao Qian was stunned and said, "My lord, are you mistaken? I didn't detect anything amiss." Ao Qian looked at Kwong Tianming and Jiang Taizong. The two people also shook their heads with blank looks. Clearly, they did not perceive anything too. Go ahead first. That bunch of people seems to be heading in the direction of the 9 Phoenix Island too. Done talking, Yi Yuan took the lead and flew off, making Ao Qian and the rest have vacant looks. Before long, Ao Qian's expression turned cold. Sure enough, he detected several powerful auras heading over to this side. He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan in amazement and said, "My lord, your perception radius is truly too wide." He already completely recovered his strength currently. His perception also increased substantially. Taking a broad view across the entire divine realm, not many people whose perception range was wider than his could be found too. But Yi Yuan was only 6th level Dao Profound. His perception range was actually several times greater than his. How could this not make him shocked? While at this time, in the seawaters far away, several silhouettes broke through the waves and arrived, their speed incomparably strange. Initially, their direction was heading towards the 9 Phoenix Island. But seeing Yi Yuan's party, they turned directions and came over here. Kwong Tianming, Jiang Taizong, and the rest also looked towards Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Younger brother, this perception of yours is also truly too frightening. 15 minutes before, you actually discovered them already, Kwong Tianming said with a marveling sigh. With everyone's speed, traveling several tens of thousands of miles with 15 minutes of foot strength was still achievable. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's perception range was actually a scope of several tens of thousands of miles further than them. This disparity was also truly too great. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Wait till you guys comprehend heaven-man unity. You'll naturally be able to do it too." Yi Yuan's words involuntarily made everyone choke up. Each and every one of them looked at him and could not resist rolling their eyes. How could heaven-man unity be so easy to achieve? It was also just Yi Yuan, this freak, who cultivated heart realm to the realm of perfection when at the 6th level Dao Profound. It's the sea race. It seems like their arrival don't have good intentions. Ao Qian suddenly frowned and said. Around 10 figures drew a long trail on the surface of the water. The group of people bore down menacingly. Clearly, they were not easy to deal with people. Swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus tens of figures shot out of the water surface, directly surrounding Yi Yuan and the others. It was just that these people's looks were very ugly. Most had fish heads and human bodies, looking very unnatural. Haha, despicable humans. Offer up the essence crystals and treasures on you, and we'll spare your lives, said a merman with a large head and big ears. This merman's strength was extremely astonishing. Hi plus ing. It had clearly already reached the degree of human void mystic powerhouses. His heaven and earth comprehension was really not weak. Not just him, among his clansmen, there were actually 4 people who were all void mystic powerhouses. Seeing this kind of power, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan's faces instantly turned deathly pale. The few sea races did not conceal their auras. That one in the front was even more than a grade stronger compared to that Qin Chuan. Furthermore, the moment they emerged, it was 5 void mystic powerhouses. This made the two of them exceedingly worried. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help saying in surprise, "I didn't think that the sea race's strength is actually so powerful. Randomly BUMPed into a group and they are void mystic powerhouses." The sea race and human race stayed out of the others' affairs. Both parties' contacts were very few. 4 martial artists whose strengths were slightly weaker, once they stepped foot into the Ganaskai Sea region, it was basically little chance of coming out alive. Under this calm sea surface, concealed enormous danger. How many powerhouses were among the sea race? The human race did not know either. Ao Qian nodded and said, "The sea race is numerous in numbers, even many times more than the demon race. Producing some void mystic powerhouses is naturally nothing difficult." Yi Yuan nodded his head, expressing his acknowledgement, and continued, "It's just that, although the cultivation realm is high, it seems like their brains aren't too lucid." The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they all raised their heads and started laughing hard. These two people chorused in unison, not putting this group of sea folks in their eyes at all. The big-headed and large-eared merman very under what Yi Yuan they all were talking about very quickly and could not help saying furiously, "Damn and humans, to actually dare besmirch the noble sea race. You guys are dead for sure. Shark 1, Shark 3, Shark 4, Shark 5, everybody attack. Tear them apart. PFFF. Could it be that the sea race all have this intellect? Don't even know how to name?" Yi Yuan could not refrain from laughing when he heard that. He shrugged his shoulders and said to Ao Chen, "Old Ao, you should be itching, right? These few guys, leave it to you to loosen up your bones and ligament." Ao Chen had an excited look and said, "Hey, all right. My lord, wait for a bit and watch the fun by the side." Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought everyone and retreated to one side. The group of sea folks was still chasing them when all of a sudden, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped them. Dragon prancing the four seas. After a time interval of 20,000 years, Ao Chen's divine king domain was released at its full power for the first time. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Because Ao Chen's divine king domain was actually 10,000 feet wide. Within a 10,000 feet radius, it was all Ao Chen's domain of water, especially Elder Tan and Zhao Qian, the two people, their eyes were almost popping out. Such a strong divine king domain, it was still seldom seen in their lifetime. Old Ao's strength seems to be slightly stronger compared to Cloud Sky they all. It looks like he comprehended some divine Tao laws. It's just a little too shallow, Yi Yuan appraised Ao Chen by the side. Chapter 1136, Another World. Chapter 1136, Another World. Bang, bang, bang. Essence energy overflowed in the sky. Ao Chen had a grand display of invincible might. Although those few sea folks were strong, they could not withstand Ao Chen's iron fists either. Before long, 5 great void mystic powerhouses were thoroughly beaten into submission by Ao Chen. Seeing Ao Chen's strength, Zhao Qian and Elder Tan were utterly stunned. 10,000 feet radius divine king domain. This lord his strength can likely already rival the 8 great super holy lands holy lords, Elder Tan said with a sigh of admiration. Along the way, he called young Master Yi with my lord. Such a powerhouse is actually young Master Yi's servant. Zhao Qian looked towards Yi Yuan with an anxious and doubtful look. Meeting Yi Yuan once again, she suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was just like the sun high above, dazzling until it made people unable to stare right at it. This kind of disparity made Zhao Qian feel deeply inferior. Not fair. Despicable humans, fighting on land, we're at a disadvantage. If you have the capabilities, go into the water with me to battle. Shark 1 barked. Clang. Shark 1's voice had yet to fade when a streak of terrifying sword light brushed past his ear. Whoa. Scared me to death. Shark 1 was taken aback with fright by this sword and cried out weirdly. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, and he stepped forward. All shut your mouths for this young master. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone off. Those sea folks were shocked by this sword of Yi Yuan's, all becoming silent like cicadas in winter. Even the Shark 1 who was talkative also sensibly did not talk at this time. The deterrent power of that sword just now was even more terrifying than Ao Chen's divine king domain. Because they all knew that if Yi Yuan really wanted to kill people, Shark 1 would already have died just now. Now, I ask, you answer. If I discover that you're lying, kill without mercy, Yi Yuan said with a very grim expression. That fish face of Shark 1 was currently flickering erratically with alarm and fear. He finally knew that he kicked a metal plate today. These few sea folks were also used to running amok. Normally, when they ran into humans in the sea region, they basically had the policy of burn all, kill all, loot all, and would not even give humans a way out at all. In the course of time, they felt that humans were easy to bully. Therefore, the moment they saw that there was a group of people over here, especially that the group's strength was weak, they directly pounced over. Who could have thought that these few people's strengths were actually so formidable? Yes, yes, yes. Your Excellency, go ahead and ask. Shark 1 definitely won't dare to tell lies. Shake 1 hurriedly said. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, Are you guys headed for 9 Phoenix Island? Shark One was cowed by Yi Yuan's aura and did not dare to lie, hurriedly saying, "Yes, Your Excellency. We were going to 9 Phoenix Island. You guys frequently go to 9 Phoenix Island?" Yi Yuan asked with a frown. "Yes. Every 3 months, 9 Phoenix Island will have a large-scale trade fair. Our sea folks are scarce in resources. Hence, we'll frequently come here to take part in the trade fair," Shark One said. This news took everyone aback. The 9 Phoenix Island that was a death trap in the legends actually had a large-scale trade fair. People all thought that the 9 Phoenix Island was an uninhabited island. No one expected that did this place has people. In fact, it seemed like it was not just a few of them. Who organized this trade fair? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. But Shark One shook his head and said, "Not too sure about this. I only heard that he's called Heavenspan Island Master. I don't know anything else about the rest." Heavenspan Island Master? Have you all heard of this name before? Yi Yuan had never heard of this name before and could not help asking the others. The others also had blank looks. Clearly, they all had not heard before. But it was very apparent that this Heavenspan Island Master was a very powerful guy. Otherwise, with the sea folks' stubborn and unruliness, organizing this kind of trade fair, wouldn't all HLL break loose? Tell me in detail about what you know of the trade fair situation, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Shark One did not dare to dawdle, telling about the trade fair situation without omitting any details. Turns out that this trade fair was actually conducted for 1,000 years already. Those coming to take part in this trade fair must hold a clear eye token. Otherwise, they will be lost in the fog barrier outside the island. Not only was there deadly poison in this fog barrier, but there were also even extremely powerful fire spirits. Once encountered, even void mystic powerhouses would be burned to ashes too. And those taking part in this trade fair was not just the sea folks, there were even quite a few humans, even demon race powerhouses. It was just that those coming to partake 1p8 in the trade fair were mostly all some itinerant powerhouses. The experts from sects were extremely few. Moreover, people possessing the clear eye token were also a fixed group. Therefore, those who came to take part in the trade fair in these 1,000 years were mostly fixed. There were only some minor changes. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan came to a realization why the outside world knew so little about the 9 Phoenix Island. This was a relatively sealed exchange circle. It was basically very hard for outsiders to come in. To enter the 9 Phoenix Island, one must have an insider's recommendation and obtain the clear eye token. Furthermore, those able to enter the 9 Phoenix Island, the lowest had to be Divine King Realm powerhouses too. Ordinary people would most likely be killed by the sea folk before even reaching this area of the sea region. One had to admit that this 9 Phoenix Island concealed itself very deeply, and that Heavenspan Island Master was a mysterious and hard-to-fathom individual. Over 20 years ago, there was a human powerhouse called Zhao Xingchen who looked somewhat similar to her, who had once entered the 9 Phoenix Island before. Do you have an impression? Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Xingchen's and Zhao Qian's looks had some similarities. If Shark One saw before, he should have some impression. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Zhao Qian also turned towards Shark One with a nervous look, hoping to obtain some useful information out of his mouth. It was just that, Shark One would clearly disappoint her. Only to see Shark One shake his head and say, "The human divine king powerhouses that I've seen before these few years are at least 1,000 too. How can Shark One remember?" Yi Yuan thought about it and asked again, then, roughly 20 years ago, did someone inquire about the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea before on the 9 Phoenix Island? Shark One thought about it and said, Silver Moon Heavenly Tea, 20 years ago, it really appeared before. It's just that this kind of treasure, the people vying for it at that time were too many. In the end, it was acquired by a mysterious human powerhouse. When Yi Yuan heard this, his eyes could not help lighting up. He asked again, what did that human powerhouse look like? But Shark One shook his head again and said, that person covered himself up entirely. I completely could not see through. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly disappointed. It was very likely that that human powerhouse was Zhao Xingchen. But where did he go in the end? Alright, Lead the way in front, to 9 Phoenix Island. Yi Yuan said. What should be asked had been asked entirely. Yi Yuan naturally would not stop to ponder too long. He also did not think that the 9 Phoenix Island, where few people tread, actually had another world. With Shark One blazing a trail, the party traveled incomparably smoothly. 5 days later, this party finally bid the boundless sea farewell and saw a stretch of fog ahead. Your Excellency, ahead is the 9 Phoenix Island. Shark One said weakly. Yi Yuan looked over. Ahead was a stretch of chalky whiteness. One completely could not see clearly what was inside. It was just that there were occasionally some yellow flames spurting out, erupting with a horrifying aura, striking terror in the hearts of people. Why, Your Excellency, we only have 2 clear-eye tokens, Shark One said rather fearfully. Chapter 1137, What you said makes a lot of sense. Chapter 1137, What you said makes a lot of sense. Seeing Shark One's comical expression, Yi Yuan was tickled. Shark One was very clever. He saw that Yi Yuan was completely ignorant about the 9 Phoenix Islands matters and knew that Yi Yuan definitely did not have clear-eye tokens on him. Reaching the 9 Phoenix Island, he was very scared of Yi Yuan's natc their tokens. 1 token could only let 1 person go in. The remainder would have to wait outside the island. If Yi Yuan's natc hid away their 2 tokens, Shark One's trip would be considered in vain. When have I said that I'm going to natch your tokens? Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself. With this, everyone was stunned. My lord, not natc their tokens, how do we go in? Those fire spirits seem to be very powerful. Furthermore, this fog barrier seems to secretly encompass array formations. It's not easy to cross, Ao Chen said. Yeah, young Master Ji. Shark One already said, for so many years, there has never been anyone who entered without relying on the tokens before, Elder Tan also said. Zhao Qian's pretty eyes swirled around, but she did not speak. But the puzzled look in her eyes was similarly considerable. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, they only have 2 tokens. Even if we natch it over, only 2 of us can go in. Who's entering then? Yi Yuan's words stumped everyone. However, Shark One was wildly elated and said, Why, Your Excellency, you're really not going to natch our tokens? Yi Yuan directly gave him a kick and said huffily, Scram inside. Keep being long-winded and your tokens will belong to this young master. Shark One jumped in fright and hurriedly rolled and crawled together with Shark Two, entering inside the mist barrier. My lord, this, Ao Chen asked in bewilderment. Yi Yuan said coolly, You all just follow me will do. How can a mere fog barrier block this young master? Done talking, a hint of brightness flooded Yi Yuan's eyes. That mist barrier instantly became open and clear. The sun-moon heavenly pupil could see through myriad things in the world. A mere fog barrier naturally could not stump Yi Yuan. The moment the sun-moon heavenly pupil opened, it came into plain view. Yi Yuan shuttled back and forth inside the fog barrier, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard. Suddenly, a terrifying fire spirit suddenly dashed out, pouncing straight at everyone. The party's expression changed drastically, feeling like their entire person was going to be melted. Yi Yuan yelled out coldly, Fiery! A figure whirled away, pouncing straight for that fire spirit. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Fiery actually extended both hands, directly hugging the fire spirit in his arms. Then, a scene that made people even more astonished occurred. Fiery directly lowered his head, picked the fire spirit up, and started chomping down. This is a primordial spirit, Elder Tan said with an astonished look. Even if he was a primordial spirit, to be able to resist such a terrifying fire spirit, he was also a remarkable existence. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Fiery was incarnated from a cleansing sandal flame lotus and can devour myriad flames of the world. These fire spirits are a great tonic to Fiery. See cleansing sandal flame lotus? Elder Tan could not refrain from swallowing hard, his eyes filled with a look of shock. A primordial spirit transformed by a cleansing sandal flame lotus, it was hard to come across even once in 100,000 years. He looked at Yi Yuan, endlessly shocked in his heart. Disappearing for 20 years, what the hell did Ji Qingyun go through? This guy was simply ridiculously monstrous. Along the way, Fiery swallowed quite a number of fire spirits. But his aura became stronger and stronger, making everyone jumpy with fear. This guy even burped and said with a bashful look, "So full." Everyone broke down. After half a day, it suddenly became bright and clear before everyone's eyes. They finally arrived at a stretch of land. The place ahead was actually like a town, streams of people busily coming and going, flowing in an endless stream. To be able to set up a trade fair on this stretch of sea region, the strength of this place's master can't be underestimated. Ao Chen said. "Why, Your Excellency, you really entered this. How is this possible?" Suddenly, a strange cry sounded out. The voice was filled with shock. Who could it be if not Shark One? Not needing the Clear Eye token and being able to enter the Nine Phoenix Island, it has never happened before in these over 1,000 years. In Shark Two's voice was similarly filled with alarm. Making a big fuss over nothing. There are plenty of things that you haven't seen before. How can my lord be what small fish like you can gauge? Then have you seen before a 6th level Dao profound capable of killing you? Jiang Taitsang said with a gloating look. Shark One was stunned and actually really pondered it seriously. Only after a while did he suddenly come to a realization. He said, "Ian, what you said makes a lot of sense. His Excellency is indeed not an ordinary person. Shark One is impress." The sea race similarly revered the strong. Yi Yuan's strength already completely convinced Shark One. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan defeated them, he did not make things difficult for them and even did not snatch the Clear Eye tokens. The Shark One, who had simple thoughts, was truly grateful toward Yi Yuan. But the commotion over this side still startled quite a few people in the town. Each and every one of them surrounded over, like they discovered priceless treasures, sizing up Yi Yuan and the others. No way, right? They don't have Clear Eye tokens and are actually able to barge into the Nine Phoenix Island. Truly inconceivable. Yeah. Nine Phoenix Island has already operated for over 1,000 years. I've never heard before of anyone capable of directly forcing entrance inside. There's probably some precious treasure on these few people, right? Otherwise, the fire spirits on the island are sufficient to annihilate them. The moment precious treasure 2 words were uttered, quite a number of people's gazes revealed a look of greed. To be able to enter the Nine Phoenix Island, most were not weak. Among them, there were no lack of some extremely confident void mystic powerhouses. A precious treasure capable of avoiding the fog barrier and fire spirits, how could they not be moved? Shark One's pair of fish eyes blinked, and he secretly chuckled to himself. These guys did not know how terrifying this lord in front of them was. Sure enough, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Old Ao." "Yes, my lord." Ao Chen received the order and opened his mouth to give a crazed howl. Violent essence energy instantly spread throughout the entire island. Everyone's expression changed drastically, all becoming hesitant and fretful. It's a dragon cry. They are members of the dragon race. This dragon has such formidable strength. Better don't poke our noses into what isn't our business. There will naturally be the island masters they all to handle. We'd better go. These few people witnessing Ao Chen's strength, how could they still have covetous eyes? All of them backed up and started to trade by themselves. A bunch of things who overestimate their own ability. To actually dare have wicked designs on His Excellency, said Shark One. He was trying to suck up and curry favor, ingratiating himself. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and discovered that this guy also did not seem to be as pure as imagined. It seemed like he was just a little simple-minded. Shark One, it's our first time coming to this Nine Phoenix Island. Bring us to tour around, Yi Yuan said. Shark One hurriedly said, "Okie dokie. To be able to bring Your Excellency to tour the Nine Phoenix Island is Shark One's honor, but we'd better hold off for a bit." Yi Yuan was stunned and said, "Why? Your Excellency entered the Nine Phoenix Island without using the Clear Eye token. The few island masters definitely won't sit by idly and remain indifferent. If I didn't guess wrongly, they are already on their way," Shark One said. Sure enough, Shark One's voice had yet to fade when three figures slowly walked over. The middle-aged man walking in the middle came close, gave a salute to Ao Chen and said, "This dragon race brother, I wonder what business you have for coming to my Nine Phoenix Alliance." Chapter 1138, Hei Meng. Chapter 1138, Hei Meng. That roar of Ao Chen's earlier had Astonis. HI plusing power. These few people naturally detected it too. Otherwise, they absolutely would not be so polite. It was just that they mistakenly thought that Ao Chen was the leader of this company. "My lord, what are we here for?" Ao Chen had a blank look and asked Yi Yuan. "My lord." The person in the middle sized Yi Yuan up oddly. But no matter how he looked, Yi Yuan was also just an ordinary 6th level Dao Profound. Yi Yuan did not think anything of it either and said coolly, "I'm Yi Yuan. These few are my followers. I heard that the Nine Phoenix Island has good stuff that the outside world doesn't. But we don't have clear-eye tokens either, so we could only arbitrarily intrude inside. If there are inconvenient areas, please be magnanimous enough to forgive." At this time, Shark One scooted to Yi Yuan's side and said, "The one in the middle is the second island master, Hei Meng. The one on the right is the third island master, Duan Lingfeng. The one on the left is fourth island master, Hong Dao." Hei Meng naturally knew Shark One. When he saw Shark One's attitude toward Yi Yuan, he could not help being exceedingly shocked in his heart. Shark One was a regular customer of the trade fair. His character and strength, Hei Meng was still very clear about it. But this proud Shark One was actually so respectful towards Yi Yuan. Straight away, Hei Meng did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan anymore either and said with cupped fists, "Haha, so that's how it is. Our Nine Phoenix Island is the most hospitable. Since younger brother Yi wants to take a look, just tour around on the island then. Shark One, you're a regular customer of the Nine Phoenix Island. I'll have to trouble you to bring younger brother Yi around to sightsee more. But, the rules on the island, you're aware too. Places that you should not go, you must be sure not to go." Talking to the back, the gaze Hei Meng looked at Shark One with carried a warning intent. Of course, these words were actually said for Yi Yuan to hear. Even though Hei Meng did not offend Yi Yuan and his group, it seemed like Hei Meng did not fear them as well. The three island masters took their leave and left. Ao Chen said unhappily, "Those three fellows are so COC Kai. My lord, talk so much CRAP with them for what? Just directly capture and interrogate." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't look down on those few people. That Hei Meng's strength might not be beneath yours. His original body is of the sea race's black shark. I didn't expect that the sea race actually still had such a powerhouse." Ao Chen's expression could not help turning somber, and he said, "No way, right? That guy was so powerful. Could it be that 20,000 years Par said, 'This world has changed'?" Actually, Ao Chen's sense of defeat was still very strong during this period of time. He was that era's dragon race's strongest. But put in the present, a large group of people could come out and pummel him. This second island master that popped out from no idea where, his strength was actually not beneath his. This sort of contrast between expectations and reality seriously made him unable to accept it. But Yi Yuan's words, he was still very convinced of it. He absolutely would not ramble nonsense to demoralize him. "I sense a faint power of divine Dao laws from him. Even if it's just a wee bit, it already says ordinary void mystic powerhouses. Furthermore, behind them even have a mysterious and hard-to-fathom heavenspan island master. Hence, we'd best be more low-profile," Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan's heart realm reached the great circle of perfection. He was very sensitive towards the surrounding everything. The aura coming off of this Hei Meng body was indeed the aura of divine Dao laws. With this, Ao Chen had no more rage. "My lord, then what should we do now?" Ao Chen asked. "Take a look around first," Yi Yuan said. "Second brother, could it be that we're letting that brat go just like that? He could avoid the fog barrier and fire spirits. He definitely has precious treasures on him," said the first island master, Duan Lingfeng. "Yeah, second brother. The few of them, only that dragon race fellow has some power. But second brother, you dealing with him should be enough. The remainder, third brother and I are enough to them take down. Since they intruded into the 9 Phoenix Island, even if we kill them, no body would dare to take behind our backs too, said the 4th island master, Hong Dao. These 3 island masters were actually eyeing those imaginary precious treasure on Yi Yuan covetously, discussing about killing Yi Yuan's party. He Meng mused for a moment, shook his head, and said, "That young man is not simple." Duan Lingfeng said without a care, "Isn't he just a 6th level Dao profound? What's not simple about it? Could it be that a 6th level Dao profound can still overturn the heavens?" He Meng said, "Didn't you notice Shark One's attitude towards Yi Yuan? Shark One's strength is almost on par with you, but Shark One was very fearful of that young man. They entered one after another. In my view, Shark One definitely already exchanged blows with that group of people outside. So what if exchanged blows? They have a peak void mystic powerhouses. Isn't it very normal to lose?" Hong Dao said disdainfully. If that were the case, what would I have to dread? Shark One is very simple-minded, but he isn't dumb. His attitude toward Yi Yuan is completely from the bottom of his heart. If that dragon subdued him, he absolutely would not be like so toward Yi Yuan, therefore, he might very likely be that young man's vanquished foe. He Meng analyzed. Hiss, Duan Lingfeng and Hong Dao drew a cold breath at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. A 6th level Dao profound defeating a void mystic powerhouse? This isn't possible, right? Duan Lingfeng said in disbelief. Although I don't believe it either, Shark One's disposition absolutely can't hide from my eyes. This young man is absolutely not simple, He Meng said. Duan Lingfeng and Hong Dao were both extremely shocked. But they both knew that not only was He Meng's martial strength super strong, his mind was sharp. He absolutely would not see wrongly. It was just that this outcome made them both unable to accept. "Second brother, could it be that we are dropping this matter just like that?" Duan Lingfeng said unwillingly. He Meng said with a smile, "The spirit medicines that Big Brother requires, this time, it can finally be gathered together. As long as he can break through, even if this punk is any stronger, it's of no avail too. Hence, as long as this punk doesn't stir up trouble, have him wait first. In my view, they definitely have other objectives for coming onto the island. They won't leave in a short time too." Only after hearing these words did the two people's brows finally eased up. It's still second brother, you, who calculated every conceivable possibility. That Qiu Yuqiu, to actually be able to find the purple Lingji, that grade of spirit medicine, it's really heaven's blessing. Duan Lingfeng said with a big laugh. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he was also struck dumb with amazement by the dazzling array of treasures on the island. This 9 Phoenix Alliance was simply a paradise for martial artists. There were many spirit medicines here and many treasures, all of which could not be seen in the outside world. He did not think that this place had everything under the sun. There were even many treasures that even Yi Yuan had not seen before. But the prerequisite was that you got to have things that satisfied the other party. This place is where one could only exchange a commodity for another. They did not accept essence crystals. Even if you were any richer, you could not buy the things you wanted to. TSK, this trade fair is really remarkable. Also, I don't know who this Heavenspan Island master is, to actually be able to put up such a grand trade fair. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotions. Shark One said by the side, "Yeah, Lord Yi Yuan. If not for the goods here being a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits, how can it possibly attract so many powerhouses over? Right now, among these people, there are quite a number who broke through their bottlenecks because of this trade fair Sup 1 Sup." Chapter 1139, Pearl Have Tears. Chapter 1139, Pearl Have Tears. In the outside world, wanting to find these grades of spirit medicines and treasures was really not easy. But here, everyone had good stuff in their hands, each taking what they needed, swapping out what they did not want for what they needed. This was impressive. Shark One, did you bring any good stuff here this time around? Shark One had a proud look as he said, "Of course. Our Merman clan's Pearl Have Tears is the most welcome exchange goods in the trade fair." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, "Vast sea, bright moon, Pearl have tears. 1 drop of pearl have tears can match 100 years of bitter cultivation. What age of pearl have tears do you have? This pearl have tears was precisely one of the 9 major core medicines. Yi Yuan had always been searching for pearl have tears whereabouts. He did not think that it was actually in this merman clan's hands. Seeing Yi Yuan's heated gaze, Shark One said, "The best that I brought is only 500,000-year-old. Furthermore, there's only 1 drop." Hearing this, Yi Yuan could not help revealing a disappointed expression and said, 1 million-year-old pearl have tears, you all should have it, right? I wonder what kind of thing your merman clan wants to exchange for. 500,000-year-old, one of that age was already worth several cities and extremely rare. But 1 million-year-old pearl have tears, that was an extraordinary rare treasure. Even when placed in the merman clan, it was likely an extremely valuable existence too. Ordinary things were likely unable to move them. As expected, Shark One's expression changed, and he said, "This isn't what Shark One can make a decision about. 1 million-year-old pearl have tears, that's something that only the Patriarch has the qualifications to make use of." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Everything has a price. Although the pearl have tears is precious, your merman clan has got to be lacking something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to this trade fair either." Shark One revealed a ruminating look and opened his mouth to say, "Actually, I'm here this time on Patriarch's orders, to exchange for several kinds of 500,000-year-old spirit medicines. It's just that, even if exchanged for it, it's very hard for our sea folks alchemists to refine out a complete medicinal pill too." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. Refining pills, this sort of thing, wasn't it precisely his forte? What kind of medicinal pill do you want to refine? Seeing Yi Yuan's interested look, Shark One said in surprise, "Your Excellency, you even know alchemy? What a joke. If my lord doesn't know alchemy, then nobody in this divine realm knows," the Jiang Taitsong by the side said mockingly. Shark One did not pay attention Jiang Taitsong's ridicule, but he sized Yi Yuan up carefully once more. Clearly, he did not quite believe it. Yi Yuan's martial Dao talent was so high. To be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, even if he was any more prodigious, he needed to cultivate painstakingly too. How could such a genius martial artist possibly be an alchemist? "Your Excellency, this medicinal pill is to be refined for our young patriarch. But it's a demonic pill, furthermore, it is a mystic-grade demonic pill," Shark One said carefully. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "About this, you don't have to care. I'm only asking you. If I have the spirit medicines and help you all refine the medicinal pill, can it match 1 drop of 1 million-year-old pearl have tears or not? This. If your Excellency can really refine it, I believe that Patriarch should agree." Shark One thought it over for a while and said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right. Send someone back to the clan right now and ask instructions from your Patriarch. The matter of the medicinal pill, leave it to me." Shark One was stunned and said, "But you haven't asked what kind of medicinal pill it is yet." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Whatever medicinal pill is all the same to me." Shark One staggered and almost stumbled to the ground. Seen before arrogant, but never saw before so arrogant. This kind of big talk, somebody actually dared to boast about it too. If not for that sword of Yi Yuan's previously stunning Shark One, he would definitely have gone for a bite right now. But the matter concerned young Patriarch's survival. Shark One did not dare to be careless and still sent someone back to request instructions from Patriarch. Shark One narrated the spirit medicines required once. Yi Yuan was rather surprised after hearing it and said, "So, it's the purple void vitality spirit pill. This demonic pill isn't easy to refine. Even for the demon race's peak alchemy emperors, those able to refine it are extremely, extremely few too. Looks like your young Patriarch had his inner core shattered by someone, his demon essence collapsed and dissipated." One sentence made Shark One's fish eyes become wide saucers. "Why your Excellency actually know about the purple void vitality spirit pill?" It was not up to Shark One to not be shocked. This purple void vitality spirit pill was an ancient pill formula. In the entire sea race, there were also no more than a few tribes that had the pill formula. And the Merman clan was precisely one of them. However, having the pill formula was one thing. Whether or not they could refine was another matter. The sea race's resources were scarce to begin with. Alchemy skills were not developed in the first place. Wanting to refine it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Shark One's trip here to exchange for spirit medicines was also just harboring the mentality of making a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation, and returning to find the sea race's alchemists to give it a shot. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually hit the nail on the head. However, Yi Yuan's next sentence directly made him had a breakdown. Knowing is one thing, but this young master only saw it before in books and records. However, there was no specific pill formula. This young master also never refined it before. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, on that ancient record, there was only the introduction of this demon pill. But as for the specifics of how to refine, it did not go in detail. If it was in his previous life, Yi Yuan would really not dare to make this guarantee, saying that he was definitely able to refine it. But now, Yi Yuan's understanding toward the medicine God's soul canon grew deeper with each passing day. His alchemy Dao strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath as his previous life. Coupled with Yi Yuan's extremely solid medicinal theory standards, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in being able to refine it. Seeing that bitter fish-faced of Shark One, Yi Yuan smiled and said, rest assured, this young master taking action is absolutely stronger than your sea race's alchemist. I think medicinal pills will be in very high demand at this trade fair. In a while, you just follow me will do. Only after Yi Yuan walked by him did Shark One notice that the others were looking at him with eyes like they were looking at an idiot. Jiang Taitsang walked by him, patted his fish head, and said with a sigh, blockhead, not just anybody can call on my lord to refine pills. Ao Qian also walked past him and scolded, simpleton, to actually doubt my lord's strength. Elder Tan gave him a glance and said sympathetically, young brother, your eyesight is too poor. Zhao Qian was much better than the rest. She said with a broad smile, relax, there are no medicinal pills that young Master Yi can't refine in this world. Shark One had a flabbergasted look. But he also realized that Lord Yi Yuan's alchemy standards seemed to really be very high. High until he was unable to imagine it. Circling one round, Yi Yuan stopped at a stall. A small section of tree roots aroused his attention. At the stall, two people were currently quarreling endlessly. Old Xie, this is you in the wrong. We agreed the last time, astral heavenly soul pill in exchange for coiling dragon spirit root. Now, you're not exchanging. What's the meaning of this? Shouted a martial artist the top of his voice. The stall owner, Old Xie, said expressionlessly, the preciousness of the coiling dragon spirit root, I believe that you're aware of it too. I told you the last time, the lowest is middle grade astral heavenly soul pill. But what you brought is low grade. How do you want me to exchange it with you? Old Xie, the astral heavenly soul pill is a mystic grade medicinal pill. How can it be that easy to refine? Isn't it making things difficult for people to want middle grade? Said the martial artist with his face reddened to the ears. Chapter 1140, Return to the Furnace and Reforging. Chapter 1140, Return to the Furnace and Reforging. Old Xie gave that person a glance and said coldly, not exchanging means not exchanging. Could it be that you still want to force a transaction? Ju Yun, don't you forget 9 Phoenix Islands rules. Mentioning the rules, Ju Yun immediately shriveled up. The rules on this 9 Phoenix Island were not to force a transaction, and not to kill a person and seize his goods. Upon discovering, immediately sentenced to death. Although the powerhouses here were many, there were completely none capable of reaching Heimeng's level of strength. Peak Void Mystic was not what anybody was capable of achieving. Yi Yuan watched by the side for a long time. At this time, he spoke up to that Old Xie, your coiling dragon spirit root, as long as it's a middle-grade astral heavenly soul pill, it will do? Old Xie looked at Yi Yuan and rolled his eyes. He said, as long as? Could it be that you can take it out? If you can take it out, so what if giving it to you? The Ju Yun by the side looked at Yi Yuan with a vigilant look. Clearly, he was really afraid of Yi Yuan taking out an astral heavenly soul pill. Yi Yuan smiled, but paid Old Xie no heed, and said to Ju Yun, this older brother, what do you think about this? I'll return your astral heavenly soul pill back to the furnace to reforge and refine it a bit. This coiling dragon spirit root, we each get half. The coiling dragon spirit root was greatly beneficial to body cultivators. Yi Yuan noticed that this Ju Yun was precisely a body cultivator. His strength had already reached peak divine king. Actually, when body cultivators reached an extremely high realm, they were even more terrifying than essence energy martial artists. Their body's defense could be rated as perverse. If carried on to cultivate an extremely formidable martial technique, it was virtually sweeping away those in the same rank. This coiling dragon spirit root was very important to Ju Yun. Hence, after he saw it the last time, he practically wiped out all of his savings, inviting the Alchemist Association's Alchemy Emperor powerhouse to refine the astral heavenly soul pill. But regretfully, the other party only refined out a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill. This almost made him go crazy. It was too bad that although Ju Yun's strength was not bad, he did not dare to offend the Alchemist Association's big shot. Moreover, inviting alchemists to refine pills was taking responsibility for the grade to begin with. Even if he found trouble with him, it was not reasonable either. Feeling helpless, he still came to the Nine Phoenix Island, wanting to find Old Xie to exchange for the coiling dragon spirit root. But Old Xie did not go for it at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's suggestion, Ju Yun had an astounded look. Once the medicinal pill was refined, it was basically fixed and unchangeable already. There were those capable of purifying a medicinal pill to raise its grade. But those were all existences who had reached the acme of perfection in alchemy Dao. Could this young man before their eyes accomplish it? Furthermore, the refining difficulty of the astral heavenly soul pill was immensely high. The difficulty of purification was even more unimaginable. Wanting to raise the grade, this was virtually an impossible to complete task. Young man, don't joke around. I know you guys are very strong, but pill refinement can't be spoken irresponsibly. Purifying the astral heavenly soul pill, even the Alchemist Association's Lord Chuanqing Zi probably can't accomplish it. You better forget it. Ju Young shook his head helplessly and said. Even if it was a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill, taking it out to sell could sell for quite a bit of money too. If he let Yi Yuan ruin it, that was not getting any benefits at all. Old Xie observed coldly from the sidelines and did not speak. But the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with was filled with scorn. Purifying a peak tier 9 medicinal pill, wasn't it talking nonsense? At this time, quite a few people were drawn over by the commotion over here, and all scoffed their contempt toward Yi Yuan. Although Ao Qian displayed extremely powerful strength, pill refinement was not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. The difficulty of purifying medicinal pills is several times greater than refining medicinal pills. This brat really dared to say it. This kind of irresponsible remarks, he really dared to boast. This brat is probably some reclusive super faction's young master, learned a few days of alchemy and really thinks himself to be extraordinary. Purifying a peak tier 9 medicinal pill, even Chairman Jing Fengtian won't dare to make this boast either, right? You look at that expression of his. One would even think that purifying medicinal pills is stir-frying vegetables. Medicinal pills was a very sensitive matter in this trade fair. Among these people surrounding and watching, there was no lack of some varying ranks of alchemists. They all knew that purifying peak tier 9 medicinal pills was even harder than refining some mystic-grade medicinal pills. This kind of thing was not easy to brag. Yi Yuan's age was too young. How could such an age possibly do it? Toward these people's ridicule, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it, but he said to Ju Yun, how about this? This medicinal pill of yours is already useless either way, so why not sell it to me? How's that? But after selling it to me, this coiling dragon spirit root, you won't have your share anymore. Ju Yun's expression changed, and a look of struggle involuntarily surfaced on his face. He really did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. But the expression on Yi Yuan's face was very calm, as if he had everything planned out. A low-grade spirit medicine, even if it was a tier 9 spirit medicine, the price was definitely already far beyond the capital he put in. Finally, Ju Yun gritted his teeth, seemingly making up his mind. Handing the medicinal pill to Yi Yuan, he said, This old man is going all out today. Refine it. If it's ruined, just take it as this old man working in vain for these few decades. His decision gave everyone a huge shock. Following that, was floodwaters like taunting. Old Jew, this gamble of yours is a bit big. Even if it's a low-grade astral heavenly soul pill, it's at least worth 50 million high-grade heaven essence crystals too. If it's ruined, there won't be a single cent anymore. Yeah. This boy's hair isn't even fully grown. Whether or not he knows alchemy is a question. You really dare to gamble. Ha ha ha, old Jew, if you don't want this medicinal pill, why not directly gift it to me? Ju Yun glared and said to everyone, this old man's medicinal pill, this old man is happy about it. What do you all care? But Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that. Receiving the medicinal pill from Ju Yun's hands, he said, a smart decision. Relax, I won't disappoint you. Boom. A thunderous loud bang. A 30,000 catty medicinal cauldron appeared in front of everyone. Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. Following Yi Yuan's dragon blood grade becoming higher and higher, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron's power also became greater and greater. This Dragon Sovereign Cauldron was an existence that was only lacking one step to be able to step into divine artifact back then. The power was immeasurable. When everyone recognized the power of this Dragon Sovereign Cauldron, they instantly could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan did not say a word. In front of everybody, he deployed the cleansing sandal sacred flame and started purifying the astral heavenly soul pill. Very soon, the mockery on those people's faces became astonishment. Yi Yuan's refining method was extremely profound. Even if they did not know alchemy, they actually became lost in wonder from watching too. Those people who knew alchemy were even more shocked to the core. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao level was more than 100 times stronger than them. This was the style of a great master. Similarly, among alchemy emperors who were watching, they discovered to their dismay that they could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement at all. The disparity in between this was too great. A master of his generation. This young man was absolutely an alchemy Dao master of his generation. At this moment, they were incomparably certain in their hearts. After roughly 2 hours, Yi Yuan collected the essence fire. Medicinal pill formed. When Ju Yun saw the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands, he was excited until his face turned red. Gambled correctly. Ha ha ha, this old man gambled correctly. Ha ha ha, Ju Yun was unbelievably agitated as he raised his head to the skies and laughed hard. Chapter 1141, Clues. Chapter 1141, Clues high grade, but smaller in size. Although the medicinal effect can't be compared to an actual high-grade pill, it should be more than adequate compared to middle grade. How is it? Yi Yuan Pares said the high-grade astral heavenly soul pill that was a size smaller in front of Old Xie. Because during the first refinement, many components were already lost. Yi Yuan was also unable to make it appear out of thin air. But through Yi Yuan's return to the furnace and reforging, the purity of the medicinal pill was more than a grade high, and it already reached high grade. It was just that the medicinal effect was definitely quite a bit worse compared to a genuine high grade. Old Xie trembled all over. Only now did he awaken, looking toward Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Until now, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Oh, of course, Old Xie said rather slowly. Then this coiling dragon spirit root, this young master is taking it away. Yi Yuan casually threw the medicinal pill to Old Xie. Reaching his hand out and grabbing, he threw the coiling dragon spirit root into the air. He casually pointed. A streak of sword energy shot towards that coiling dragon spirit root, directly dividing it into two. Old Jew, this is yours. Yi Yuan threw half of the coiling dragon spirit root to Ju Yun, while he put away the other half. This coiling dragon spirit root was similarly very important to Yi Yuan. His fleshly body power was stuck at the bottleneck of middle stage tier 9 to late stage. Following his fleshly body realm getting higher and higher, the remnant of the Primeval Dragon Bone's power was already becoming lacking. This Primeval Dragon Bone had, after all, experienced more than 1,000,000 years. The power had long waned a lot already. To be able to support Yi Yuan's cultivation all the way until now was already the limit. Right now, for Yi Yuan to want to have a breakthrough in fleshly body, There was only by relying on outside power. But this was not a major problem for Yi Yuan. He had quite a few pill formulas in his hand, all for body cultivators' usage. With this half-section coiling dragon spirit root, Yi Yuan was very confident in him breaking through to late-stage Tier 9. Ju Yun received the coiling dragon spirit root and was incomparably thrilled. This feeling of recovering what one previously lost was truly too wonderful. Although it was only half a section, if without this young man in front of him, not only would he not even get half a section, he would even suffer a major loss. Toward Yi Yuan, he only had Grat. 1 Tude remaining. Master, this Jew had eyes but couldn't see previously and Reb. Ut Ted Master. Master, please don't take offense. Ju Yun gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, who, SNTC head half of your coiling dragon spirit root, I should be hoping that you don't take offense. Really talking about it, Yi Yuan was considered to have gained something without risking anything of his own this time. Except, without his refinement, none of the three of them could get any benefits. But now, it was a win-win-win situation. Ju Yun hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master is too kind. Ju Yun wouldn't dare. It's just that, talking to the back, Ju Yun suddenly became bashful. How could Yi Yuan not see through his thoughts? He said with a smile, I can help you refine the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill. But you'll have to prepare the spirit medicines yourself. Body refinement reaching late-stage Tier 9, it was not that there was no way of advancing anymore. Corresponding to the void mystic of Essence Energy Realm, body refinement likewise still had room for improvement. Except, wanting to reach the body refinement's great circle of refinement realm, was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Hence, that was why Ju Yun viewed this half-section of coiling dragon spirit root incomparably importantly. If not for fear of the island's rules, he even had the thought of SNATC Hing. But now, Ju Yun was wildly elated when he heard Yi Yuan's words. With the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill, his fleshly body would be able to advance a step further. His strength would absolutely be able to rival initial stage void mystic powerhouses. This to him was undoubtedly ascending to the heavens in one bound. For body cultivators, the hardest step to take was this step. That is, of course. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Ju Yun was overjoyed and directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan with a thud. After this bout, everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. This young man was simply a freak. It was fine that his martial Dao cultivated to the 6th level Dao profound at a young age, his strength in alchemy was actually so terrifying. Master, I have a 200,000 years old cloud mist Qingluo. Do you want to come over and take a look? Master, I have an extreme desire mystic dew. Come and take a look. Master, I have a heavenly evil true fruit, do you require it or not? All of a sudden, Yi Yuan became a high-in-demand figure in this trade fair. Each time he came before a stall, he would be welcomed by people with smiles. The people in this trade fair, many would look at the treasures first, then exit the 9 Phoenix Island, and would then invite some alchemists to refine medicinal pills before carrying out the transaction. Now, Yi Yuan's appearance utterly smashed the status quo. He became a scalding hot figure on the island all at once. In a pavilion on the island, Duan Lingfeng's face was very grim. I truly didn't think that not only is this brat's martial Dao strength shocking, but he also has such terrifying strength in alchemy too, Duan Lingfeng said. Heimeng was clearly very surprised too. But he smiled and said, Old Third, we have ACC. You mulated staggering wealth in this 1,000 years. Could it be that you still take fancy on this bit of share? As long as Big Brother breaks through, what is there we want that can't be obtained? However, I also did not think that this brat's alchemy Dao strength was actually so terrifying. Second brother, now, I also feel that this brat is rather peculiar. Why not? We'd better kill him off. Duan Lingfeng said. Heimeng said in a solemn voice, wait a while more and see. As long as he doesn't stir up trouble, ignore him for the time being. Our objective is still the purple Lingji. When Big Brother moves out in time, disposing of them while he's at it isn't too late either. Duan Lingfeng heaved a sigh and said, all right then. Yi Yuan strolled for a long time, but he did not encounter things that moved him anymore. Of course, his primary objective was not to exchange goods with others, but to search for traces of Zhao Xingcheng. This trade fair had 1,000 people. Moreover, there were all sorts of races. The matter had Pares said for over 20 years too. Wanting to find clues was exceedingly difficult. In one day, Yi Yuan only merely sauntered half a street. This 9 Phoenix Island prepared residences for all of the guests. Although Yi Yuan's party came unexpectedly, there were still rooms available. In the evening, Zhu Yun dropped in, and he actually brought over the spirit medicines for refining the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill. It seemed like this guy already prepared a long time ago for this. Yi Yuan did not refuse either, directly accepting the spirit medicines and agreeing to refine for him. But the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan himself wanted to refine was a grade lower than the Crimson Firmament tyrannical body pill, called refined steel bone tempering pill. But this medicinal pill similarly required the coiling dragon spirit root. As for the other spirit medicines, Yi Yuan was not lacking of them. The second day, Yi Yuan did not show up in everyone's line of sight. This involuntarily made those stall owners somewhat disappointed. However, Ao Qian brought Zhao Qian along and continued searching for clues on the island. The third day morning, Yi Yuan walked out of his room and saw Zhao Qian currently pacing around in front of his door, appearing very anxious. The moment she saw Yi Yuan come out, she immediately came forward. "Looking at your appearance, is it possible that there's some discovery?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Zhao Qian nodded and said, "Young Master Yi, I discovered that a person actually has my father's treasure on him. Perhaps he's the person who exchanged the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea with my father." Chapter 1142. You just say yes or no. Chapter 1142. You just say yes or no. The person Zhao Qian was talking about was called Qiu Yuqiu. In this trade fair, he was a figure who was all the buzz too. This is because virtually every time he came over, he would bring some things that made people felt greatly moved. It was just that his things were too good. There were not many people capable of exchanging for them. This person's strength was very formidable too. Yi Yuan reckoned that he was at the very least not weaker than Zhao Lingdong. For an itinerant cultivator to be able to cultivate this kind of boundary, it was still very rare. "This brother, can you let you take a look at that copper coin on you?" Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. On that Qiu Yuqiu's body hung a copper coin. Don't look at how this copper coin was Yuna's summing. It was a transcendent grade holy artifact, capable of killing people imperceptibly. Yi Yuan had seen before this copper coin, so he recognized it at a glance. But Qiu Yuqiu did not even lift his eyelids. He did not make a sound, taking no notice as he basked in the sun, a look of pride. Ever since after that day, when Yi Yuan purified the medicinal pill, this was still the first person who had such an attitude towards him. Ao Qian was just about to fly off the handle when he saw the situation but was stopped by Yi Yuan. He smiled and pointed at the purple-colored Ganoderma on the booth and asked, "This purple Lingji of yours, how to exchange with it?" At this time, Qiu Yuqiu finally lifted his eyelids and stretched lazily as he said, "High-grade 100-flower heavenly fate pill. Provide the spirit medicines and pill formula on your own. If there isn't, go to one side and play." When the Ao Qian by the side heard these words, his temper flared up at once. "You're courting death. Just a lousy Ganoderma, to actually dare boast so shamelessly." Ao Qian roared. Ao Qian's roar immediately drew everyone's attention. Yi Yuan's company became everyone's focal point once again. Master Yi actually provoked Qiu Yuqiu. I say, will they come to blows or not? Qiu Yuqiu is famous for being a stone in the latrine, stinky and hard. This guy relied on the fact that he's able to find some natural treasures and has always been arrogant without limit. I didn't think that he also dared to be so arrogant toward Master Yi. Everyone talked at once. Clearly, this Qiu Yuqiu was famed for being condescending. However, Yi Yuan understood from Shark 1 there that this Qiu Yuqiu really had some capability. The things he found were virtually the best in this place. And that Silver Moon Heavenly Tea was precisely obtained from Qiu Yuqiu's hands 20 years ago. Qiu Yuqiu gave a cold laugh and said, "The lousy Ganoderma, it is this price. Either exchange or don't. Yi Yuan gestured at Ao Qian, stopping his outburst, and said coolly, Transcendent grade 100 flower heavenly fate pill. I want the purple lingji, the copper coin on you, plus some intel. Qiu Yuqiu choked up and finally sat upright, sizing Yi Yuan up seriously. This is for real. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you just say yes or no. Qiu Yuqiu said somberly, if you're really able to refine a transcendent grade 100 flower heavenly fate pill, of course it is yes. But, if you wreck it, don't blame me for taking action against you. Yi Yuan said coolly, before the medicinal pill is refined, it has nothing to do with you. 100 flower heavenly fate pill, as its name suggested, was refined with over 100 types of spirit flowers, with the power to artfully seize fate. To a powerhouse like Qiu Yuqiu, the most important was naturally comprehension toward heavenly Tao. If Yi Yuan really refined a transcendent grade 100 flower heavenly fate pill, it was sufficient to let his divine king domain expand as much as 200 feet. Don't look down on this 200 feet. This increase and its impact on his strength were not just a tiny bit. This radius of 200 feet, if he comprehended himself, it would likely need several hundred years. Yi Yuan helped him to save several hundred years of time all at once. How could he not be moved? While a high-grade 100 flower heavenly fate pill, at the very most, could only help him to expand a distance of 50 feet. The difference in this, Qiu Yuqiu was all too clear. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said to everybody in the surroundings, I need a 500,000 years old mystic citrus flower, a 200,000 years old. Yi Yuan reported over 30 types of flower names in one go, causing those stall owners to all check their inventories, to see if there were the corresponding flowers or not. These over 100 types of spirit flowers, Yi Yuan had over 60 types on him. Apart from several types of 500,000-year-old core medicines being harder to come across, the rest was not too big of an issue. This trade fair had 1,000 powerhouses. Gathering these 100 types of spirit flowers was not difficult either. For Yi Yuan to want to obtain these spirit flowers, it naturally meant helping them refine pills. Over 30 types of spirit flowers, these required over 30 types of medicinal pills. Furthermore, these medicinal pills were all Tier 9 medicinal pills. If it were other people, they would be exhausted to death. Yi Yuan directly planted the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron over there and started refining in full swing. Some ordinary Tier 9 medicinal pills were too easy to the current Yi Yuan. As long as he did not pursue quality, he could practically finish in an hour. Of course, even so, the lousiest that came out were high-grade medicinal pills too. Those people were dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's pill refining efficiency and the quality of the produced pills. They had never seen before which alchemist could refine pills like this. After a day and night, all of the medicinal pills were finished refining. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just where did a freak like Master Yi come from? This alchemy skill is too heaven-defying. Yeah. Alchemist Association's chairman, Jing Fengtian, is also inferior than him, right? Ha ha ha, mine is a transcendent grade medicinal pill. Profit. Big profit. Those stall owners without spirit flowers could only blankly watch others return fully loaded, with a look of envy. Such high-intensity refinement, and he could actually still refine such a high-quality pill. This alchemy skill was simply heaven-defying. Even the Qiu Yuqiu, whose eyes were at the top of his head, was also staring dumbfounded with his mouth gaping at this time too. Disregarding other things, just the 100 types of spirit flowers that this 100-flower heavenly fate pill required was tremendously hard to gather. He himself searched for over 10 years, and also merely gathered 30 to 40 types. But Yi Yuan only used a day's time and gathered over 30 types of spirit flowers. If he was able to gather the spirit medicine himself, he also would not utter making Yi Yuan provide the spirit medicines himself, this sort of words. This really made people at a loss for words. You only wanted over 30 types of spirit flowers. Could it be? Qiu Yuqiu went forward and asked rather hesitatingly. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, that's right. The other spirit flowers, I have them all. Hiss, everyone drew a cold breath. This sort of words simply made people hard to believe it. Over 100 types of spirit medicines. Disregarding that each kind was extremely rare, There at least had to be some that were not easy to find, right? Yi Yuan wanted over 30 types. Did that not mean that the remaining 60+ types, he had them all? If it were before, they would definitely turn their noses up at Yi Yuan's words. But now, it was not up to them to not believe. This Yi Yuan simply subverted their understanding. I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow morning, I'll help you refine the 100-flower heavenly fate pill. Finished talking, Yi Yuan strutted off, leaving behind everyone staring in bewilderment. Continuously refining for a day and night, Yi Yuan's expenditure was tremendous too. Refining mystic-grade medicinal pills were completely different from refining Tier 9 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan naturally had to adjust his condition well. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, Qiu Yuqiu's gaze shone. This Yi Yuan's performance made him have a bit more confidence out of the blue. Perhaps, he could really refine a transcendent grade 100-flower heavenly fate pill. Chapter 1143, 9 Phoenix Islands Problem. Chapter 1143, 9 Phoenix Islands Problem. On the 9 Phoenix Island, a vast majority of the stall owners stopped their businesses and came to watch Yi Yuan refine pills. A 6th-level Dao profound refining mystic-grade medicinal pills. This was absolutely a major news. Master Yi is really incredible, simply reaching the acme of pill refining heights. But can this mystic-grade medicinal pill be refined while skipping ranks? I really never heard of this before. If it were before, I'd definitely think that Master Yi was bragging. But now, I'm looking very forward to it. TSK, if Master Yi is really able to refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill, doesn't that mean that the divine realm gained another peak alchemy emperor? Isn't that so? Qiu Yuqiu, that old thing, likes to posture day in and day out. This time, he's finally going to get his face slapped, right? Qiu Yuqiu's relation with people was clearly not very good, resulting in many people all wanting to see the sight of him being face-slapped by Yi Yuan, utterly subduing him. The moment the Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron activated, the skies turned dark. 9 stars formation diagram blotted out the sky and obscured the sun akin to Mount Tai bearing down. Immediately, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. This is the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. Master Yi actually already grasped the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art at a young age. No wonder he dared to talk so big. Never ate before pork, but there were still quite a few people who had seen pigs run before. The moment the 9 stars formation diagram opened up, somebody immediately cried out in shock. People who were able to activate the 9 stars formation diagram and use the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art could absolutely be counted on one's fingers in the divine realm. How could this Master Yi's alchemy Dao strength still allow them to call into question? Along with the 9 dim stars in the sky being lit up one by one, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Yi Yuan's refinement was very casual, not as taxing as everyone imagined. After 2 days, the medicinal pill was done. Without any surprises, transcendent grade. Even in his previous life, Yi Yuan could already refine mystic-grade medicinal pills with the greatest of ease. Now, his divine soul was gradually converted into a golden divine soul. His soul force was God knows how much stronger than his previous life. Controlling it did not expend much effort. How is it? Can we exchange now? Yi Yuan took out the medicinal pills and came before Qiu Yuqiu, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Qiu Yuqiu's entire person was still in a state of shock. Being told by Yi Yuan like this, only then did he come back to his senses. He carefully received the medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hands and put it away solemnly before sing the purple lingji to Yi Yuan. Although the purple lingji was good, Yi Yuan did not care at all. What he minded even more was the copper coin and information. Qiu Yuqiu's brain was constantly in the midst of short-circuiting these 2 days. Only when he saw Yi Yuan still staring at him did he quickly awaken, taking off the copper coin at his waist and sing it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan received the copper coin and casually said it to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian received the copper coin tremblingly and nodded her head to Yi Yuan, extremely agitated. Yi Yuan understood and said to Qiu Yuqiu, "This older brother, can we walk and talk?" Qiu Yuqiu was long utterly cowed into submission by Yi Yuan already. How could he not agree at this time? At once, he nodded his head and followed Yi Yuan along. Upon entering Yi Yuan's residence, Qiu Yuqiu's heart suddenly thumped. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped his entire body. He knew that he had fallen into a certain kill grand array. Yi Yuan set up a miniature 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation around this house. Once Qiu Yuqiu entered inside, Yi Yuan immediately activated the array formation. For Qiu Yuqiu to dare to come in, one reason was that he was bold, stemming from his superb skills. The other was that there were several island masters holding down the fort. However, he did not think that Yi Yuan actually laid down a certain kill grand array here. His expression darkened, and the joyous mood of obtaining the medicinal pill instantly disappeared in a flash. What's the meaning of this? Qiu Yuqiu said solemnly. Yi Yuan's expression also darkened, and he said coldly, I'm only asking you a few questions. If I'm not very satisfied, then I'm sorry. Talking to the back, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. Only then did Qiu Yuqiu discover that this seemingly only 6th level Dao profound young man was not as simple as he looked on the surface. No, wait, he was never simple before at all. Merely asking a few questions. Is there a need to pull out such a great lineup? Just directly ask and wouldn't it do, said Qiu Yuqiu, pretending to be calm. But Yi Yuan's killing intent did not diminish in the slightest as he said coldly, around 20 years ago, was there a mysterious martial artist who bought Silver Moon Heavenly Tea off from your hands? Actually, Qiu Yuqiu already had some guesses in his heart long ago and knew that Yi Yuan was aiming for that copper coin's owner. He nodded his head at once and said, there was indeed such a matter. Then, after he exchanged for the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea from your hands, where did he go? Yi Yuan asked somberly. Ever since seeing that copper coin, Yi Yuan suspected whether or not Qiu Yuqiu sneak attacked Zhao Xingqing afterward, keeping the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea for himself again. Who knew that Qiu Yuqiu just said coolly, that person was secretive and mysterious. He wasn't willing to reveal his ident. One tie either. After we finished transacting, he left the 9 Phoenix Island. How would I know where he went to? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, you're sure that he left? Qiu Yuqiu said with an unhappy look, that person was secretive and mysterious, but his opening move was bold and forthright. The things that he exhibited at the market were much more valuable than the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea. Plus, that copper coin, I earned more for sure and not lose anything. If you don't believe me, let's just fight. What's with so much crap? This Qiu Yuqiu's personality was very unsociable and eccentric. Many people on the island did not like him. If not for his strength being powerful, and he had the capability of searching for treasures, he would have long been squeezed away from people. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression eased up, and he suddenly said, then do you know whether the people on this island frequently go missing or not? Actually, Yi Yuan's suspicion toward Qiu Yuqiu was not very big. His solitary personality was disdainful to do this sort of thing. Rather, these few island masters, Yi Yuan harbored suspicions in his heart. Such a trade fair seemed very fair. It was just providing a trading venue for everyone. But thinking deeper, wasn't this kind of place precisely a venue provided for themselves to screen treasures? That Heimeng's strength was so formidable. If he had any devious thoughts, it was too easy. Except, it seemed like although there were quite a few newcomers who joined this place, those old faces were still here. Everyone had long lowered their guards against these few island masters already. In fact, they might even be grateful toward these island masters instead. After all, people who obtained the treasures they wanted from here, and thereby broke through, were many. I know what you mean. That's right, people come and go on this island. Each time, there are different people coming and different people leaving. But, talking up to here, Qiu Yuqiu deliberately paused for a bit, looking at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly waiting for him to carry on talking. Yi Yuan frowned and said, but each time, the change is insignificant. Hence, other people didn't detect it at all. After all, being delayed by matters in the outside world, or being unwilling to come, are all a possibility. Qiu Yuqiu smiled lightly and said, smart. Those fools who think themselves infallible and even thought that those few island masters are some good people. They also didn't think much about it. How is there a meat pie falling from the sky, such a good thing? Cho Yucho said these words. He had actually become aware of this island's problem long ago. Chapter 1144, Night Interrogation. Chapter 1144, Night Interrogation Swoos. Plus it was night time. A light noise suddenly came from outside the window. But Hong Dao, who was currently cultivating, furrowed his brows and dashed out. A black silhouette was currently speeding in the direction of the back mountain. Why does that profile look like Yi Yuan, that brat? Not good. That brat wants to infiltrate the back mountain. Hong Dao did not even think about it and sped over towards that figure. In a blink of an eye, the two people traveled several dozen miles. That figure's speed in front clearly could not compare to Hong Dao. It looked like Hong Dao was going to catch up to that black silhouette. A hint of a disdainful smile flashed past the corners of his mouth, and he yelled, "Halt!" That figure ahead stopped and could not help turning around. Hong Dao focused his eyes and looked. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? But right at this time, Hong Dao suddenly discovered to his surprise that Yi Yuan's eyes were currently looking at him. Buzz! Hong Dao only felt his head go dizzy, then he did not know anything anymore. Two dark figures dashed out from inside the forest right beside and arrived beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Ao Qian and Qiu Yeqiu. Seeing Hong Dao's transfixed appearance, Qiu Yeqiu could not help darting Yi Yuan a fearful glance and marveled, young brother Yi's methods truly emerge in never-ending streams. This Hong Dao is, at any rate, a void mystic powerhouse too. He actually did not have the least bit of strength to retaliate under your divine soul attack. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Trifling tricks. Made a fool of myself." The corners of Qiu Yeqiu twitched a bit but did not say anything else. This kind of means was not what trifling tricks, these two words, could accompli. Plus just earlier, Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack and the sun-moon heavenly pupil at the same time, instantly subduing Hong Dao. Dealing with Hong Dao was Qiu Yeqiu's suggestion. He said that this Hong Dao was the most foolhardy among the three island masters. His strength was the weakest too. If he wanted to inquire about something, dealing with him was the easiest. But Qiu Yeqiu never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan subdued Hong Dao so effortlessly. He was currently making a comparison, whether or not he could retreat completely unscathed if he was suddenly ambushed by Yi Yuan like this. The answer was, completely no confidence. Yi Yuan came in front of Hong Dao and opened his mouth and said, "I'll ask you, over 20 years ago, there was a mysterious person who exchanged for the Silver Moon heavenly tea on the 9 Phoenix Island. Do you know where he went to or not? With Yi Yuan's present soul force, unleash. Hi plusing a divine soul attack when caught completely unawares, Hong Dao's divine soul immediately suffered serious injuries. Then coupled with the sun-moon heavenly eyes illusionary art, controlling Hong Dao was easily accomplished. Of course, this was also because Hong Dao did not take He Meng's words to heart at all, and underestimated Yi Yuan too much. If it were Duan Lingfeng, it definitely would not be like so. Hong Dao was already thoroughly controlled by Yi Yuan and answered woodenly, "Kano." He exchanged for the Silver Moon heavenly tea, and then, he wanted to immediately return to Tranquil Sun City, and, he was killed by me on the way, SNTC hing the Silver Moon heavenly tea. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's heart twitched violently. A kind of emotion called sorrow instantly filled his chest. Although he had long known that Zhao Xingqing should be fraught with grim possibilities, in the depths of his heart, he still hung on to a trace of hope. Perhaps Zhao Xingqing was only locked up. Maybe. However, there was no more maybe. When Hong Dao, this murderer, personally said it, even though Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago, his heart still ached inexplicably. "My deepest sympathies, my lord," Ao Qian consoled. Ever since he followed Yi Yuan, it was still his first time seeing Yi Yuan so mournful. Currently, Yi Yuan was trembling all over. Clearly, he was enraged to the extreme. The chestful of sorrow already turned a chestful of hatred at this time. He wished to ground this Hong Dao to dust. Only after a while did Yi Yuan calm down a little. He asked with a grim look, What did you guys snatch the silver moon heavenly tea for? The Hong Dao, who fell for the illusionary art, was completely oblivious towards Yi Yuan's fury. He still answered Yi Yuan's question woodenly. Big brother unexpectedly obtained an ancient pill formula, are requiring many 1 million-year-old spirit medicines. Therefore, Big Brother thought of this plan, to set up a trade fair on the 9 Phoenix Island, drawing everybody over to trade. This way, we'll be able to accrue those spirit medicines. The current Yi Yuan was already beside himself with anger. These few fellows were simply unscrupulous and perverse, to actually use this sort of method to collect spirit medicines. They did not delay their cultivation. Either way, there were others going to find spirit medicines on their behalf. When they finished exchanging and went out, these few guys would rely on their strength being powerful and secretly kill these dealers. I'll ask you again, just how many people have you guys killed in this 1,000 years? Yi Yuan practically squeezed these few words from the gaps of his teeth. Didn't he count before? Got 1,000 people, I guess. Hong Dao was oblivious and spilled everything out. Ao Qian and Qiu Yeqiu exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. Unknowingly, over this 1,000 years, 1,000 people had actually already died imperceptibly. Qiu Yeqiu had also partook. 1p8'd in this trade fair for 100 years already. Even he also did not detect that so many people would actually have died at this trade fair. Looks like these few island masters had hauled God knows how much benefits in secret. To think that the itinerant cultivators on this island all still felt boundless gratitude towards them. Then, the trade fair this time, do you guys have a target? Yi Yuan asked again. Have. Purple Lingji. Hong Dao's words made Qiu Yeqiu's expression change. If he did not exchange this purple Lingji out at the transaction this time, then wouldn't their target be him? Thinking up to here, Qiu Yeqiu involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Under Yi Yuan's random stumbling about, it actually saved his life. At this time, Qiu Yeqiu's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became somewhat different. He had always come and went freely his entire life and had never felt gratitude towards anyone before. But this time, it was not up to him to not be grateful. If not for Yi Yuan, his several thousand years of cultivation would probably be ruined in one day. Alright, I'll ask you one last question. Your big brother, Heavenspan Island Master, who on earth is he? Yi Yuan asked. Hong Dao opened his mouth and was just about to speak when a terrifying aura surged to the skies. Who is it? To actually dare be rampant on my 9 Phoenix Island. This voice was precisely Hei Meng. It seemed like that monstrous fury of Yi Yuan's previously had alerted Hei Meng. However, it already did not matter. This battle was unavoidable. Swiss. H. Plus a neat and tidy slash. Hong Dao's head separated from his body. It was also considered to have taken revenge for Zhao Xingchen, this old friend of his. However, even though he killed Hong Dao, the fury in Yi Yuan's heart did not diminish the least bit. This Hong Dao was merely a machine to kill. The true culprit was still the Heavenspan Island Master. He was going to take a look today at just what kind of person this Heavenspan Island Master was. Fourth brother. A fearsome roar transmitted over. Hei Meng just happened to see the scene of Hong Dao's head separating from his body. Yi Yuan, our 9 Phoenix Island have no grudge nor enmity with you. You actually dared to kill my fourth brother. You're seeking death here. Hei Meng howled. Yi Yuan looked at Hei Meng with a smile that was not a smile and said, no grudge, and no enmity, is it? Chapter 1145, Heavenspan Island Master. Chapter 1145, Heavenspan Island Master R. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Hei Meng opened his divine king domain fully. A streak of terrifying water sword stabbed straight for Yi Yuan. It was that. How could Ao Qian give him the opportunity? Dragon prancing the 4 seas caught this streak of water sword, class HI plussing together with Hei Meng. At this time, Duan Lingfeng rushed over too. Brat, you dared to kill my fourth brother, I'll exterminate you. Duan Lingfeng said with a furious roar. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to even glance at him, saying to Qiu Yeqiu, this guy will be left to you. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Chiu Yetcho froze and said with a nod, no problem. This place, apart from the Heavenspan Island Master and Heimeng, there isn't a person who can make me dread yet. Yi Yuan said with a nod, that's good then. Done talking, Yi Yuan immediately lifted his feet and headed over toward the back mountain. Duan Lingfeng was stopped by Chiu Yetcho. But seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth revealed a look of ridicule, and he said, punk, you really take our 9 Phoenix Island to be easy to need. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus 5 silhouettes suddenly appeared, directly enclosing Yi Yuan in tightly. These 5 people were actually all Void Mystic Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan had seen before these 5 people. They were all people at the trade fair. Very clearly, these were the chess pieces they concealed among those people. Seeing this scene, Chiu Yetcho's expression changed drastically. But Ao Chen did not even turn his head around. Seeing that composed appearance of Ao Chen's, Heimeng's heart involuntarily thumped, thinking to himself that it was not good. Kill. 5 great Void Mystic powerhouses instantly opened up their Divine King domains and charged over towards Yi Yuan. However, 5 rays of terrifying sword light flashed and faded. The 5 people's voices abruptly cut off. Duan Lingfeng, who was in the heat of fierce battle, almost got hit by Chiu Yetcho's move. He was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. Instant kill. A 6th level Dao Profound actually instant killed 5 Void Mystic powerhouses. Although these 5 people's strength was only at the beginnings of Void Mystic was Void Mystic. They were not what Dao Profound realm martial artists were capable of dealing with. Actually, the shock in Chiu Yetcho's heart was not much lesser compared to Duan Lingfeng in the slightest. If not for being overly shocked, that blow earlier would have already succeeded. He truly did not think that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so formidable. Also, that sword just now. Divine artifact. It was absolutely a divine artifact. Apart from Ao Chen, monstrous waves that dashed to the skies were stirred up in everyone's hearts. These people had more or less heard about the Divine Realm's matters when walking about outside. The news of Ji Qingyun seizing possession and possessing a divine artifact, and charging back to the Divine Realm, they had heard to some extent. Then the ident. One tie of this young man before their eyes was almost certain. Chiu Yetcho was incredibly shocked. Only now did he know why Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were so heaven-defying. Yi Yuan killed 5 people, his figure speeding rapidly, heading towards the back mountain. Along the way, Yi Yuan said through many powerful restrictions. But these restrictions were as easy as blowing off dust to him. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at a cave. A figure walked out from inside the cave with slow steps. But a hideous mask was worn on his face. This person was definitely that legendary Heavenspan Island Master. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. Very clearly, he was even more powerful than Heimeng. Yi Yuan was bold, stemming from superb skills, relying on the fact that he had the art of greater teleportation. He directly barged inside. When the person who just arrived saw Yi Yuan, he actually unwittingly heaved a sigh and said, "Why is there a need? You take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. You and I stay in our own lanes and mind our own business, but you insist on provoking me." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter, and he opened his mouth to say, "You know me?" Hearing the meaning in the other party's words, it seemed like he was quite familiar with him, involuntarily giving Yi Yuan a shock. "Who? So what if no, so what if don't know? Leave behind the purple Lingji and immediately leave the 9 Phoenix Island. I can give you a way out," the mysterious person said. But Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, Then do you feel that I'll do as you say or not? Don't do it, and you'll die," the Heavenspan Island Master said indifferently, his words revealing thick confidence. Of course, he had this strength to be confident too. But Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "You planned this trade fair, making so many martial artists ended up as tools to collect treasures for you. Originally, this has nothing to do with me. But you never should have killed Zhao Xingchen." What made Yi Yuan surprised was that the Heavenspan Island Master fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, according to what I know, your relations HI plus P with Zhao Xingchen doesn't seem to have reached this extent, right? The other party's words made Yi Yuan even more certain that this person was definitely someone that he knew. Furthermore, even though this person hid in close seclusion in this back mountain, he knew about the outside world's matters like the palm of his hand. The other party clearly knew his ident. One Tai as Ji Qingyun. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "That's my business. Since you instigated Hong Dao to kill Zhao Xingchen, pay it with your life then. Otherwise, how can I answer to his spirit in heaven?" The Heavenspan Island master let out a sigh and said, "This 9 Phoenix Islands trade fair, the reason why I only roped in some itinerant cultivators was in order to not startle the various major factions. That Zhao Xingchen deliberately concealed his ident. One Tai. I only knew his ident. One Tai when I killed him and obtained the things inside his storage ring too. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made a move either." Hearing the meaning in his words, it actually had some attitude of remorse. "Enough nonsense, and show your true abilities. Your crimes are inexpiable. It's also time to pay your debts." Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. The evil extermination sword came out of its sheath. But when the Heavenspan Island master saw it, he praised, "Heh, the ancient evil extermination sword, indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Looks like you've already obtained the divine sword's recognition." The Heavenspan Island master's words made Yi Yuan's expression change. This person seemed to know many secrets that other people were unaware of. This made Yi Yuan dread towards him rise another level. This Heavenspan Island master was not easy to deal with. Right then, the Heavenspan Island master slowly took out a long sword. This sword was thin and elegant, forming an extremely distinct contrast with the evil extermination divine sword's boldness and unrestrainedness. When Yi Yuan saw the sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Divine artifact. The sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand was similarly a divine sword. Clank. The long sword in the Heavenspan Island master's hand actually emitted a light ringing sound. It seemed like it was actually brother Iming with fighting intent. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He and the evil extermination divine sword were connected in heart and soul. He actually discovered that the evil extermination sword also had a baffling kind of restlessness. In this world, people who possess divine artifacts are not just you alone. Feel it. My Zia wants to battle once more with the evil extermination sword, said the Heavenspan Island master. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look, not quite understanding the situation. When the Heavenspan Island master saw the situation, he smiled and said, "A million years ago, before Daoist Absolute Heaven rose up, he once had an opponent called Su Wo. Su Wo was a sword fanatic. His lifelong goal was to defeat Absolute Heaven. But sadly, the disparity between him and Absolute Heaven pulled greater and greater apart instead. In the end, he died because hatred consumed him. In this life, I obtained Su Wo's inheritance. This Zia encountering the evil extermination sword once again, do you think it can stay indifferent and not be agitated?" Chapter 1146. Casting a Bright Pearl into Darkness. Chapter 1146. Casting a bright pearl into darkness. Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked. The rise of a powerhouse of his generation was bound to step on the corpses of countless geniuses. Very clearly, this Su Wo was a stepping stone on the road on Absolute Heaven ascension to the summit. It was just that, although Su Wo died, his divine sword did not die. A million years later, Divine Sword Zia and Divine Sword Evil Extermination met once more. This was the encounter of fate. Sensing the battle intent coming from Evil Extermination, Yi Yuan had an understanding in his heart. Since I obtained your recognition, how can I lose face for Senior Absolute Heaven? If Su Wo wants to battle, then we'll grant his wish. Let him know that even after a million years, he's still Traz. Plus Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The Heavenspan Island master smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Stop dreaming. Absolute Heaven being able to firmly suppress Su Wo was because his cultivation realm was evenly matched with Su Wo. But you're merely 6th level Dao profound right now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So what if 6th level Dao Profound? Dealing with you, it's sufficient." The Heavenspan Island Master raised his head to the sky and laughed hard as he said, "Fine. Then I'll take a look at whether you truly have this capability or not." Clank. The Heavenspan Island Master released an off-handed streak of sword light. This sword was incomparably dazzling. It was indeed the might of a divine artifact. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber. Evil Extermination suddenly made a move. Boom. Two rays of sword energy that displayed their edge to the fullest extent collided together, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. The Heavenspan Island Master was peak Divine King Essence Energy Realm and also wielded the Divine Sword Xia. Overpowering Yi Yuan was all too normal. However, the Heavenspan Island Master emitted a soft sound of surprise and said, "Your fleshly body already reached late-stage Tier 9. Truly remarkable. Your divine soul is likely almost reaching the Great Circle of Perfection realm already, right? TSK, when your essence energy realm rises up, essence, energy, and spirit unifying into one, you'll have a chance to sort that transcendent deity realm. Oh, almost forgot. Your heart realm already reached Heaven-Man Unity too. Truly an unrivaled genius. No wonder the Evil Extermination Divine Sword would choose you. That sword move earlier, if it were an ordinary 6th level Dao Profound, even if he had Yi Yuan's strength, he would sustain serious injuries under the tremendous impact too. But Yi Yuan relied on his powerful fleshly body and tyrannical tyrant dragon regeneration art as well as the extremely strong defense Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. Yi Yuan actually only felt his blood and qi in turmoil for a moment. This scene, it was not up to the Heavenspan Island Master to not be amazed. However, Yi Yuan was likewise incomparably surprised in his heart. This Heavenspan Island Master seemed to know him fairly well. He actually even know about his Heaven-Man Unity heart realm. This made Yi Yuan even more curious about the Heavenspan Island Master's ident. "One Tai. Who on earth are you?" Yi Yuan said solemnly. "Who, when you defeat me, this trash, you'll naturally know. But you definitely won't have the chance. Watch closely. This is Xia's ultimate move, Sword Shadow accompanying." His voice had yet to fade when the Heavenspan Island Master's figure suddenly disappeared from sight. The next instant, a sword already arrived at Yi Yuan's throat area. This sword was inconceivable swift. One would completely unable to use eyes to watch it. The name Sword Shadow accompanying lived up to its name. However, with a clank, Evil Extermination stabbed diagonally upwards, colliding right against Xia without any deviation. An overwhelming force transmitted over. The Heavenspan Island Master only felt the webbing between the thumb and index finger tremble. The divine sword nearly slipped off his hand. Having consumed the refined steel bone tempering pill, Yi Yuan's fleshly body already successfully broke through to late-stage Tier 9. His immense strength, coupled with the Evil Extermination Sword formula's power of divine Dao laws, even ordinary void mystic powerhouses would be unable to withstand it. This shock was by no means insignificant. Different from Yi Yuan, the Heavenspan Island Master did not produce a resonance with the Xia divine sword. This step, not anybody could achieve it. However, the Heavenspan Island Master obtained Su Wo's divine art. Practicing his divine inscriptions, he already had a preliminary understanding to some extent. This was also the reason why he could overpoweringly suppress Hei Meng and become the head island master. In terms of strength, the Heavenspan Island Master was already very close to the 10 great divine kings. It was just a pity that who he ran into was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's heart realm already reached the Great Circle of Perfection realm. Even if his sword was any faster, it was also not undetectable. Moreover, Yi Yuan possessed the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's ocular powers. Capturing the figure of the Heavenspan Island Master was truly accomplished with ease. Even if the Heavenspan Island Master was any faster, he was only a void mystic powerhouse too. He still did not reach the level of deity realm. Yi Yuan coped with unexpected events by sticking to a fundamental principle. No matter how fast his sword was, he did not withdraw either. Impossible. How can he possibly capture my sword? This is the quicksword released with the power of divine Dao laws. It was the first time the Heavenspan Island Master was alarmed. Swoosh. Plus the Heavenspan Island Master unleashed his sword once again. Sword shadows that filled the skies were akin to shadows following Russ. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan. This was not cast by some divine ability but by the Heavenspan Island Master's true body. It was just that his figure was unimaginably swift, that was why it left behind countless afterimages in the entire sky. Clank, clank, clank. Waves of clear and crisp metal class. Plussing sounds transmitted over. Sparks flew everywhere. The more he fought, the more alarmed Heavenspan Island Master got. From start to end, Yi Yuan stood there and did not move. He just unleashed his sword again and again non-stop. But he was just unable to sneak attack Yi Yuan, not even once. His every movement and action were completely within Yi Yuan's grasp. When a quicksword was not quick, it was equivalent to having both hands tied up by people. How to continue fight? Clank. Borrowing the recoil force, the Heavenspan Island Master retreated, looking at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. The sword is a fine sword. It's too bad that you can't unleash its strength. Sigh, casting a bright pearl into darkness. With Yi Yuan's sigh, the Heavenspan Island Master's face turned green. His sword emitted a light humming noise once more, clearly very unresigned to it. The encounter a million years later, it actually still had to lose to evil extermination once again. How could it feel reconciled with it? All right. You already attacked. My turn now. Yi Yuan's words made the Heavenspan Island Master's expression turn somber. He had yet to react when Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. The Heavenspan Island Master's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, greater teleportation. However, there was not much time for him to be astonished. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. However, the Heavenspan Island Master had comprehended some divine Tao laws. He still caught Yi Yuan's traces in the end. Sword intent connecting to divinity, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared from within the void, stabbing straight for the Heavenspan Island Master's left rib. The ribs were extremely hard to defend area. This move of Yi Yuan's was to strike him and leave him unable to save himself. This move, Yi Yuan poured in divine essence, his killing intent not held back in the slightest. He did not have the intention of being soft-hearted and irresolute. No matter who the other party was, he had to die. But the Heavenspan Island Master's strength was even stronger than Cloudski's. Clearly, he was not so easy to be killed. Boom. Yi Yuan's evil extermination sword was actually blocked. The Heavenspan Island Master was pushed back 1,000 feet away, spraying out a mouthful of blood. He already suffered a huge loss. This sword failing did not exceed Yi Yuan's expectations. The Heavenspan Island Master, this level of existence, was not that easy to kill. Crack. Right at this time, the Heavenspan Island Master's hideous mask actually split at the center, revealing a face that Yi Yuan was very familiar with. Seeing this face, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. He said, "So, it's you." Chapter 1147, Terrifying Divine King Domain. Chapter 1147, Terrifying Divine King Domain. Under the mask was a sage-like appearance. He looked like he was just an old man with a benevolent countenance. Even Yi Yuan was also cheated by this old man. This person was actually Han Qingzi, who presided over Yi Yuan's alchemy battle in Cloudmarsh City. Honestly speaking, when he saw this face, Yi Yuan was shocked too. In the divine realm, Han Qingzi could be said to be a rare clearstream and would never take part in any conflicts. His reputation was very good. Yi Yuan never would have dreamed that this guy was actually such a slaughterer who posed as a person of high morals. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled that when the immemorial medicine garden opened back then, he never saw Han Qingzi's traces all along. Since he went to Cloudmarsh City, it was impossible to not enter the immemorial medicine garden to take a look. Yi Yuan did not pay any attention at that time. Looking at it now, this guy had definitely hidden in an obscure corner all along, waiting for the right moment. And it was precisely because of his cautiousness that he avoided the calamity that time. The depth of this person's cunningness was seriously too terrifying. He also did not expect that Han Qingzi's martial Dao strength was actually so formidable. Looks like I was overly persistent. Dealing with you, why is there a need for the divine sword? Han Qingzi did not care about Yi Yuan's astonishment and had an appearance of sudden enlightenment. Very clearly, the time of Han Qingzi obtaining Su Wo's inheritances was not very long. Yi Yuan reckoned that it was also just the likes of over 1,000 years. It was also precisely from that time that he set up such a trade fair, developing it in secret, only awaiting to soar to the skies in one bound. Over 1,000 years, Han Qingzi did not walk very far out along the true great Tao of the sword. He was at best equally matched in strength with Yi Yuan right now. However, the divine sword Xia was ultimately not evil extermination's opponent. This was already a fact that was verified before 1,000,000 years ago. Yi Yuan looked at him and said contemptuously, "You don't even trust your own sword, how can you win me? Killing you, just divine king domain is sufficient." Han Qingzi gave a cold laugh. His divine king domain suddenly activated. A violent sword intent instantly filled the entire stretch of space. His divine king domain was even broader than He Meng's. It actually reached 20,000 feet. What Han Qingzi said was right. Him using divine art to battle Yi Yuan was met with counterattacks each time. Although the power of the divine king domain was inferior to the divine sword, with the divine sword's augmentation, not only was the power of his divine king domain stronger, the area covered was even wider. But this sword domain was very heterogeneous. The divine sword Xia still emitted light quivering sounds. Clearly, it was quite opposed to this. Divine swords had spirits. It was expressing its displeasure toward Han Qingzi's way of doing things. Within 20,000 feet radius, Yi Yuan could not even execute greater teleportation and was directly shrouded by the divine king domain. For a moment, he seemingly sunk into a sea of swords. Yi Yuan's divine king domain was directly shattered by himself. Currently, it was unable to condense at all. At this time, he could only rely on the evil extermination sword in his hand to forcefully resist these sword intents. Reaching the realm of the 10 great divine kings, they were already disdainful to use divine king domains anymore. Like the heaven-stabilizing divine king, when he was dealing with Yi Yuan, he directly overpowered with divine Dao laws. In front of divine Dao laws, any divine king domain was trash. However, Han Qingzi's current strength was at the stage between void mystic powerhouses, closing in on the 10 great divine kings. His divine Dao comprehensions were also just that tiny bit stronger than Yi Yuan's. He was completely unable to crush Yi Yuan. But the sword intent in his divine king domain carried divine Dao laws. It was much stronger compared to ordinary divine king domains. Even if Yi Yuan brandished the evil extermination sword until not even a drop of water could trickle through, it was hard to ward off the all-pervasive sword intent too. This was the terrifying aspect of a divine king domain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ever-present sword intent stabbed at every opportunity, slicing onto Yi Yuan's body every now and then. Before long, Yi Yuan's body had a series of additional injuries. The injuries became deeper and deeper, while the blood flowed more and more, looking gruesomely horrific. Ha ha ha, truly what a shame. A genius like you is indeed absolute heaven's one and only successor. It's just a pity that geniuses are all short-lived ghost. Absolute heaven was like this. You are similarly like so. Han Qingzi's essence energy was thick, pus. Hi+ing the divine king domain to the limits, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath at all. At this time, the 9 Phoenix Island was long already in a chaotic mess. Han Qingzi was an alchemy pathmaster. He had operated on this island for over 1,000 years and naturally would not have just this bit of manpower. Apart from He Meng and Duan Lingfeng, a void mystic powerhouse clashed together with Jiang Taizong. As for Quang Tianming, Yi Yuan left Elder Tan and Zhao Qian to him for safety. When those stall owners saw this battle array, how could they still dare to stay? Each and every one ran away from the island. What made Qiu Yuqiu rather surprised was that at this time, Shark One actually joined the group battle, dealing with Duan Lingfeng together with him. With him joining in, Duan Lingfeng's pressure skyrocketed. Meanwhile, He Meng and Ao Qian were locked in a fierce struggle. Within a short time, there was no way of determining the victor. The commotion of a 20,000 feet divine king domain was extremely great. When the Ao Qian and Qiu Yuqiu, who were currently in the heat of fierce fighting at the front mountain, detected this power, their expressions changed drastically. Ao Qian examined himself and thought that under such a powerful divine king domain, he would lose for sure beyond all doubt. Furthermore, he knew that His Excellency's art of greater teleportation only had a distance of 10,000 feet. Ha ha ha, you're going to lose if your mind is wandering. But don't you worry, when elder brother takes care of that punk, he'll come and send you guys down below to accompany him. When He Meng saw this divine king domain, he was wildly exhilarated. Han Qingzi's strength, he was all too clear. Although that brat's strength was not bad, encountering his elder brother, that was absolutely certain death without chances of survival. Ao Qian's expression darkened, and he involuntarily increased essence energy some more, wanting to end the battle fast. But He Meng clearly detected his intentions and was not in a hurry at this time anymore. Instead, he fought a seesaw battle with him. Ao Qian's strength was a slight notch above He Meng's. But wanting to take He Meng down was not something that could be done in a short time. This way, his heart burned with even greater anxiety. Big brother Kwong, do you think, young master, ye will be fine or not? Over here, when Zhao Qian saw that divine king domain, her face was nervous until it became deathly pale. Kwong Tianming's complexion was not good either. But he still consoled, relax, Yi Yuan won't be defeated so easily. These words even sounded rather uncertain to himself. The expression of Elder Tan by the side changed again and again but did not say anything. Clearly, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan too. Over 20,000 radius divine king domain, this was too terrifying. According to what he knew, the 8 great super holy lands' holy lord strengths were also merely 10,000 over feet. Yi Yuan wielded the sword and guarded his vital areas. But the ever-encroaching sword intent still made the injuries on his body become more and more severe. Although his black tortoise treasure body divine art progressed at a remarkable pace, facing sword intent that contained divine Tao laws, it was still not quite adequate to look at. Unless he could cultivate the human path chapter to the great circle of perfection realm, then he could disregard these sword intents. But sadly, he could not do it. Haha, Ji Qingyun, I gave you the chance, but you insist on wanting to deliver yourself to death. Now, I'll see what you have to take revenge. En. Han Qingzi was currently being pleased with himself when all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 1148, Domain of Sword. Chapter 1148, Domain of Sword. In order to conserve essence energy, Yi Yuan's defensive circle was very small to begin with. Under the Divine King domain, the originally very small defensive circle was still full of flaws. But Han Qingzi discovered to his surprise that Yi Yuan's weak points were becoming lesser and lesser. Under the 20,000 feet sword domain, Yi Yuan was as though a small rowboat in the ocean, swaying in the midst of a raging storm, possible to capsize at any time. However, Yi Yuan's defensive circle actually became more and more rounded out. At first, Han Qingzi did not take notice. But, along with the passing of time, interference of him breaking through Yi Yuan's defenses became greater and greater. He finally noticed something amiss. Domain of Sword. This is impossible. You haven't broken through to deity realm, how can you possibly grasp the domain of sword? Han Qingzi said in aghast. Han Qingzi saw everything as clearly as a blazing fire inside the Divine King domain. The 20,000-foot Divine King domain actually had a small area that was slowly breaking away from his control. One had to know that inside the Divine King domain, he was a god. But now, he was currently sensing that this small chunk of area was currently being slowly hollowed out. A pure to the extreme domain of sword was currently slowly forming. Just as Sky Distant said, this Divine King domain was only an abnormal product under the present heavenly Tao. Fusing concepts and comprehending Divine King domain were a road that must be taken for present peak Divine Kings. In terms of power, it was naturally much stronger compared to ordinary Divine King powerhouses. But the true power of domain was not this kind of fused deformed product. Han Qingzi obtained Su Wo's inheritance and knew that only genuine deity realm powerhouses could grasp the power of domains. In the ancient era, deity realm powerhouses would not divert their attention to other things and comprehend many kinds of supreme true intents. All of them comprehended one type of concept to the great circle of perfection, then comprehended divine Tao laws, breaking through to deity realm. Finally, forming a divine Tao domain belonging to themselves. Han Qingzi had infiltrated the immemorial medicine garden before and knew that Yi Yuan had long comprehended a divine king domain already. But he was very curious why Yi Yuan did not put it to good use all along. He did not know that Yi Yuan had long stopped using his divine king domain and focused wholeheartedly on Sword Tao. However, Han Qingzi never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan actually comprehended a true domain of sword in battle. A pure domain of sword. Similarly, a domain, but a genuine domain of sword was way stronger compared to a divine king domain. This was the true great Tao source power. It was the domain power condensed from divine Tao laws. Inside this area of domain, Yi Yuan was the absolute divinity. No way. Take the chance that he hasn't completed it yet. I got to kill him. Han Qingzi's expression turned cold, killing intent revealing in its entirety. Ji Qingyun, you forced me. Zun Wind 1 character sword, kill. Han Qingzi raised the divine sword Zia, his entire person giving off an imposing momentum that penetrated everything. This sword was Han Qingzi's stronger martial technique. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually able to force him to use this move. Following the word kill leaving his mouth, Han Qingzi's figure abruptly vanished. All of the sword intent condensed into one line, tearing through the sky. This required exceedingly high control towards sword intent. It could be said that Han Qingzi's sword intent already reached the acme of perfection among void mystic powerhouses. The might of this sword, even Ao Qian's dragon prancing the four seas might not be able to block it too. A terrifying power spread out, making the hearts of the people who were currently concerned about Yi Yuan palpitate. This attack was too powerful. Even when separated from so far away, they sensed the threatening sword energy too. Clank. A clear class. Hi-plussing sound. Han Qingzi's eyes turned intent, his gaze revealing a dumbstruck look. Yi Yuan actually blocked his sword of his, using the sword's tip. Two great divine artifacts colliding, sword energy overflowed. The berserk sword intent suffused everywhere, slicing the rocks, trees, into pieces. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not understand what on earth happened at the back mountain, to actually cause such a great commotion. Sensing that sword intent, which overflowed out, Heimeng's expression changed greatly. This was two sword intents, one was his big brother's. The other, no need to think, it was definitely Yi Yuan's. He was truly unable to understand how a measly little 6th level Tao profound could actually accomplish to this sort of extent. Could it be that a 6th level divine king was actually able to rival the big brother who was comparable to the 10 great divine kings? This was also a bit too preposterous, right? Boom. A bolt of lightning landed, slamming right on top of the island. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically once more. Young Master Yi broke through. His fine. Zhao Qian said in pleasant surprise. Elder Tan watched that roiling tribulation cloud, incomparably shocked in his heart. Just what kind of freak was this Ji Qingyun? To actually be able to fight with that Heavenspan Island master to this extent. Even if he broke through right now, he was also merely just 7th level Tao profound. Ji Qingyun, who returned anew completely, could not be judged with common sense. Do you hear Zia's unwillingness? It can lose, but it's unwilling to be defeated like this. Although you obtained Su Wo's inheritance, you didn't comprehend the quintessence of his sword intent. You took a heretical path instead. A person like you isn't fit to use a sword. That instance when evil extermination and Zia clashed together, Yi Yuan's domain of sword was finally completed. After shattering his divine king domain, he finally condensed the power of domain anew once more. And this time, it was a genuine power of domain. Perhaps, in the present divine realm, it was one-of-a-kind existence. Even though it was only 20 square feet, within this 20 feet radius, Yi Yuan was the absolute hegemon. Even a void mystic powerhouse's divine king domain would not cut it too. And right now, Han Qingzi was precisely within the radius of this 20 feet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A terrifying sword intent instantly broke his divine king domain, completely destroying the divine king domain within the 20 feet radius. Pewalk. Sword intent that carried divine Tao laws virtually breached Han Qingzi's protective essence energy instantly, severely wounding him. Boom. A bolt of heavenly tribulation landed. But when it reached the 20 feet radius of Yi Yuan, it was like it bu-emped into an invisible barrier, directly dissipating into nothing. The might of heavenly tribulation actually could not breach his domain of sword. Han Qingzi collapsed weakly onto the ground, his body already riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Yi Yuan's domain of sword was just like a meat grinder, utterly pulverizing him. Impossible. All the way until now, Han Qingzi still did not dare to believe everything before his eyes. How could a 6th-level Tao profound martial artist possibly beat him? Furthermore, it was even under the Cirque stances of him possessing a divine artifact. Looking at the Han Qingzi on the verge of death, Yi Yuan did not have much sympathy. Martial Tao world, slaughter originally had no cause for much criticism. But Han Qingzi's approach was overly beneath contempt. Most importantly, he was the chief instigator who killed Zhao Xingchen. Just based on this, Yi Yuan had to kill him. Yi Yuan came before Han Qingzi slowly and said indifferently, "You and I are also considered to have some friends. Hi+P. If not because you killed Zhao Xingchen, I could have let you off. Now, do you have any last words?" Haha, cough, cough, cough. Han Qingzi suddenly started laughing. But due to his injuries being too severe, it brought up violent coughing. Ji Qingyun, you're indeed a genius. However, you obtained absolute heaven's legacy. The fiend race won't let you off. See cough, cough. Yi Yuan shook his head and let out a sigh as he said, "Are these your last words?" Chapter 1149, Forbidden Zone. Chapter 1149, Forbidden Zone. Boom, boom. Multiple bolts of heavenly tribulation landed. Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone stared at him dumbfoundedly, unable to use words to describe their emotions at all. My God, what did I see? Is there transcending tribulation like that? Freak. Master Yi is simply a freak. Heavenly tribulation actually automatically dissipated when it reached 20 feet above his head. What on earth did he do? Master Yi came out. Then, is it possible that he killed the Heavenspan Island master? There were still some bold stall owners quietly observing the development of the situation the whole time. When they saw the scene of heavenly tribulation cras, plussing down on top of Yi Yuan's head, yet he was slowly walking out, this scene was deeply imprinted in their minds, never to forget for all their lives. Zhao Qian saw Yi Yuan appear and was extremely agitated as she said to Kuang Tianming, "Young Master Yi is all right. Fantastic, it's really wonderful." Just earlier, sensing that powerful divine king domain, Zhao Qian's heart was almost about to jump out. Only all the way until she saw Yi Yuan at this time did she finally set her mind at ease. When Kuang Tianming saw Yi Yuan, he also let out a sigh of relief. However, then he was even more shocked. He sensed that Yi Yuan seemed to be somewhat different. Prior to this, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing his keen edge. But now, Yi Yuan's every movement and action seemed to encompass the lingering charm, the great Tao. The lingering charm of the great Tao of sword. That was the great Tao that he, Kuang Tianming, pursued his entire life. Finally, the last bolt of heavenly tribulation landed but was still unable to make Yi Yuan's countenance changed in the slightest. 20 feet away from his body, it immediately scattered and disappeared. When Heimeng saw this scene, his eyeballs became wide circles. Right now, he only had one thought remaining, that was to run. Boom. Heimeng shook off Ao Qian with a palm and urged his movement technique to the limits, attempting to flee the Nine Phoenix Island. However, how could Yi Yuan possibly give him the chance? Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes and already lost sight of Yi Yuan, as if he had disappeared into thin air. The next instant, Yi Yuan already showed up, blocking He Meng's retreat route. 20,000 feet. Following Yi Yuan breaking through to 7th level Divine Dao, plus Divine Dao Law's comprehension deepening, the distance of his art of greater teleportation directly double. Seeing this scene, He Meng's face revealed a look of despair. Are you doing it yourself or having me do it? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, You really killed Big Brother? Up till now, He Meng still did not dare to believe that a 6th level Dao Profound was capable of killing his elder brother. Looks like you didn't come to understand it. Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just nonchalantly said a sentence and was about to make a move. Hang on. See, could it be that there's no other path to take? I surrender. I'll be the same as him, be your servant. He Meng pointed at Ao Qian and said. At this time, Duan Lingfeng was already restrained by Qiu Yuqiu's and Shark One's combined force. Hearing these words, he said furiously, He Meng, you dare to betray Big Brother. But He Meng barked angrily, you shut your mouth for me. Big Brother is already dead. A fine bird chooses a tree to perch on, Duan Lingfeng said angrily, you traitor. Death is just death for a real man. What's there to be scared of? Pooh. Want to die? You go and die, don't drag me to be a scapegoat. The two people were currently bickering incessantly, but Yi Yuan said indifferently, all right, a subordinate like you, I feel it beneath my dignity to take in. Make a move, I'll give you an opportunity to attack. He Meng's expression changed, and he revealed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, his divine king domain opened up and crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Ao Qian's expression changed, and he shouted, My lord, be careful. Yi Yuan just stood there, completely without the intention of avoiding. The next instant, a scene that made everyone stare speechlessly with their mouths agape happened. He Meng's divine king domain directly sieved through 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan took a step forward. He Meng's divine king domain actually seemed to voluntarily open up a path. What kind of martial technique is this? It's too powerful. It looks like a divine king domain. But it seems to be somewhat different too. Previously, when Master Yi was transcending tribulation, even heavenly tribulation was unable to breach 20 feet in front of him too. Now, it's like this too. Could it be that the area 20 feet in front of him is a forbidden zone? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Because this scene before their eyes completely subverted their understanding. The battle between divine king domains was absolutely not this sort of situation. They could not even sense that Yi Yuan used essence energy. It was as if the area 20 feet in front of him was a forbidden zone. No body was able to breach it. Seeing this scene, He Meng's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan strolled over leisurely, akin to a large mountain cruise. Hi plussing towards him, making him unable to catch his breath at all. Even when facing an opponent like Ao Qian, He Meng also did not feel such pressure before. Flee. At this time, He Meng's entire mind was only left with this one thought. Even if he knew that he could not escape anymore. Divine King domain withdrawing, He Meng turned around and fled. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. The next instant, something that made everyone's scalps tingle occurred. When Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more, he was already 20 feet in front of He Meng. Everyone only heard a series of miserable cries. He Meng was directly ground into pieces by countless sword energy. Even if his sea-race fleshy body was very powerful, he fell silent in the end too. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Toward Yi Yuan's might, they had a clear understanding. Even Ao Qian could not resist shrinking his neck back a bit too. How did my lord become so powerful in a blink of an eye? He fought with He Meng for a long time and was deeply aware of He Meng's might. But did not expect that he was finished off by His Excellency so effortlessly. It seemed like in front of His Excellency, divine king domains completely became ornament. Just what kind of cultivation method was this? But he also perceived that what Yi Yuan used was a martial technique similar to domains. It was just that, Yi Yuan's domain was many times stronger than theirs. When the people knew about the few island masters' actions, each and every one of them felt anger, but then it changed to lingering fear. If this trade fair kept on continuing, who knew when they would be disposed of? Of course, each and every one of them was overflowing with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan, they would still be treated like fools by people all along, becoming tools to transport treasures. Zhao Qian was already informed of the news of father being killed, completely crying her eyes out. She searched bitterly for father's traces these few years, hanging on to a trace of hope all along. But now, the hope was finally still extinguished. Toward Zhao Qian, Yi Yuan had an additional portion of regret in his heart. What plans do you have currently? Yi Yuan found Zhao Qian and asked. Zhao Qian shook her head and said, I don't know. Young Master Yi, thank you for helping my father take revenge. But, my father is dead. I'm feeling completely messed up right now. Zhao Qian had already washed her face with tears these few days. Now, talking about her father, her eyes became red again. Chapter 1150, Welcoming with a Solemn Ceremony. Chapter 1150, Welcoming with a Solemn Ceremony. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh, but he still did not know how he should console Zhao Qian. Regarding Zhao Xingqian's death, Yi Yuan was still rather guilty in his heart. He did not kill Zhao Xingqian, but Zhao Xingqian died because of him. Back then, he requested Zhao Xingqian to search for spirit medicines. He did not think that Zhao Xingqian actually put forth that much effort either, resulting in braving risks himself and losing his life. Why, young Master Yi, can you lend me your shoulder to lean on? Zhao Qian said with tears in her eyes. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and reached his hand out and lightly pulled Zhao Qian into his embrace and said, if you wish to continue running the Meteor Trading Company, after this matter is over, I'll go and exterminate the Polar Trading Company. In the future, this divine realm only has the Meteor Trading Company, a single firm, running a monopoly. The lovely body of the Zhao Qian in his embrace shuddered when she heard that. A bout of warmth flowed into the pit of her heart. One sentence, it made Zhao Qian's sky that fell down be mended again. This man before her eyes was the heavens. She did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan had this strength. Even the Heavenspan Island Master, that kind of existence, died under Yi Yuan's sword. Yi Yuan's present strength felt like it already surpassed, said the 8 great super holy lands' holy lords. The 9 great trading companies in the past, the strongest Polar Trading Company was also merely a quasi-super holy land. Even if the Polar Trading Company was being controlled by the fiend race presently, for Yi Yuan to want to exterminate it, it was as easy as flipping over his hand. For the Meteor Trading Company to want to replace the Polar Trading Company was also merely a matter of a word from Yi Yuan. She believed that even the 8 great super holy lands' holy lords did not dare to come forward to say anything either. Thank you, young Master Yi, Zhao Qian said softly. Far from thanking. Brother Zhao and I were on great terms. You provided considerable assistance to me as well. Right now, the Meteor Trading Company encountering distress, it's proper and reasonable that I can't sit idly by and remain indifferent, Yi Yuan said. He did not say the matter of Zhao Xingqian hunting the Silver Moon Heavenly Tea on his behalf. The old friend was already gone. Why was there a need to let a crack arise between him and Zhao Qian? Yi Yuan already made up his mind. In the future, Zhao Qian's matters were his, Yi Yuan's, matters. Who knew that Zhao Qian let out a sigh and said, Zhao Qian indeed likes running operations a lot. It's just that these days, the fiend race is restless and eager for action. In the midst of turbulent times, how can the Meteor Trading Company pay attention to one's own moral uplift without thought of others? After today, I'll arrange for all of the Meteor Trading Company's affairs to cease all activities, hiding our edge. After young Master Yi quells the fiend race, the Meteor Trading Company will make a comeback. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, may as well. On this matter, Zhao Qian clearly thought more thoroughly than him. My lord, the clan has already sent news. The Patriarch agreed to your terms and approves of using 1,000,000-year-old pearl have-tears to exchange for the Purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill. On this day, Shark One came to see Yi Yuan, finally bringing the news of the Merman clan. Toward this, Yi Yuan was not surprised. He already exhibited his alchemy skills. As long as Shark One was not an idiot, he should know that the people capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill in this world, nobody else was worthy except him. This way, Pearl Have Tears was also considered to have landed in his pocket. Counting in Pearl Have Tears, Yi Yuan already collected 6 of the 9 core medicines at present. There was only left with the final 3. He also did not think that the progress of the Tao-defying pill would be so smooth sailing. Yi Yuan slew Han Qingzi, put away his storage ring, and indeed discovered quite a few good things. And that stalk of Silver Moon Heavenly Tea was currently lying inside the storage ring quietly, completely intact. Over 1,000 years ago, Han Qingzi obtained Su Wo's inheritance. And in his inheritance, there was an ancient mystic grade pill formula that could have the effect of filling one with wisdom and enlightenment, helping him to comprehend the power of divine Tao laws. Han Qingzi's comprehension of divine Tao laws already reached the middle of a bottleneck. As long as he took one more stop, he would be able to truly transcend the realm of void mystic and reach the level of competing with the 10 great divine kings. It was just a shame that he was still missing one last spirit medicine, the purple Lingji. In the end, it still fell short of success at the last stage. The refining difficulty of this ancient pill formula was exceedingly high. But Han Qingzi himself was a peak alchemy emperor. He had the strength to refine it. Except, this pill formula was somewhat of little value to Yi Yuan. With his comprehension ability, he did not require whatever filling with wisdom at all. For Han Qingzi to be able to comprehend divine Tao laws and become a peak alchemy emperor, his comprehension ability in itself was already extraordinarily high. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan, it was still far too lacking. With Yi Yuan comprehending the domain of sword, the evil extermination sword formula already officially attained a higher level of mastery, reaching the extent of the first level's great circle of perfection. According to what Sky Distant said, the evil extermination sword formula was divided into 3 levels. When Yi Yuan cultivated these 3 levels to the great circle of perfection realm, he would be able to activate the vast heaven sword art that absolute heaven left behind inside the vast heaven stele. The evil extermination sword formula was actually the elementary part of the vast heaven sword art. This vast heaven sword art was completely different from other cultivation methods. Inclusive of the heaven stabilizing divine king, they all directly comprehended divine Tao cultivation methods. But Yi Yuan did not even enter the gates of the vast heaven sword art currently. However, even if he did not cross the threshold, Yi Yuan's current strength was also already sufficiently powerful. Perhaps he was still a bit inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. But, facing void mystic powerhouses, he could easily kill them. As for the Xia divine sword as well as Su Wo's divine Tao cultivation method, Yi Yuan was not stingy, sing them to the extreme sword divine king, Quang Tianming. Quang Tianming's lifelong goal was the extremities of sword Tao. Yet, Yi Yuan, who came late, said those who were in front. Yi Yuan already thoroughly said him. But, on this point, Quang Tianming already had a clear estimation of himself in the previous life, acknowledging that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. However, this did not hinder his heart of pursuing sword Tao. Obtaining Su Wo's inheritance, it was as if he obtained a priceless treasure. He entered the vast heaven Paji Oda to go into close seclusion and cultivate. With this set of cultivation methods, it might not be an impossibility for Quang Tianming to be ranked amongst the 10 great divine kings in the future. Yi Yuan believed that this set of cultivation methods in Quang Tianming's hands would absolutely be much more valuable compared to in Han Qingzi's hands. Quang Tianming never would have dreamed that he would one day be able to obtain a divine sword and a set of divine Tao sword art. The relations Hi+P between him and Yi Yuan already did not need excessive words. He secretly resolved his heart to definitely assist Yi Yuan in this lifetime and exterminate the fiend race. If Su Wo knew that his successor became absolute heaven's successor's right-hand man a million years later, who knew what he would think? The group of people entered the Merman clan's territory through an impressive array. The Ghana Sky Sea region's underwater world had always been the human race's restricted area. Any and all humans who came down, basically all would die. The might of the sea race was actually by no means inferior to the human race. It was just that fighting on land, less than 70% of their strength could be unleashed. They were naturally unwilling to go ash. However, underwater, their strength was incomparably terrifying. In contrast, once human martial artists enter below water, their strength would be greatly discounted. Unless, what they cultivated just happened to be a water attribute cultivation method. What Yi Yuan cultivated was not a water attribute cultivation method. But now that he comprehended the domain of sword, places that he said through, the water would automatically retreat a distance of 20 feet, making it not too different from ash. Seeing this scene, Shark One was also extremely shocked in his heart. Ahead, a group of sea folks came to welcome them. A merman at the front wore a crown on his head. His aura was extremely powerful. His Majesty heard of Your Excellency's alchemy Dao's strength, and he decided to personally come forward to receive you. Shark One explained by the side. Chapter 1151, Bad Terms on Meeting. Chapter 1151, Bad Terms on Meeting. Along the way, through Shark One's introduction, Yi Yuan got to know that the Merman clan's king was called Tong. His strength was fearsome. Upon meeting today, it indeed lived up to the reputation. Yi Yuan has seen Your Majesty. Yi Yuan cupped his fists, considered to have paid his respects. His way of doing things made the group of powerhouses behind His Majesty change countenance agitatedly. Audacious human. To actually dare be so impertinent towards His Majesty. Insolence. Seen His Majesty and still not bowing. Your Majesty, this boy is haughty and rude. He definitely doesn't have much capability. Perhaps, he's here to swindle the Pearl Have Tears. Tong had yet to say anything when those Merman clan powerhouses behind him already erupted. Yi Yuan's attitude made them very displeased. In their view, humans were lowly. Seeing His Majesty, they should give a solemn bow. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, that was all Shark One saying it when he returned. They all had not witnessed with their own eyes. Now, when they saw that Yi Yuan was only 7th level Dao Profound, all of them could not help looking down on him, thinking that Yi Yuan was deliberately deceiving them. Alchemists capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill also had to reach divine king realm no matter what, right? Not just them, even when Tong saw Yi Yuan, he had a disappointed look too. Shark One praised how very powerful Yi Yuan was previously, but he did not mention Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation. Him coming out to welcome in high spirits could be said to be very sincere already. But seeing that Yi Yuan was only 7th level Dao Profound, he was naturally greatly disappointed. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone, and his expression turned intent as he said, His Majesty hasn't even spoken yet, and each and every one of you jumped out. Do you have any respect for His Majesty at all? Could it be that the Merman clan's officials are all so insolent? With just one sentence, it made those merfolks who were jumping around instantly become mute. Why, Your Majesty, we didn't mean that. Tong waved his hand, indicating for them to shut up. He then said to Yi Yuan, Young man, you really have confidence in refining the purple void vitality spirit pill? I'll say the nasty things first. If you let this king discover that you're making a fool out of our Merman clan, this king definitely won't spare you. Only when those Merman powerhouses saw that His Majesty did not have the intention of pursuing it did they let out a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Your Majesty, I haven't even entered the front door yet, and you're threatening me. Could it be that this is your Merman clan's hospitality? Also, doesn't Your Majesty know that alchemists can't be offended? Your attitude, this young master don't dare to guarantee what the HLL refine out. Yi Yuan originally did not want to be overbearing. Who knew that this bunch of fellows went from bad to worse? He originally saw Tong receive personally and was even a little bit moved. He did not think that Tong was also a stuck-up fellow. If not for the Pearl Have Tears, he would have just left without saying goodbye. Alchemists naturally could not be offended, because it was seriously too easy for them to want to do a little underhanded trick in the medicinal pill. At that time, they would not even know how they died. Tong had underestimated Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, he would not say such words either. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. This was a blatant threat. In this underwater world, There was actually someone who dared to threaten the Merman clan's king. Truly had no idea of death or danger. You dare to threaten this king? Tong's eyes glared. A terrifying aura pressed over towards Yi Yuan. However, when this aura arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it actually directly dissipated into nothing, as if it had never appeared before. Seeing this scene, Tong's two eyes could not help turning intent, and he put away the belittling intent. This young man did not seem to be as simple as on the surface. By the side, Shark One saw that the situation seemed to be getting rather out of control and hurriedly stepped forward to resolve the awkwardness by saying, "Haha, everybody, calm down, calm down. Your Majesty, Master Yi is absolutely the most formidable alchemist that this official has seen, not one of. Don't humans have a phrase called seeing is believing? Not personally seeing his strength, how can one easily deny it?" Tong gave him a glance and said coolly, "All right then. Whatever there is, go back to the clan first before talking." Shark One hurriedly came before Yi Yuan and apologized vigorously. The clansman did not know Yi Yuan's terror, but he was deeply aware of Yi Yuan's terrifying aspects. How Yi Yuan killed the Heavenspan Island master, he did not see it. But the spectacle of Yi Yuan killing He Meng was still vivid in his mind. 2 Astonis. Hi plus ing. It was just that saying this sort of words, no body would believe at all. A 7th level Dao profound martial artist actually finished off a peak void mystic powerhouse so effortlessly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "This minor thing, I naturally won't take it to heart. But I don't wish for people to come and provoke me." The moment Shark One heard, he hurriedly nodded his head and voiced his assent, "Your Excellency, rest assured. When Shark One returns to the clan, I'll explain to His Majesty." Bad terms on the first meeting. Actually, Yi Yuan was very understanding of the Merman clan's thoughts too. He was seriously too young. It was very easy to give people the impression that young people could not be trusted with important tasks. In reality, it was also not once or twice that he encountered such a thing. As long as these people did not act blind and provoke him, everything could be discussed. After all, he really needed a 1 million-year-old pearl have tears too. "Shark One, look what you've done. You sent Shark 3 back, saying that you found a very formidable alchemist. But what kind of person did you bring back?" Upon returning to the clan, Shark One first arranged residences for Yi Yuan's party, then hurriedly came to find Tong to explain. Of course, what greeted him was Tong's raving bellows. "Exactly. Shark One, His Majesty saw that you're normally sharp, that's why he let you go to the 9 Phoenix Island to handle affairs. But you brought back such a brat whose hair isn't even fully grown. What can he do? Shark One, don't think that we don't know if we don't go ash. ORE. The human race's apex alchemists, how can they be of this age? Aren't you messing around here?" Not just Tong, the Merfolk clan's clansmen also started to reprove Shark One. It was seriously that the feeling Yi Yuan gave him was too unreliable. Originally, they heard Shark One boast until flowers cascaded from the skies. Now, upon seeing Yi Yuan, this contrast was too great. Shark One did not defend himself either, just quietly waiting for these guys to finish reproving before laughing coldly and said, 9 Phoenix Island? That has already become the past. Shark One, what's the meaning of your words? Tong's gaze turned intent, and he asked. No idea why, he had a feeling that the meaning in Shark One's words seemed like this matter had some connections with Yi Yuan. Shark One gave a bow toward Tong, then told the events that happened on the 9 Phoenix Island exactly as it was. Impossible. That He Meng is the blood brother of the Black Shark clan's king. His cultivation was only slightly inferior to the Black Shark clan's king. How can a mere 7th level Dao profound human possibly kill him? Shark One, your ability of cooking up wild tales is getting more and more impressive. That brat looks to be around 30 years old. Even though his strength is decent, to say killing He Meng, isn't it preposterous? Shark One met with the clansman questioning the moment he finished telling. Telling this sort of words, no body would believe it either. However, Tong became lost in thought. Chapter 1152, The High Priest Knows. Chapter 1152, The High Priest Knows. You're saying that the 20 feet in front of him is a restricted area? Tong asked with furrowed brows. Shark One nodded his and said, ain't that right? When Master Yi was transcending tribulation, so many people were watching. The power of that heavenly tribulation absolutely rivals the all-out attack of a void mystic powerhouse. But that heavenly tribulation actually spontaneously dissipated when it reached 20 feet in front of him. Thinking of Yi Yuan's God slaying like 20 feet restricted area back then, Shark One still had lingering fear in his heart until now. But Tong fell silent when he heard it. Him releasing pressure previously also carried the intention of probing. But just as Shark One said, when his aura arrived 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was no longer able to advance an inch further. With his strength, going to pressure a 7th level Dao profound, such a bizarre situation had never occurred before. Shark One, then how confident do you feel this Yi Yuan refining the purple void vitality spirit pill is? You're also aware of the importance of the purple void vitality spirit pill to Zunna, Tong inquired. When Shark One heard, he said with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, pill refinement this sort of thing, who can guarantee? Even our sea race's alchemists, likely no one dares to say this sort of words to Your Majesty either, right? However, I witnessed Master Yi's alchemy skills with my own eyes. It absolutely reached the acme of perfection. This point, Shark Two can bear witness. Shark Two immediately said when he heard, Your Majesty, Shark Two can bear witness. Master Yi's alchemy Dao is absolutely seldom seen in my lifetime. High Priest Li, talking up to here, Shark Two suddenly felt like he spoke too much and hurriedly shut up. However, everyone understood his meaning. High Priest Li was far inferior to Master Yi Yuan. High Priest Li was the most formidable alchemist of the Merfolk clan. His alchemy Dao's strength was also among the very best in the entire sea race. It was just that, his temper was very explosive. The matter of finding Yi Yuan to come and refine pills, Tong deliberately hid from him. He was afraid of him jumping out and causing trouble. When Tong heard that, he let out a sigh and said, although that's the case, the purple void vitality spirit pill is Zunna's last hope. Tong also knew that the purple void vitality spirit pill was not easy to refine. But he lost himself in his concern and somewhat lost his composure for a moment. Mystic-grade medicinal pills, how many alchemists dared to guarantee that they could 100% refine it? The purple void vitality spirit pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even Yi Yuan also just saw it in records. The difficulty of refining could be imagined. Forget about 100%, the sea race's alchemists did not have even 5% assurance. Listening to what Shark One saw and heard on the 9 Phoenix Island, those Merfolk powerhouses all felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. They were still half doubtful, half believing. Could a 7th level Dao profound human martial artist have such terrifying martial Dao strength and alchemy Dao strength? This sounded like a fairy tale no matter what. But they were not worried either. Alchemy, this sort of thing, ultimately needed one to showcase their true abilities. If they discovered that Yi Yuan was only here to swindle the Pearl Have Tears, his outcome would definitely be very tragic. This large group of people was discussing official matters when all of a sudden, there was a subordinate who came to report fluid US Turdley. Your Majesty, not good. Things are not good. Tong's expression turned sullen, and he reproached, kicking up a big fuss for what? Don't you see that we're discussing official business? That subordinate said, High Priest Li, he went to challenge that human alchemist. That subordinate's words made everyone's expression change. Tong's face turned black, and he said, Didn't I say that nobody is allowed to let him know? What's the matter with you all? Who let it slip out of their mouths? Beat them to death for me. Wait a minute, Your Majesty. Since High Priest Li wants to go and challenge him, then why don't we push the boat along the current and witness his alchemy Dao's strength a bit? At this time, an elder stopped Tong. Tong's eyes lit up, thinking that this idea was good. But the expression of Shark One by the side changed. But when he saw His Majesty's highly spirited appearance, he sensibly shut his mouth. He knew that if he did not let them take a look at Master Yi's strength, they would not give up. After reaching the residence, Yi Yuan studied the Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. This cultivation method was indeed incomparably powerful. If he could cultivate the Human Path chapter to the realm of Tier 9 Great Circle of Perfection, it was virtually impervious to blades and swords. Unless it was the 10 great divine kings, that kind of powerhouses who grasped divine Tao laws, even if he stood there and did not move, ordinary martial artists probably could not even breach his defenses. The Black Tortoise clan's defensive prowess was indeed powerful until it made people despair. It was just that this cultivation method was not easy to cultivate. Even if Yi Yuan's horizons were exceedingly broad and his foundation was exceptionally good, he could only cultivate to the 5th level too. There was still a very great distance away from the 9th level. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds interrupted Yi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Clearly, he was very displeased towards this sort of interruption. Opening the door to take a look, it was a Merfolk clan's little girl. Different from the Merfolk clan's men's hideousness, this clan's women were all beautiful like celestials. They were even more beautiful than the vast majority of human girls. This young lady in front of him was precisely the girl that Shark One arranged to be in charge of his daily life and accommodations, called Lian Qiu. Toward this little girl, Yi Yuan was still very satisfied. She was beautiful, obedient, and very sensible. He instructed her not to come and disturb. Could it be that something happened? Yi Yuan had yet to figure out what was happening and was dragged out by Lian Qiu. As she ran, she explained, "Your Excellency, quickly go." High Priest Li heard that His Majesty invited a human alchemist over and is greatly enraged, and is already plussing over here. High Priest Li's martial Dao's cultivation is extremely formidable. Furthermore, his temper is very bad. I'm afraid that he will hurt you. Hurry up and leave from the back door. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled. He did not expect that this little servant girl was actually still so concerned about him. Yi Yuan's figure stopped. How could Lian Qiu be Yi Yuan's match? With a bounce, she actually bu-emped into Yi Yuan's embrace. A masculine figure hit her head-on, making Lian Qiu involuntarily flush bright red. Yi Yuan asked with a smile, "I'm just a human, so why do you want to help me?" Lian Qiu used pure eyes to look at Yi Yuan and said in puzzlement, Lord Shark One made me take care of you. I naturally can't let anything happen to you." Talking up to here, she suddenly came back to her senses, dragging Yi Yuan's hand and was about to go, saying anxiously, "Oh no, Your Excellency, there's no time, quickly leave. High Priest Li is going to reach soon." But Yi Yuan was unwilling to go and said with a faint smile, "Who, if I can't even best your clan's high priest, do you think that Shark One will invite me back? Relax. On account of your face, I won't fuss over trifles with him." The moment Lian Qiu heard, she was dumbstruck. Not fuss over trifles with the high priest. In her eyes, the high priest was a paramount existence, second only to His Majesty. But this young man before her eyes looked to be merely 30+ years of age no matter how one looked. What right did he have to say such raving words? But Lian Qiu also felt that what Yi Yuan said was very reasonable. If Lord Shark One felt that Yi Yuan was inferior to the high priest, why would he invite him back? Just as Lian Qiu was wavering hesitantly, High Priest Li rushed over in great haste. Chapter 1153, On-the-Spot Teaching. Chapter 1153, On-the-Spot Teaching. Where's the human alchemist? Where's the human alchemist? Quickly get out here for this seat. A boorish, loud voice shook until the building was about to collapse. Stop shouting, I'm here. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out, while Lian Qiu followed behind him carefully, her eyes filled with worry. When Li saw Yi Yuan, his gaze was filled with disdain. Did Shark One that brat lose his head? Finding a brat like you over, is this making fun of our Merfolk clan? This seat already came to an agreement with His Majesty and was going to help Zun'er refine the Purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill. Is Shark One this punk finding trouble? Li's voice was like a resounding bell, shocking until people's eardrums hurt. This appearance did not look like a person who did pill refinement, this kind of meticulous work. Yi Yuan said coolly, you say making fun, that works too. It's just that. I wonder if you have enough strength or not to amuse me. With Yi Yuan's perception, he had long detected that there were quite a few people currently spying upon here. He knew that if he did not bring out a bit of ability, he would really be looked down upon by this bunch of fellows. Might as well, Yi Yuan would simply teach this old man a good lesson and let the Merfolk clan's people know the terror of his, Yi Yuan's, alchemy Dao's strength. You. Age isn't big, but your tone isn't small. A brat like you hasn't even fully grown your hair, and you dare to speak this sort of big talk? Originally, I even thought that Shark One that punk invited some experts. Seeing you, I can't be bothered to even take action. Brat, take the chance when this seat is in a good mood today, hurry up and scram out of the Merfolk clan. Otherwise, you can forget about ever leaving, Li said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What? You, as the Merfolk clan's high priest, could it be that you're still scared of me, this junior? Li's fish eyes glared, and he shouted at the top of his voice, Scared? You brat, I think you're tired of living. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said coolly, Not scared, so then let's have wager. How's that? Betting with this seat. Brat, this seat wagers your life, do you dare or not? Li said with a cold smile. What's to not dare? If I lose, take away this life. If you lose, kneel down and give this young master 3 kowtows, and acknowledge me as your master. How's that? Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance of cornering him, how could Li still endure it? He barked, Compete then, would this seat be scared of you, this brat? As he said, his fish eyes swiveled, and he said with a cold smile, Boy, you set up a trap for this seat. Don't tell me that we're competing in refining human medicinal pills. This seat won't. It was already pretty good for the sea race's alchemists to be able to refine demonic pills well. Having them refine human medicinal pills, that was impossible. Yi Yuan said indifferently, Compete in demonic pills then. As for the pill formula, you pick it. Li's face turned black. Yi Yuan's attitude was looking down on him from the start. As the high priest, how could he endure such triggering? Ha ha ha, what an arrogant boy. Letting this seat choose the pill formula, don't you regret it? Li was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, There is no regret, this word, in this young master's dictionary. Just pick the one that you're best at. To this young master, there's no difference. Good, arrogant enough. Since you have no idea of life or death, compete in the demon whirl pill then. Don't blame this seat for bullying you. If you don't know the pill formula, this old man can give you 3 days' time to deduce the pill formula, Li said. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was tickled. This old man's temper was a little explosive, but he seemed to be identical as Shark One. His thoughts were very pure. He actually even wanted to give him 3 days' time to deduce the pill formula. However, this demon whirl pill was just a very ordinary Tier 9 demonic pill. It did not count as much. Yi Yuan naturally knew the pill formula. At once, Yi Yuan said coolly, No need, begin right now. Gong. Yi Yuan directly brought out the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron and started refining. The demon whirl pill was just an ordinary demonic pill. The spirit medicines it required, Yi Yuan did not lack any inside his storage ring. He scoured the entire immemorial medicine garden. The spirit medicines in his storage ring were too numerous to count. As long as it was not overly valuable spirit medicines, he really did not lack. However, when Li saw this scene, his eyebrows popped out. Before refining pills, didn't one need to take a bath and burn incense, meditating to concentrate? What kind of pill refinement was this? Furthermore, when he came out, he did not bring along the demon whirl pill's spirit medicines on him. At this time, he could stand at one side blankly, and watch Yi Yuan refine pills. Hee, you all look. This human alchemist is displaying meager skills before an expert in front of the high priest. High priest is one of the very best alchemists in the entire sea race. This human is merely 7th level Dao profound. Compared to high priest, he's far too lacking, right? Isn't that so? Heard that this is the human alchemist that Lord Shark One invited back, saying to refine the purple void vitality spirit pill for young patriarch. Isn't this messing around? At this time, quite a few servants also crowded over. However, they were clearly not optimistic about Yi Yuan. They were all not alchemists, but more or less still knew a little about alchemy. They had never seen before which alchemist would refine pills unprofessionally like this in front of everyone. Ha ha ha, ignorant child. Refining pills like this, how is there the logic of forming the pill? Wasted a bunch of tier 9 spirit medicines in vain. Li laughed loudly and was full of disdain. Yi Yuan did not care about him and started refining on his own. His actions were completed from the beginning to the end without stopping. Soon enough, Li could not laugh anymore. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's set of alchemy technique was simply too pleasing to the eyes and mind. Not just the high priest, those servants surrounding and watching could not laugh anymore either. They were completely brought into a daze with this pill refinement by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forcefully turned the dreary pill refinement into a grand banquet of art. Those who knew the profession, they gleaned considerable benefits. Those who did not know, they had a feast for their eyes. Li had long tossed the matter of the compet. One Taion beyond the 9th heavens already. He was already completely absorbed by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. The refinement of demonic pills was not exactly the same as the human race, but all roads led to Rome. In Yi Yuan's eyes, there were originally no distinction of whatever human race, demon race. When researching medicinal pills in his previous life, he had always broken down the medicinal pills to the most primitive makeup to research. This solid foundation skill was not done in vain. Alchemy Tao would not be divided into human and demon. Grasping the true great Tao, many things were drawing parallels from inferences. Previous life, Yi Yuan's researching into demonic pills similarly reached the degree of the acme of perfection. Turns out that when refining the demon whirl pill, I need to reduce the flame's intensity at this time. So that's how it is. Using the complete extinguish HI plussing method here to quench the medicinal pill, why didn't I think of it? Li was just like a curious baby at this time, contributing emoticons by the side non-stop. How was there still that fierce and awe-inspiring appearance earlier? Yi Yuan's alchemy skills brought him into another world. Condense. Following Yi Yuan's light cry, only then, did Li came back to his senses from inside the world of pill refinement. Seeing the transcendent-grade demon whirl pill in Yi Yuan's hand, Li involuntarily shuddered. Only at this time did he remember the bet. Chapter 1154, Completely Convinced. Chapter 1154, Completely Convinced High Priest, it's your turn. Yi Yuan looked at Li and said with a smile that was not a smile. Li's face turned red, and he stammered, This doesn't count. The demon whirl pill is merely the simplest tier 9 demonic pill. Want to compete? Let's compete in high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills. This Li actually acted scoundrelly. High Priest, the demon whirl pill was suggested personally by yourself. How can you go back on your words? Lian Qiu said this sentence at the behest of supernatural powers. This sentence made Li even more embarrassed. Said. His face turned back, and he glared with his fish eyes as he said fiercely, Little Lanus, you dare to say such words to this seat? Lian Qiu was frightened by him and instinctively hid behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan scoffed. What? Is it very impressive to put on airs in front of a little girl? Li's expressions alternated between green and purple. Actually, he already admitted defeat in his heart. It was just due to a matter of face that he did not wish to kowtow and acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master in front of so many people. Letting him refine a transcendent-grade demon whirl pill, if he had pure dumb luck, he could still refine it. But it was absolutely impossible to be so relaxed and cheerily like Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, Don't want kowtow and acknowledge as your master, also can. But you have to agree to a condition of mine. The moment Li heard this, it was like he was granted amnesty, and he hurriedly said, Okay. As long as you don't let this seat kowtow, any conditions will do. Yi Yuan pushed Lian Qiu in front of the high priest and said, Take her in as a disciple. Li was stunned, somewhat perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. He even thought that Yi Yuan would state some harsh conditions. He did not think it was actually to have him take a servant girl as disciple. This was a huge favor. He did not expect that Yi Yuan used it up so easily. It was just that to Lian Qiu, it was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue. She turned around and looked at Yi Yuan strangely as she muttered, "Why, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What? You're not willing?" Lian Qiu's head started nodded like a chicken pecking for rice. Of course she was willing. In this place, she was merely a servant. She had no resources, no background, fading away into the Ma. S says. But, if she became the high priest's disciple, that was really the carp leaping over the dragon gate. Sup one sup. Good that you're willing. What are you still standing there for? Why haven't you hurry up and acknowledge as your master? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lian Qiu turned around again and looked towards Li timidly, fearful that he would not agree. Li's face turned back, and he said, "What are you still standing there blankly for? Kowtow and acknowledge me as your master. From this day forth, you're my, Li's, final disciple." What's your name called? Lian Qiu was overjoyed and knocked her head to the ground and said, "Lian Qiu pays respect to master." Lian Qiu never would have dreamed that she could actually have such a day. The Sea race's social stratum was stringent. A little servant girl like her absolutely did not have the chance to see daylight. But now, Lord Yi Yuan gave her this opportunity, changing her life. Haha, good disciple. All of you listen up for me. From today onwards, Lian Qiu is my last disciple. If any one of you were to dare bully her, that's setting yourselves against this seat. Now, all get lost for this seat. Li's expression changed, saying to everyone. These people were all aware of the high priest's prowess. How could they still dare to stay? They immediately dispersed in an uproar. However, those clansmen who had once bullied Lian Qiu before, each and every one of them was alarmed and on tenterhooks at this time, fearful that Lian Qiu would come and find trouble with them. Lian Qiu was only a little servant girl. There was naturally no lack of people bullying normally. It was just that they never thought that this little servant would have a 180-degree transformation, becoming the high priest's disciple. The high priest's disciple, in the clan, even some elders could not compare. Seeing everyone disperse, Li actually changed to a smiling face and said to Link Qiu, "Haha, good disciple, you go out first. Tomorrow, come and report to master. Right now, I still have matters to discuss with Master Yi." Lian Qiu looked at the high priest with a look of surprise, as if feeling like she did not recognize him. When did the high priest become so amiable and friendly? However, Lian Qiu still used soliciting eyes to look toward Yi Yuan. To her, Yi Yuan was her greatest benefactor. This point, she was deeply aware of it. Yi Yuan naturally knew what ideas Li had. At once, he smiled and said to Lian Qiu, "You go out first then." Lian Qiu, no. Lord Lian Qiu, that. The things in the past, it was all me who was blind and didn't have eyes. Why, Your Excellency, just treat me as a fart and let me go. The moment Lian Qiu came out, a merman came up to greet, kneeling down with a thud, slapping his own face desperately. But it gave her a fright. This merman, Lian Qiu, was naturally familiar. It was her direct superior who had no lack of bullying her normally. But now, he was kneeling in front of her like a dead dog. This sort of change made Lian Qiu have a feeling like she was dreaming. Lian Qiu suddenly realized that the current her actually already had the power to control the life and death of the people who bullied her originally. However, Lian Qiu was still that kind-hearted little girl. She attempted to pull a long face and said, "The past matters, forget about it. But, if you let me discover that you bully my sisters, I definitely won't let you off." It was like that merman was granted amnesty, and he hurriedly said, yes. Lord Lian Qiu, rest assured. I won't dare anymore in the future, Those waiting for Lian Qiu were not just that one. When the others saw Lian Qiu spare that merman, they all scurried out all at once. There were those who fawned on her, those who begged for forgiveness, those who relied on connections to request for help, so on and so forth. Lian Qiu did not refuse the arrivals, handling them one by one. But she deeply sensed that she really seemed to be different already. And all of this was bestowed upon by that man. Lian Qiu thanked Yi Yuan from the bottom of her heart. After Lian Qiu left, High Priest Li followed Yi Yuan into the room subserviently. Seeing Yi Yuan sit down, High Priest Li did his utmost to please and actually took the initiative to pour tea for Yi Yuan. If this scene were to be seen by other people, their IEB/ALLS would probably fall out. The fire-tempered High Priest actually served tea for someone. Yi Yuan received the tea that Li Pares said over and said coolly, "Whatever you don't understand, ask away. If your appearance was seen by your clansmen, wouldn't they exterminate this young man?" Li glared and said angrily, "They dare?" Immediately after, he changed to another expression and asked carefully, "That demon whirl pill, how can it be refined like that still?" Yi Yuan smiled and countered with a question, "Why can't it be refined like that? However, with your alchemy Dao's standard, better don't think anymore for the time being." Yi Yuan's pinnacle refinement was established on his extremely solid foundational skills. This level of refinement was not what anybody could achieve. Disregarding other things, for Li to want to refine a demon whirl pill, it needed at the very least 3 days and above 2. But Yi Yuan only used 2 hours plus and was done. It was also precisely because of the refinement this time that Li knew how great the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was. Although he did not wish to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master due to face, if he was able to obtain Yi Yuan's guidance, it could let him glean considerable benefits. Chapter 1155, Deducing Pill Formula. Chapter 1155, Deducing Pill Formula. Shark 1, this matter, you did very well. Letting you go to the 9 Phoenix Island was truly a wise decision. This Master Yi, this king is satisfied to the extreme. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, Tong's tightly knitted brows finally eased up. He had heard that the high priest had been hanging around Master Yi constantly these 2 days like a little attendant, just missing calling master, this word. Shark 1 smiled simple and honestly when he heard that and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. The purple void vitality spirit pill hasn't been refined yet." Shark 1 doesn't dare to claim the credit. Towards Shark 1, Tong was extremely satisfied. Seeing that Shark 1 was actually so modest, he felt even more pleasing to the eyes no matter how one looked. "If Zun'er is able to recover this time, I'll reward you to enter the ancestral land and comprehend divine inscriptions," Tong said in great delight. The moment Shark 1 heard, his heart involuntarily raced wildly. A powerful tribe like the Murphic clan, their ancestors had deity realm powerhouses too. Their legacies were preserved very holy. But this inheritance could not be exhausted without moderation. The quotas for entering the ancestral land each time were extremely limited too. With Shark 1's present strength, it was not sufficient to enter the ancestral land at all. But because he found Yi Yuan this time and obtained Tong's approval, he actually obtained the reward of entering the ancestral grounds. How could this not make him beside himself with joy? "Thank you very much, Your Majesty," Shark 1 said agitatedly. The clansmen all looked at Shark 1 with extreme envy, thinking inwardly that this guy really got lucky. Tong waved his hand and said, "Sent the pill formula to Master Yi yet?" Shark 1 said, "Already sent over. He said that starting tomorrow, he's going to deduce the pill formula and go into seclusion for 10 days' time. In these 10 days, nobody is allowed to disturb him." Tong nodded and said, "Okay. Tomorrow, you bring him to the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion for closed seclusion, then personally guard there. Within 10 days, nobody is allowed to disturb him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shark 1 received the order and left. To Yi Yuan, refining a medicinal pill that he had never refined before was similarly a challenge. The purple void vitality spirit pill was not an ordinary mystic-grade medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining was rather great. This point, he was perfectly clear. Li was also considered to have barely managed to touch the threshold of peak alchemy emperor. But with his strength, he did not even have 5% assurance. If not for so, Tong would not have been to the point of being so hopeless too. With inner core being broken, it was equivalent to a human martial artist's dantian being broken. One was basically equivalent to a cripple already. However, not only was this purple void vitality spirit pill able to repair the inner core, it could even recover 50% of the demon's strength. The other 50%, as long as one spent 100 years, they could still cultivate it back. Of course, This was only the medicinal effect of a high-grade purple void vitality spirit pill. As for superior grade, even transcendent grade, the Murphic clan did not dare to hope at all. After all, this kind of obscure to the extreme, as well as extremely high refining difficulty medicinal pill, barely anyone could refine it in the world too. High grade was already the most ideal circumstance. The alchemist who created the purple void vitality spirit pill was truly a rare talent. The medicinal pills that this medicinal pill requires are not very heaven-defying, but it can unleash such a heaven-defying effect. This pill formula let me glean considerable benefit. To be able to utilize mystic-grade medicinal pills to such a transcendent degree, it has to be none other than a deity realm powerhouse. Looks like the alchemy path is boundless. Researching the pill formula, Yi Yuan praised the purple void vitality spirit pill to no end as well. This ingenuity of this pill formula's design, even Yi Yuan could only see the dust of the rider ahead too. In this world, a pill formula that even he was unable to keep pace with, it absolutely originated from the hands of a deity realm powerhouse. If not for comprehending the medicine God's soul canon, wanting to refine this medicinal pill would probably really be not too easy. One can only say that Shark Zun had good fortune. Yi Yuan started laughing to himself. After marveling for a while, Yi Yuan started to officially deduce the pill formula. To refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill, the spirit medicines required were not cabbages. Even if Yi Yuan scoured the entire immemorial medicine garden, he only had one set of medicinal herbs on his hands too. Looking according to the medicinal herb quant. One ties on the pill formula, it was barely enough to use to refine twice. However, even if it was 2 refinements, to an alchemist, it was still a tremendous endeavor. Yi Yuan's soul force slowly spread out. His sea of consciousness was revolving at high speed, deducing each detail of the medicinal pill's refinement. At this time, Yi Yuan was enveloped in a ball of golden light. This was the profound and mysterious power of divine Tao laws. For the first time refinement of a pill formula, deduction was a very important thing. The success rate of the refinement had the most direct relations with whether or not the deducing succeeded. However, this was not a simple task. Mystic-grade medicinal pills could be said to have myriad changes in an instant during the process of refinement. Wanting to deduce the pill formula fully, the calculations that one needed to go through, that was an astronomical magnitude. For ordinary alchemists, just this magnitude of calculations was sufficient to make them break down. There were even some top-tier alchemists who became mentally handicapped because of forcefully deducing pill formulas. Such examples were not unavailable. This purple void vitality spirit pill could be said to be one of the pinnacle most mystic-grade medicinal pills. The calculation load required in it was simply immeasurable. Following the deduction getting deeper and deeper, Yi Yuan's brows also gradually knitted together tightly. The pill formula created by a deity realm powerhouse was indeed not that easy to work out. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the medicine God's soul canon, wanting to deduce this pill formula was probably not that easy of a matter. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan was already completely immersed in contemplating the pill formula, having no stray thoughts in his mind. While outside the door, Shark One was like an ant on a hot pan. Whether or not Yi Yuan's refinement succeed concerned whether he could have the chance to comprehend divine inscriptions. This opportunity was too important to him. I say, can you stop pacing around anymore or not? Moving to and fro, you're swaying until my eyes are dizzy, Li said crossly. Shark One had an awkward look, and he said with an obsequious smile, High Priest, aren't I nervous here? It's already the 10th day, Master Yi, he hasn't come out yet. Li shot him a glare and said, Do you think deducing pill formulas is the same as cultivating cultivation skills? Let me tell you, if it were me going all out to deduce this purple void vitality spirit pill, I'll definitely vomit blood and die. Shark One was startled when he heard that. He really did not know that deducing a pill formula actually had such severe consequences. No way, right? It's just deducing a pill formula, there are such serious consequences. High Priest, didn't you deduce this pill formula before too? Shark One said in shock. Li coughed dryly twice and said, Deducing and deducing are different. My kind of deduction is only a crude deduction. I can't even accomplish 1/10,000th of a true deduction, but, wanting to use one set of medicinal herbs to refine successfully, even if one doesn't carry out a 100% deduction, they need to deduce 90% too. That degree of deduction is sufficient to make a high-level alchemy emperor vomit blood and die. I only deduced 1/10,000th and was already about to vomit blood. This version, it was still Shark One's first time hearing. His face turned as pale as paper straight away. He really did not know that deducing a pill formula was actually this perilous. Chapter 1156, Refinement Failed. Chapter 1156, Refinement Failed. High Priest, then, to what degree do you think Master Yi will deduce the formula to? Something wouldn't have happened to him, right? Shark One said worriedly. How is that possible? When alchemists are deducing pill formulas, they will naturally do their best. Those who truly pushed themselves to death were either fools or had no other options. How much Yi Yuan's limit is, I really can't say for sure. But I reckon that he has hopes of working it out to the extent of 30%, right? Li thought about it and said, feeling rather uncertain. The moment Shark One heard, he couldn't help saying somewhat disappointedly, only 30%. Then, the purple void vitality spirit pill most likely isn't that easy to refine. The moment Li heard this, he suddenly burst into anger and said, "You fool. The purple void vitality spirit pill is a pill formula left behind by a deity realm powerhouse. Being able to deduce 30% is already a heaven-defying existence." Shark One did not dare to rebut and mumbled, Aren't I worried that Master Yi can't refine the medicinal pill here? Young Patriarch is waiting for the medicinal pill to save his life. Li calmed down too and heaved a sigh as he said, whether or not he can refine it out will depend on Zun'er's luck. In my view, if even Yi Yuan can't refine the purple void vitality spirit pill, probably no one can refine it in this world too. These few days, he followed behind Yi Yuan while fussing around and indeed learned quite a bit of stuff. The extensiveness of Yi Yuan's knowledge in alchemy made Li ashamed of his inferiority. Although Li was hailed as one of the sea race's strongest alchemists, compared to Yi Yuan, it was simply comparing a firefly to the full moon. Just as the two people were sighing, the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion's front door behind them opened with a creak. Yi Yuan walked out in a calm manner. "Apologies, I made you guys wait a long time. The mental strength expended from deducing the purple void vitality spirit pill was too great. I slept for 3 days and nights in one go," Yi Yuan said with a guilty look. In truth, he already finished deducing 3 days ago. Just as Li said, deducing pill formulas exhausted mental strength too much. Hence, he dozed off for 3 days and nights. Li had an expression like he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, "You're done resting in 3 days? I previously deduced 1/10,000th and rested for a full 10 days before recovering." Honestly speaking, although Yi Yuan said closed seclusion for 10 days, Li actually did not have much faith for Yi Yuan to come out in just 10 days. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Pretty much recovered." Li scooted over and asked, "Then, how much did you deduce in 7 days? How much?" "Of course it's deduced fully. Deducing all of it can't even guarantee refining a finished medicinal pill." "Not deducing fully, is there still any meaning?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question. Li opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but did not know what he should say. What was the meaning of fully? 100%? Was this really something that humans could do? This guy must be bragging. Yes, definitely bragging. Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, he was absolutely convinced. But to say that Yi Yuan fully deduced the pill formula in 7 days, he did not believe even if he was beaten to death. Of course, he was totally unaware that not only did Yi Yuan's heart realm reach the great circle of perfection, his calculation ability far surpassing normal people, his alchemy Dao even comprehended divine Dao laws. Although the deduction was hard, it still could not stump Yi Yuan. "Alright, begin refining the pill then." Haven't felt my blood boil like this for a long time. This purple void vitality spirit pill has enough of a kick," Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. To him, Ordinary mystic-grade medicinal pills were already unable to enter his arcane sights. With his current alchemy strength, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills would not be too troublesome. But the purple void vitality spirit pill was different. This medicinal pill successfully stirred up Yi Yuan's wild fervor from the depths of his heart. The Emerald Tranquil Pavilion was originally the pill refinement venue prepared for Yi Yuan. At this time, inside the hall of the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion, it was already packed with the Merfolk clan's powerhouses. There was even a young merman lying horizontally in the Great Hall. It was precisely young Patriarch Zun. Toward these people surrounding and watching, Yi Yuan did not have much objection. To him, once he entered the pill refinement state, he would concentrate 100% and do not need to be like others, chasing everyone away before they could maintain a peaceful state of mind. Regarding Shark 1 finding Yi Yuan, Tong was still very gratified. But when it really came down to the pill refinement, he became somewhat hesitant again. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he already did not doubt in the slightest. But as the king, he was deeply aware of this purple void vitality spirit pill's terror. Ever since Zun was injured, he was still unconscious until now. His injuries already could not endure the time to find another set of spirit medicine. If Yi Yuan's refinement failed, then what awaited Zun was only death. High Priest, in your view, how much is Master Yi's success rate? Tong could not resist asking. Li mused for a moment, but he finally still shook his head and said, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm speaking up for Yi Yuan, but wanting to refine the purple void vitality spirit pill in 2 refinements is truly making it too hard on him. Although he said that he fully deduced the pill formula, deduction and refinement are 2 separate matters. Even if he really fully deduced the pill formula, wanting to succeed in 2 refinements, that's virtually impossible. Hearing Li's words, Tong's heart involuntarily sunk. Could it be that Zun'er's fate is meant to be like so? If Zun'er meets with any mishap, this kind will make the Black Shark clan pay the price even if I have to risk this old life. Tong gnashed his teeth in hatred as he talked. Li gave him a glance and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to despair either. Zun'er might not be without hope. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao's strength, this seat is wholeheartedly convinced. If there are people capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill in this world, no body is worthy except for him. Although there are only 2 chances, with his strength, there should be hopes of refining out a defect purple void vitality spirit pill. If his luck is good, low-grade might not be impossible too. Tong's eyes lit up and he said, Seriously? Li nodded and said, If it were me, I absolutely can't refine it. But he absolutely have hope. It's just that, if it's a defective product, for Zun'er to want to recover his strength, it will likely have to expend a great deal of effort. Talking to the back, Li also let out a sigh. While talking, Yi Yuan already started refining. Yi Yuan directly used the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. The 9 stars formation diagram opened up fully, covering the clouds and obscuring the sun. Seeing this scene, everyone revealed a deep look of astonishment. Especially Li, he even had an excited look. The 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art was the human race's alchemy skill. But reaching this level, alchemy skills were already different roads leading to the same destination. Previous life, Yi Yuan had once researched the demon race's alchemy skills before and improved the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. It was similarly able to refine demonic pills. Following the progression of the refinement, the 9 stars on the 9 stars formation diagram were lit up in proper order. In a twinkle, a day's time Pares said. The 9 stars formation diagram already had 5 lit up. Everyone was beside themselves with excitement. The refinement seemed to progress very smoothly. But right at this time, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron emitted intense vibrations. Everyone's faces changed. Among them, included Yi Yuan, the 9 stars formation diagram in the sky dissipated with a loud bang. The medicinal cauldron also gradually cooled down. Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. They knew that this first refinement was considered a catastrophic failure. Chapter 1157, Great Enemy Forces Bearing Down Upon the Border. Chapter 1157, Great Enemy Forces Bearing Down Upon the Border. It failed? What a pity. It clearly already lit up 5 stars. If the 9 stars were all lit up, it should be able to succeed, right? What's to pity? Just 5 stars, it's still far away. This whatever Master Yi boasted to the skies previously. Looking at it now, his also merely thus. Sigh. Could it be that young Patriarch Zun really can't tide over this hurdle? The Patriarch, he's clearly so nice. I'm really unreconciled to it. The 9 stars formation diagram collapsed, making everyone's faces reveal a look of disappointment. While on Tong's face, a look of hopelessness revealed even more. One failure was equivalent to Zun's life cutting in half. If Yi Yuan condensed the 9 stars to 7 stars, or even the extent of 8 stars, he would not be so hopeless either. After all, that was already very close to success. However, Yi Yuan merely condensed 5 stars. The 9 stars formation diagram, even a fool could tell that 9 needed to be lit up before on could form the pill. 5 stars only barely managed to go over half. Seeing this sort of outcome, Tong seriously could not sit still anymore. He was just about to go up but was held back by Li. Li shook his head at Tong, and then he said to the others solemnly, "All shut your mouths for this seat." With his yell, everyone understood that this was to keep them from disturbing Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently sitting with his legs crossed, propping up on his knees, his head in his hands. He actually went into a daze. But everyone knew that he obviously did not really go into a daze here. High Priest, Tong said in puzzlement softly. Li shook his head and said, "I don't understand either. But at this time, we'd best not disturb him. Looks like he wants to carry on refining." Carry on refining. Tong could not resist raising his voice for a bit, drawing numerous gazes. But he realized the inappropriateness very quickly and lowered his voice and said, "At this time, shouldn't he sum up the experience of failure, and refine again after a few days?" Li said, "Logically speaking, it's like that. But I really can't figure this Yi Yuan out. But no matter what, our only hope lies on him." The two people were currently discussing at length when the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth suddenly curled up. Yi Yuan immediately leaped up. With this, everyone burst into an uproar. What's Master Yi doing here? How long has it been only? Could it be that he's going to continue refining? He wouldn't be abandoning himself to despair, right? Yeah, this is also too reckless. At this time, how can one carry on refining? However, Yi Yuan treated them as air, completely living in his own world. Other people's discussion, he did not take in a word from start to end. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly started purifying the remaining half of the medicinal embryo, then threw it into the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. The 9 stars formation diagram activated once more. It happened as if it was simply natural. It was smooth and spellbinding. It was just that everyone's confidence in him became even more lacking. Tong said in a solemn voice, "This guy is also acting too recklessly. If he wastes this final chance because of his arrogance, this king definitely won't spare him." Li gave Tong a glance and showed a bitter smile. Honestly speaking, he was also very perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. To be able to light up 5 stars already made Li greatly astonished. Li felt that as long as he accumulated and deduced the pill formula one more time, perhaps he would really have hopes of refining it. But Yi Yuan just thought for 15 minutes with his head in his hands, and he immediately started refining. What could 15 minutes of time do? Except, Yi Yuan refined like nobody else was around just like that. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Gradually, 1 star after another was being lit up. When it reached the 5th star being lit up, everyone held their breaths, eyes glued onto the 9 stars formation diagram. The refinement earlier, Yi Yuan toppled here. This time, would it still be here or not? Time slowly trickled by. The merfolk powerhouses did not dare to breathe loudly. They felt that this was simply torturous. Finally, a beam of light shot straight for the 9 stars formation diagram from inside the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. The 6th star was lit up. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a light sigh in relief without prior agreement. This refinement was seriously too exciting. But Li had a black face and lowered his voice and said, "What are you all agitated for? Starting now, it is the most difficult time. At any moment, he has the possibility of failing. All of you shut your mouths for this seat. If the refinement failed because of you all, I'll annihilate you guys. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them sensibly shut their mouths, and did not dare to make a tiny bit of noise anymore. But the subsequent refinement following that was unexpectedly smooth. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. 9 stars formation diagram, withdraw. Following Yi Yuan's light cry, the 9 stars formation diagram was directly taken into the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. Condense. Light faded away. Everyone crowded over. Tong had an appearance of being concerned about personal gains and losses as he asked Yi Yuan, Master Yi, how is it? Can it reach low grade or not? Low grade? Yi Yuan's brows raised up, as he said rather surprisedly. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Tong said with a disappointed look, could it be that it's only a defective product? Although he did not take the purple void vitality spirit pills grade to heart too much, low-grade and defective product still had a difference in the end. If it was a defective product, it was basically equivalent to Zun being crippled. If it was low-grade, Zun still had hope to recover to his peak state in his remaining years. But a hint of a light smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he said, you all are also looking down on this Yi too much. See for yourselves. Done talking, Yi Yuan opened the furnace. Beckoning with one hand, a medicinal pill shot out and landed on the jade tray. All those present were dead silent. They gathered in front of the table, all shocked until their mouths could not close. Only after a long time did Li come back to his senses and said stammeringly, TT Transcendent Grade. This. How is this possible? He was seriously unable to understand. Yi Yuan already failed the first time. Based on what? Could he refine out a transcendent grade purple void vitality spirit pill on the second try? This was the purple void vitality spirit pill. A medicinal pill refined for the first time, even a mystic grade medicinal pill, he actually refined out transcendent grade. Was this possible? Yi Yuan smiled and retorted with a question, whether impossible or not, didn't you already see it? Li opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but did not know what he should say. Everything before his eyes gave him an extremely unreal feeling. The best expectation he gave Yi Yuan was also merely just low grade. Between low grade to transcendent grade, the jump was too great. How could there possibly be an alchemist who could accomplish to this extent? However, Yi Yuan did it. Don't be staring blankly anymore. Since the medicinal pill is already refined, quickly let him consume it then, Yi Yuan urged. Oh, right. Stop looking. Quickly let Zunna consume the medicinal pill, Li shouted at the top of his voice and changed all of the clansmen away. A group of people was bustling about, all waiting upon Zun for him to swallow the medicinal pill. But, right at this time, somebody suddenly came to report. The person exclaimed, Your Majesty, not good. Not good. The Black Shark clan is bearing down upon the borders in great forces, and already enclosed us in. Chapter 1158, Bright Moon's Crisis. Chapter 1158, Bright Moon's Crisis at this time, in the faraway Great Xiong region. Inside Bright Moon City, killing sounds shook the heavens. Violent essence energy suffused everywhere. Some powerhouses of unknown ident. One ties were slaughtering without restraint in the city. Apart from these people, there was still another group of people. These people were shockingly the vast Sun City's martial artist. Zhu Jiao, you actually broke our two clans' agreement and allied with other forces to overthrow my Bright Moon City. You'll die a horrible death. Yu Zhenqiu said fiercely. The person opposite him was precisely vast Sun City's city lord, Zhu Jiao. This morning, Zhu Jiao got Bright Moon City's gates to open through hoodwinking, leading a group of black-clothed people with unknown ident. One ties on a wanton ma. Saker in Bright Moon City. The entire Bright Moon City already fell into an abyss of suffering. Yu Zhenqiu, don't think that I don't know. The Sun-Moon heavenly pupil is already not in the vast Sun-Bright Moon realm anymore. Since there's no more Sun-Moon heavenly pupil, then why is there a need for our two families to be tied together anymore? At present, your Yu family's ancestor is already dead, while my Zhu family is akin to the noonday sun. This great Xiong region naturally has to belong to my Zhu family, said Zhu Jiao, who was incomparably pleased in his heart. Yu Zhenqiu's face turned cold, and he said, "Fine, today, you and I will determine a victor. I want to take a look at just how much capability you have." Finished talking, Yu Zhenqiu wielded his sword and stepped forward, peak divine king strength erupting with full power. Right on time. Ha ha, Zhu Jiao was not alarmed but rejoiced instead. Laughing wildly, his divine king domain instantly opened up. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhenqiu's expression changed drastically, his figure abruptly stopping. Divine king domain. You broke through to the realm of void mystic? Yu Zhenqiu said in shock. Who, now, do you know the gap between you and me? Surrender without resistance. Zhu Jiao laughed savagely, advancing forward. Yu Zhenqiu turned pale with fright. But behind him were all the Yu family's dependents, not allowing him to shrink back in the slightest. Yu Zhenqiu gritted his teeth and urged his essence energy to the limits, toughening his scalp and receiving it. Right at this time, an enormous palm charged out from diagonally, heading straight for Zhu Jiao. Zhu Jiao was just about to crush Yu Zhenqiu when his expression changed drastically. Boom! A palm smacked out and actually directly sent Zhu Jiao flying. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the enormous figure behind Yu Mengli, incredibly shocked. Her battle soul already virtually condensed into a corporeal body. Leah, your strength is actually already comparable to void mystic powerhouses, Yu Zhenqiu said in surprise. But Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said to Yu Zhenqiu, "Father, you bring the clansmen away first. I'll bring up the rear with Wu Luo. After exiting the city, escape in the direction of the demon region. Wu Luo and I will rush over soon after." Yu Zhenqiu was stupefied. He did not quite understand. His daughter already clearly had the strength of a void mystic powerhouse. Why would they still have to run? This bright moon city was the Yu family's several 100,000 years of foundation. How could they give up so easily? Yu Mengli could not help saying furiously when she saw that father did not have any movements, no time to explain. "If you don't go, you won't be able to leave. This matter is absolutely not that simple. Quickly go." Yu Mengli was a good-natured and gentle daughter. Yu Zhenqiu had never seen such an enraged side of her before. He realized that the matter seemed to really not be that simple. "Okay, I'll bring them away right now." Yu Zhenqiu nodded and said. "Heh, leaving? No need. Today, none of you can leave." A black-robed man blocked everyone's path of retreat, his aura astonished. Hi+ing, involuntarily making Yu Zhenqiu's expression change greatly. Your Sun Man. Medicine King Hall, Sun Man," Yu Zhenqiu said panic-strickenly. This black-robed powerhouse was shockingly the Sun Man who escaped from the immemorial medicine garden by chance on that day. The Medicine King Hall party that went to rescue Holy Mother Devil Flower at that time were virtually all killed by the evil extermination sword. Fortunately, the evil extermination sword's primary objective was Holy Mother Devil Flower. Sun Man still escaped by chance while severely wounded. At this time, Yu Zhenqiu finally understood. Turns out that the vast Sun City actually colluded together with the Medicine King Hall. "Go," Yu Mengli said frostily. This Sun Man gave her immense pressure. Leah, Sun Man, is a middle-stage void mystic powerhouse. "Go." Yu Mengli's voice practically fell to freezing point. Yu Zhenqiu gritted his teeth and said, "You family members listen up, follow me." "Hihi, want to go? How can it be that easy?" Sun Man said with a cold smile. At this time, a large group of Divine King powerhouses showed up, blocking their retreating route. Yu Zhenqiu said in a cold voice, "Kill." The Yu family's Divine King powerhouses clashed together with those Divine Kings. Yu Mengli was just about to move when Sun Man already charged over. Hair, indeed, a first-rate beauty. No wonder Ji Qingyun that brat would be moved. Little Lane SS, surrender obediently without resistance. Sun Man said with a cold laugh. Dream on. Phaseless Divine Palm, Ghana Sky Sea region, underwater world. The Black Shark clan joined forces with the seabed's 5 great royal clans, encircling and suppressing the Merfolk clan. Tong's expression darkened, and he instructed, "Looks like the Black Shark clan is planning on fighting it out to the bitter end. But, is my Merfolk clan really that easy to annihilate?" At this time, Zun slowly opened both eyes, with a look of absent-mindedness on his face. "Zunna." Seeing Zun wake up, Tong's face revealed a look of surprise. I actually didn't die. Yi. My demonic essence is actually recovering rapidly. How is this possible?" Zun suddenly discovered the changes within his body and was incomparably shocked. He remembered crystal clear that he had his inner core shattered by a Black Shark clan's powerhouse. But now, his strength was actually in the midst of rapid recovery. Tong smiled and said, "It was Master Yi who saved you. He refined a transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill, restoring your inner core completely. Why haven't you quickly thanked him?" Purple void vitality spirit pill. Transcendent grade. Zun drew a cold breath. He naturally knew what the purple void vitality spirit pill was. This shock was by no means insignificant. There was actually really someone who refined the purple void vitality spirit pill. He hurriedly prostrated toward Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for Master Yi's grace of rebirth." Yi Yuan helped him up and said smilingly, "Get up, it's not worth thanking. I didn't gift you the medicinal pill for free either. It's considered a transaction between His Majesty and me." Zun was extremely surprised when he heard something that could rival the purple void vitality spirit pill. The clan most likely paid a considerable price. Tong smiled by the side and said, "As long as I can bring you back, what does a drop of 1 million-year-old pearl have tears count for? In fact, it was us who took advantage of Master Yi. A transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill is much more valuable than a drop of pearl have tears. Shark 1, order people to go inside the Spirit Stone Cave and retrieve a drop of 1 million-years-old pearl have tear." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, you all are confronted by a formidable enemy, better go and deal with it quickly." Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed drastically, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. Thud, thud. His heart started pounding fiercely, his entire person sweating profusely. In just a blink of an eye, he was already soaked in sweat from head to toe. "Master Yi, are you all right?" Zun asked concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, but he did not hear Zun's words at all. The foreboding feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Chapter 1159, Noisy. Chapter 1159, Noisy. Sudden impulse. This was definitely sudden impulse. But could there be an existence that could threaten him here? Right now, apart from the 10 great divine kings, those kind of existences, there should not be anyone capable of threatening him, right? Even if he could not beat them, at least preserving his life was still not an issue. Tong's strength was at the very most on the same level as Han Qingzi. He could not threaten him at all. But why would he have a feeling like he was almost suffocating? Leah! Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The more he thought, the more likely it felt. Could it be that something really happened to Leah? Yi Yuan's heart suddenly raced. Master Yi, are you all right?" Zun shook Yi Yuan and asked worriedly. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake and said weakly, "I'm fine. Help me to the bed and lie down for a while will do." Tong gave an apology and said, "Master Yi, a great enemy lies ahead. I'll have Zun take care of you first. This king will go and meet the enemy first." Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. But at this time, he had strength but could not muster it up. He could only nod and said, "Your Majesty, go ahead. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Refining the purple void vitality spirit pill already made Yi Yuan somewhat drained. Sudden impulse, this rush, heaped on one disaster after another, making him virtually unable to move already. "My lord, are you all right?" Hearing that Yi Yuan was not well, Ao Qian and the rest hurried over when they heard the news. All of them turned pale with fright. Seeing Yi Yuan's ashen pale complexion, they were even more stricken with worry. "I'm fine. I'll recover for a bit first. You guys go outside the door and guard. Taitsang, go and take the pearl have tears. We're leaving here right away." Resting for a while, Yi Yuan gradually recovered some strength and started consuming medicinal pills, restoring essence energy. Yi Yuan was racked with anxiety currently, but he knew that the more anxious he was, the calmer he had to be. Great enemy forces were bearing down upon the border outside. If he did not even recover his strength, then that was no different from courting death. A day later, Yi Yuan finally recovered completely. Going out, Ao Qian already guarded outside for a day and night. But Sun was already gone. Most likely, he was worried about the war outside and already went to rendezvous with his clansmen. "My lord, what in the world happened?" Ao Qian asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Something might have happened to Leah. We must hurry back to Bright Moon City as soon as possible. An unexpected change will occur if late." The expressions of Ao Qian and the rest changed drastically. They knew that Yi Yuan had the ability of sudden impulse. These words were likely not baseless. Putting away the pearl have-tears, Yi Yuan directly led Ao Qian and the rest and left the Merfolk clan. "Ha ha ha, Tong, you didn't expect it, right? The Ghana Sky Sea region's 5 great royal clans already all pledged allegiance to this king. Now, there's just your Merfolk clan left. Today, I, Hei Wu, shall rule the Ghana Sky Sea region. Those who bow to me will prosper, and those who resist will perish. H. Plus the Black Shark clan plus 5 great royal clans, Amar's civ group formed by 6 major ethnic groups, blocked the entire stretch of sea region until not even water could flow through. In front of the array, the Black Shark clan's king, Hei Wu, was in high and vigorous spirits, laughing wildly to no end. On the opposite side, Tong already sustained heavy injuries. This Ghana Sky Sea region, the strongest was the Black Shark clan and the Merfolk clan, while the 8 great royal clans took second place. In this period of time, Tong's attention was all on the Purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill, resulting in overlooking the Black Shark clan's moving direction. He did not think that Hei Wu actually took the opportunity to subdue 5 great royal clans among the 8 great royal clans. Moreover, surrounding the Merfolk clan with a sneak attack approach. After a bout of bloody battle, Tong and the Merfolk clan's powerhouses all suffered heavy injuries. The Black Shark clan was very powerful in the first place. Adding in 5 great royal clans, the powerhouses were even more numerous beyond counting. How could the Merfolk clan resist such an offensive? Into formation. Under Tong's command, the Merfolk clan's warriors each unleashed moves individually, condensing a powerful array formation, sheltering everyone inside. When Hei Wu saw the situation, he could not help laughing hard as he said, "Already at this point, do you still want to put up a last-ditch struggle? Even if I don't breach your array formation, how long can your demonic essence sustain?" Tong said solemnly, "Hei Wu, you despicable person. Previously, you ambushed my son. Now, you made the Octopus clan submit with devious schemes. Even if I die today, this king will also drag you down." Before coming out, Tong also did not expect that the war this time would actually be so grim. Hei Wu could be said to have put in painstaking efforts for the sake of today. First was sneak attacking Zun, diverting the Merfolk clan's attention. Then, plotted to capture the Octopus clan's young patriarch, causing the Octopus clan to be cautious in taking action, and could only join their camp. Finally, Hei Wu avoided the other 3 royal clans with heaven-deceiving means, slaughtering straight to the Merfolk clan's main camp. All these schemes were intricately woven together. By the time Tong reacted to it, it was already too late. Haha, don't humans have a phrase, called all's fair in war? When this king rules the Ghana Sky Sea region, who dares to call this king despicable? Tong, do you wish to get into formation and wait for the other 3 clans to come over to assist? Haha, do you think that this king will give you this chance? Hei Wu said with a wild laugh. Tong's expression changed when he heard that. Did not think that he was actually seen through by Hei Wu. What he was planning was precisely this. At this time, the other 3 great royal clans should have already gotten the news and were currently plussing over here. As long as they rushed over, the crisis this time might be able to weather through. Ha ha ha, all attack for me, break their grand array. I want to see how long they can last. Hei Wu ordered. The densely packed crowd of sea people all pressed over towards the merfolk clan. This commotion was truly earth-shaking. But, just as they advanced, a figure slowly said through from inside the merfolk clan's grand array. When Hei-Wu saw this scene, he could not help saying with mild surprise, "Human? Heh, brat, if you don't want to die, get lost for this seat." Seeing that figure, Tong and the rest could not help being startled, similarly saying in surprise, Master Yi?" Zun had just recovered. Seeing Yi Yuan, he could not help being greatly alarmed and shouted, "Master Yi, it's dangerous. Quickly return into the grand array." It was as if Yi Yuan was deaf, turning a deaf ear to Zun's shout, and still walked towards Hei-Wu neither too fast nor too slowly. "Father, Master Yi is this child's savior. We can't look on with folded arms," Zun said anxiously. At first, Tong's face indeed had a look of bewilderment. Very quickly, he thought of the words that Shark One had once said, and he could not help revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He said to Zun with an excited look, "Zunna, Master Yi, might be our merfolk clan's last hope. All merfolks listen up, kill. Today, fight to the death with the Black Shark clan." Tong did not hesitate anymore, directly giving up on the array formation, and charged towards the Black Shark clan. Seeing this scene, Hei-Wu could not help being stunned. Was Tong's brain damaged? But at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived in front of him and said coolly, "Get lost." Hei-Wu was stupefied again. Then he grinned hideously and said, "A mere human 7th level Dao Profound also dares to speak to this king like this. Truly tired of living. Forget it, this king will kill you first, then exterminate the merfolk clan. After today, the Ghana Sky Sea region will be my world." Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he lightly spat out a word, "Noisy." Chapter 1160, Flicking One's Sleeves and Leaving After It's Done. Chapter 1160, Flicking One's Sleeves and Leaving After It's Done. Conceited and ignorant human, go to hell. Hei-Wu was utterly enraged by Yi Yuan's attitude. Instantly expanding his divine king domain, he was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. In his view, exterminating a 7th level Dao Profound human was too effortless. Shark's Roar. The divine king domain that carried divine Dao laws instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. He saw that Yi Yuan actually did not try to avoid it, standing there without making a move. A hint of a hideous grin involuntarily flashed past the corners of his mouth. However, his smile froze on his face very quickly. This. What's going on? When Hei-Wu's Shark's Roar arrived 10+ feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was actually unable to advance an inch further anymore. This shock was by no means insignificant. One had to know that his divine king domain carried the power of divine Dao laws. Forget about a measly little 7th level Dao Profound, even divine king domains of void mystic powerhouses, he could instantly shred it too. But facing Yi Yuan, the all-conquering divine king domain actually failed. However, because of the influence of the power of his divine Dao laws, it still compressed Yi Yuan's domain of sword a little bit. It was just that this bit of distance did not affect Yi Yuan much at all. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he thought of a possibility. His face revealed panic as he said, Impossible. Could it be? Could it be a pure divine Dao domain? Just this bit of strength? Then you can go and die already." Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out beside his ear. Hei-Wu's expression changed drastically, only coming back to his senses now, and instinctively wanted to run away. Yet, it was already too late. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Hei-Wu's eyes became wide circles, and he said in alarm, Greater teleportation." Hei-Wu knew that he really encountered a monster today, a terrifying monster. These were all abilities that were impossible to come into existence in the present divine realm. But they appeared before his eyes over and over again. Except, he already did not have time to regret it. Yi Yuan broke through and came in front of him effortlessly with his domain of swords firepower releasing fully. Hei-Wu was dead. Just one exchange and a great king of the Ghana Sky Sea region fell at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. When the Black Shark clans and the 5 great royal clans powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes became wide saucers. What happened? What in the world did that human youth do? Lord Hei Wu, he was finished off just like that. Lord Hei Wu is dead. Lord Hei Wu is dead. Q quickly run. Those sea folks all finally reacted to it. Each and every one scattered in all directions desperately. Capture the ringleader first in order to round up the bandit. Hei Wu already died. This 6 great royal clans alliance instantly collapsed and dissipated. For a moment, the underwater world fell into chaos. Kill. Kill. The originally low-morale Merfolk clan immediately roused in spirits greatly when they saw Hei Wu being killed, battle cries shaking the heavens. Tong's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body all along. At this time, he stared at that tall and straight figure of Yi Yuan's, incomparably astounded in his heart. What did he do before? Threaten Yi Yuan? Tong felt a chill run down his spine, hit by waves of lingering fear. If he really fell out with Yi Yuan back then, the one dead right now would probably not be Hei Wu, but him, the Merfolk clan's king. This young man's strength was truly too frightening, not only condensing a divine Dao domain, even cultivating Heart Realm to the Great Circle of Perfection Realm, comprehending greater teleportation. Such talent was simply unheard of. He previously still had some doubts about Shark One's words. But only now did he know that Shark One's description was not exaggerated at all. It was even somewhat lacking. Because Shark One did not see the scene of Yi Yuan cutting down Han Qingzi at all. Swooze. H. Plus in the midst of chaos, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. Tong's pupils constricted and actually could not sense Yi Yuan's moving direction. Ah! In the midst of the disorderly army, a shrill and miserable cry was suddenly heard. The Crimson Silk Starfish's king was directly blotted out. Tong was dumbfounded. He had never seen before that killing a peak void mystic powerhouse would be so easy. The 8 great royal clans' kings were all peak void mystic powerhouses. It was just that they did not comprehend divine Dao laws. That was why their strength was a notch weaker. But these 8 great royal clans' kings, their strength could virtually already catch up to Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, that kind of degree. However, he was easily written off by Yi Yuan just like that. Swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared once more. In a blink of an eye, another king was killed. Merely 15 minutes of work from start to end, the 5 great royal clans' kings all died. Yi Yuan was simply a killing machine. His figure moved. Yi Yuan appeared not far from Tong. Your Majesty, this Yi still has urgent matters on hand and will take my leave first. This is considered gifting your Merfolk clan a present then. In the future, Lian Qiu is my younger sister. You all have to treat her well. Otherwise, I'll come back and settle scores. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. Lian Qiu as Li's disciple, she was also at the rear of the Merfolk clan at this time. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, her entire body involuntarily shuddered. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed just now was simply akin to a deity up in heaven to her. Lian Qiu also did not imagine that just a few simple words of reminder from her would actually obtain such care from Yi Yuan. But Lian Qiu was not dumb either. She knew that her life in the future would have an upheaval change. Master Yi, thank you. Lian Qiu's face actually left behind tears. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly penetrated the crowd and looked over in Lian Qiu's direction, giving her a smile. Tong's heart went cold, and he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Lord Yi, rest assured. Lian Qiu will be my Merfolk clan's most honorable princess in the future. Absolutely no one will dare to be disrespectful towards her. Unknowingly, Tong's term of address toward Yi Yuan underwent a change. Yi Yuan nodded his head, figure flash. Hi plus ing, and disappeared. Tong did not think that Yi Yuan actually left so urgently, and also did not think that he actually paid special care to Lian Qiu before leaving. Looking at Yi Yuan's fading back view, Tong let out a long sigh. Shark One, you've performed exceptionally meritorious services this time. I truly didn't expect Master Yi that you brought back was actually so monstrous, Tong said to the Shark One beside. Shark One smiled good-naturedly. He also did not think that accidentally stumbling upon this time, it actually brought such a change to the Merfolk clan. With Hei Wu's death, the Ghana Sky Sea region situation would undergo an upheaval change. The Merfolk clan had never liked to lord over everyone. But now, due to Yi Yuan's appearance, they already become the Ghana Sky Sea region's irreplaceable overlord. A human youth actually changed the underwater world situation in a blink of an eye. This was something that everyone did not expect from start to end. Want to blame? People could only blame He Wu himself for courting death. Lian Qiu, Tong suddenly yelled out. This lowly servant is present. The moment Tong heard, he could not help laughing in spite of himself. This Lane SS still did not change yet, regarding herself as the Adent. One tie of a maidservant. Who, from today onwards, you mustn't call yourself lowly servant anymore. Now, this king will acknowledge you as my God daughter. In the future, you're my Murphic clan's princess. Tong called out in a clear voice. Chapter 1161. What's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? Chapter 1161. What's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? You. Come over. Dispel owners. HI+P of the storage ring, then get loss. Bright Moon City is under martial law, NO body is to enter. Outside Bright Moon City, a Dao Profound Realm martial artist had just come out of the transmission array and was threatened like that. The moment that martial artist heard, he could not help flying into a great rage and said, "You all are not Bright Moon City's people. Who the hell are you guys? You're simply committing highway robbery here." That Sodder sneered coldly and said, "So what if committing highway robbery? Bright Moon City is already finished. The Great Xiong region will only have Vast Sun City from now on, no Bright Moon City. See the corpses over there. Anyone who doesn't hand over their storage rings, they will be put to death without exception." Looking over in the direction that soldier pointed, that martial artist's expression changed. Outside, dead bodies were sprawled all over the ground messily. Clearly, there were already quite a number of people who were killed off because of refusing to hand over their storage rings. Looking at the soldiers guarding the transmission array, they were actually all Dao Profound Realm powerhouses without exception. Not far away, two black-clothed men were even sitting, drinking tea very leisurely, as if they paid no attention to this. This Dao Profound Realm martial artist was helpless and could only hand over his storage ring. The news of Bright Moon City being sealed already spread out. The people coming to Bright Moon City now are already getting lesser and lesser. Sigh, the brothers' side allowances also reduced significantly all at once. Enough, be contented. In this half a month, we've already reaped no idea how much resources. Although what remained in our hands are very few, we also got quite a bit. True. The higher-ups are still pretty good to us. With these resources, we won't have to worry for the next 5 years. It's just that, we don't know when that Ji Qingyun will show up. Bullsh *T. Clearly aware that this place is a huge trap, could he still dare to come and deliver himself to death? That might not be so. I heard that Ji Qingyun is a besotted soul. He'll definitely come for the sake of the person he loves. Then it's perfect. We have a big feast waiting for him here. The two soldiers exchanged a glance and smiled, but their gazes flitted towards those two black-clothed men without prior consultation. Just what background these black-clothed men had, they were not clear either. They only knew that these two people were both some holy sovereigns. But without a doubt, these two people were characters whose strengths were formidable to the extreme. There's a dish delivering to the door again. Go take a look. At this time, light flashed, and a figure walked out from inside the transmission array. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus several dozen streaks of sword energy immediately sprayed out, killing all of the surrounding Dao Profound Realm soldiers. At this time, the two black-clothed men casually waved their hands and directly extinguished the sword energies. The two drank another mouthful of tea. One of them said, "Brother, business has come knocking. Finish it off quickly." After done talking, the two actually slowly stretched lazily and stood up sluggishly, showing an appearance of not putting the arrival in their sights at all. This arrival was naturally none other than precisely the Yi Yuan, who ran at full speed all the way. Along the way, he forcefully hijacked several dozens transmission arrays, crossing several dozen major regions, before reaching Bright Moon City within half a month. But on the way, Yi Yuan already heard of the news about Bright Moon City being destroyed. His heart sank to the rock bottom. At this time, the berserk killing intent on Yi Yuan could not be concealed no matter what. Hehe, you're Ji Qingyun? Truly an infatuated soul. Looks like Lord Holy Sun guessed correctly. You indeed came. I didn't think that not seeing you for a couple of days, this punk already broke through to the 7th level Dao Profound. Fortunately, Lord Holy Sun sent the two of us over. If he were to send a Holy King over, it might really be incapable of suppressing him. Ha ha ha, brat, are you surrendering without resistance, or do you want the two of us brothers to take action? Whoa, killing intent isn't small. Brat, stop racking your brain in vain. You aren't our match. We, holy sovereign powerhouses, are existences comparable to peak void mystic. The two people had disdainful looks, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition was poles apart from in the past, giving people a bone-piercing cold feeling. On the way, he heard quite a bit of news concerning Bright Moon City being destroyed. He could not differentiate whether they were rumors or truth either. But without a doubt, Leah was in a very dangerous situation right now. Maybe. Yi Yuan did not dare to carry on thinking. He was really very scared that the situation of losing his beloved would happen to him once more. I'm only asking you a sentence. Where is Leah right now? Yi Yuan asked coldly. Toward the two people's attitudes, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He only wanted to know Leah's situation right, whether she was alive or dead, or escaped, or captured. Leah? Who? You're talking about that chick from the Yu family? Dead. Haha, don't you worry, before long, you'll go down and reunite together with her. The two people chortled with laughter, but it made Yi Yuan's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. A cold and sharp killing intent virtually materialized, blanketing over towards these two holy sovereign powerhouses. Haha, decent killing intent. But, it's no use, said one of them as he laughed without a care. The two people were currently laughing when all of a sudden, their expressions became rather surprised. This. Such terrifying talent. Killing intent soared continuously and actually directly broke through the bottleneck, said the other person in amazement. Do it, don't waste time anymore. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. Since that's the case, the both of you go to HL then. Yi Yuan's ice-cold voice sounded out, his figure abruptly disappearing. Greater teleportation. The expressions of the two mighty holy sovereigns changed. Only now did they know that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Yi Yuan they knew. This 1 to 2 years' time, Yi Yuan's improvement speed could simply be described using terrifying. That whatever Holy Sun still misjudged Yi Yuan's strength in the end. Roar. 2 clouds of black qi erupted. The auras of the two great holy sovereigns instantly skyrocketed. But to Yi Yuan, it was of no use at all. Swish, swiss. Plus a cold light flashed, heads and torsos ended up in separate places. Evil extermination sword energy directly ground the fiendish energy into shreds. Fiend race again. Yi Yuan's killing intent billowed to the skies. The slaughter concept actually gradually advanced towards the great circle of perfection realm. Although Yi Yuan shattered his divine king domain, it did not mean that his supreme true intents were gone. The slaughter supreme true intent and scorching supreme true intent, Yi Yuan was still in the midst of steady progression. But just now, when Yi Yuan heard the news of Yu Mengli's demise, his killing intent could not be held back anymore. I truly didn't expect that my slaughter concept actually attained perfection under such circumstances. Sigh. Such a perfection, I'd rather not want it. Leah, where on earth are you? Slaughter concept reached the great circle of perfection, but Yi Yuan's life became bleak. At this time, he became despondent, his entire person like he lost his soul, becoming a walking corpse. The blow of Yu Mengli's death to him was too great. Ah! Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl, roaring loudly, "This villainous heaven! Do you really want to toy with me to death? If I don't have Leah, what's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens?" Chapter 1162, Bedevilment. Chapter 1162, Bedevilment. Monstrous killing intent surged to the sky. Yi Yuan's eyes actually became a blood-red color. This killing intent, even inside Bright Moon City, it could be felt clearly. A dense crowd of martial artists flew out from inside Bright Moon City. Very clearly, they were all startled by Yi Yuan's killing intent. Kill. Yi Yuan's eyes were scarlet. Sensing those experts who flew over, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, there were already several figures who dropped down from the sky. Swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus the current Yi Yuan was like a killing machine. Places that he said through, not a blade of grass. Survived. Regardless whether was it the vast Sun City's powerhouses or that mysterious divine martial hall's martial artists, not one survive. Yi Yuan's killing intent virtually materialize. His formidable strength practically made everyone despair. Whatever Dao profound realm martial artists or divine king powerhouses, even void mystic powerhouses could not last past 1 second under Yi Yuan's hand. Seeing such an astonished, HI+ing spectacle, how could those people still dare to remain? Arriving with a fierce and imposing momentum, fleeing in a wretched plight. Don't kill me. Quickly run. Ji Qingyun went mad. Devil. This is a devil. Quickly run. For some time, miserable cries lingered on the ears. The entire sky became a field of carnage. No matter how fast they ran, how could they be faster than Yi Yuan's sword? The more he killed, the redder Yi Yuan's eyes got. Gradually, he actually already lost his original heart. 2 figures soared to the sky and actually acted in contravention, welcoming Yi Yuan. One of them had fiendish energy billowing into the sky. His strength was very formidable at one glance. Lord Bloodrain, looks like this Yi Yuan seems to have entered bedevilment. The one talking was precisely Zhu Jia. When he saw Yi Yuan's appearance of crazed slaughtering, he felt the delight of rejoicing over other people's misfortune instead. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was acquired by Yi Yuan. How could Zhu Jia not hate him? Bloodrain smiled lightly and said, looks like Lord Holy Sun's scheme is very effective. This Ji Qingyun indeed fell into madness when he heard news of the Yu family's Lane SSS demise. Zhu Jia hurriedly fawned as he said, "Ha, Lord Holy Sun truly took every conceivable possibility into account. No matter how strong Ji Qingyun is, he's a cripple after entering bedevilment too. Ha. Kill away. The more you kill, the deeper you'll lose yourself. We prepared sufficient baits for you. When you kill finish, you'll become a walking corpse that only knows slaughter." A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Bloodrain's mouth, looking towards Yi Yuan rather interestedly. Poochie. A streak of bloodlight flashed past. The first person to escape back was directly killed by Bloodrain. Deserters in the battlefield, die. Bloodrain's cold voice sounded out, making everyone's heart turn cold. He's only one person. Everybody attack, kill him, this is your only way out. Bloodrain said coldly. Everyone's heart turned cold. Front and back, both were death. Lord Bloodrain's strength, they were very clear. While over there, it was just Yi Yuan alone. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. Countless figures charged over towards Yi Yuan. However, all of the struggles were futile. Under Yi Yuan's hands, they did not have the least bit of strength to retaliate. Zhu Jia was still watching Yi Yuan kill people with a broad grin. But to the back, the expression on his face became increasingly solemn. Yi Yuan was too strong. This. Just how long has it been? How can his strength be terrifying to such a degree? Zhu Jia's complexion was white as a sheet as he said in shock. Bloodrain swept a glance over him and said with a cold smile, "What? Scared?" Zhu Jia was startled inwardly, his expression ugly as he said, how can that be possible? Swiss. H. Plus just as they were talking, a streak of terrifying sword energy whistled past, directly slaughtering a large swathe. Force wind swept past, scaring Zhu Jia until he shuddered. Zhu Jia looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable terror and alarm. He seriously could not figure out how that youth could grow to such an extent. "Relax. With me around, he can't hurt you," Bloodrain said fully confident. Actually, He looked down on Ju Jia from the bottom of his heart. It was just that he still had some use right now. That was why he did not kill him. Only when he heard Bloodrain's words did Ju Jia loosen up considerably. Inside the vast heaven Paji. Oda, it was long in utter disarray already. Milord entered bedevilment. At this rate, Milord will thoroughly lose himself. Ao Chen said incredibly worriedly. What to do here? Without Milord's permission, we can't go out at all. Jiang Taizong also had a panicked look. Lu'er did not speak by the side. But the worried expression on her face betrayed her. Oh, right, Elder Teng. Elder Teng is the vast heaven Paji. Oda's artifact spirit. He must have a way. Ao Chen suddenly thought of something and shouted. Right at this time, Long Teng's figure materialized. The moment he came out, everyone crowded over. Elder Teng, quickly think of a way. Yeah, Elder Teng, hurry and think of a way. At this rate, His Excellency will be a goner. Everyone clamored to speak, all burning with anxiety. Long Ting waved his hand and said, You guys can't go out now. He'll kill you guys together. Moreover, even if you all go out, it's useless too. Then what should we do? Jiang Taizong said anxiously. Long Ting's gaze turned towards Lu'er. Then, everyone's gazes looked towards her. Lu'er. That's right. Apart from her, nobody can save Yi Yuan here. Only she can stir up the soft spot in the deepest part of Yi Yuan's soul. However, there's a possibility of failure too. And the price of failure is death. At that time, not only will Lu'er, you, die, Yi Yuan will utterly enter bedevilment too, never to awaken again. Lu'er, are you willing to give it a try? Long Ting said with a serious expression. Clearly, he was also not very confident. But, the matters between Yi Yuan and Lu'er, he was still aware. Yi Yuan walking from the endless world until now, if talking about who was the person he was closest to, it had to be Lu'er. Only the person that he was closest to could rouse Yi Yuan, who currently entered bedevilment. The moment Lu'er heard, she said without hesitation, Grandpa Long Ting, let me out then. Even if I die under young master's sword, I'll have no regrets too. Long Ting let out a sigh and said with a nod, All right, but right now, isn't the time yet. The Yi Yuan with two bloodshot eyes finally detected Ju Jia this existence. The moment his two eyes turned back, Ju Jia's entire person almost shrunk, as if there was a feeling of being stared at by the god of death. When Bloodrain saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from sight. Greater teleportation. However, Bloodrain captured Yi Yuan's trail. Boom. An intense collision. It actually directly blasted Yi Yuan back. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. Instead, he seemed to become even more berserk. His target was Ju Jia, because in his subconscious, Ju Jia should know Lia's whereabouts. Regardless of whether alive or dead, even though Yi Yuan entered bedevilment, his combat instincts were still there. Bloodrain's strength was indeed formidable. It was even a notch above Han Qingzi. But this time, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up. Qi. A rain of blood scattered everywhere. The insufferably arrogant Bloodrain was actually killed in one exchange. Chapter 1163, Only Oneself to Blame. Chapter 1163, Only Oneself to Blame PFFFT. Blood splattered, splars. HI plussing all over Ju Jia's face. The scalding hot blood made his entire person tremble, abruptly startling awake. His eyes became round circles. Up until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that he saw in front of him. Someone as powerful as Bloodrain was finished off in one exchange. They were clearly still gloating over others' misfortune earlier. Bloodrain even said that there was no problem with him around. But, what kind of situation was this right now? Lia. Where's Lia? Yi Yuan's ice-cold voice bored into his ears, making Ju Jia shudder once again. It was not long before, he thought that he could finally let Vast Sun City lord over a region when he broke through to Void Mystic. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was still weak like a toddler learning how to walk. Swooze. H. Plus Ju Jia only hesitated slightly, and Yi Yuan suddenly disappeared. He had yet to react to what was happening when fresh blood sprayed everywhere on Bright Moon City's walls. Ah! A miserable cry sounded over. With Bloodrain's death, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. When Zhu Jiao came back to his senses, all the hairs on his body stood on its end. Yang! Zhu Jiao felt like his entire body was sapped dry as he shouted at the top of his voice. That person observing the situation far away over at this side on the city wall was precisely his son, Zhu Yang. He was a divine realm heaven's pride who had once tramped Yi Yuan underfoot. But now, he finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Zhu Yang thought that he hid very well. But under Yi Yuan's perception, everything in the surrounding was laid completely bare. And Yi Yuan was just a killing machine right now. He completely only relied on instinct when doing things. His final trace of reason told him that Zhu Jiao was the instigator of this war and should know Lia's whereabouts. Maybe, Lia was not dead yet. But these were all thoughts in his subconscious. Hence, he instinctively killed Zhu Yang. He thought that this way, it could make Zhu Jiao feel afraid and tell the truth, but he completely did not know Zhu Yang and Zhu Jiao's relations. Hi+P. In the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, Zhu Yang was just an ant. An ant that was casually trampled to death. Back then, when Zhu Yang descended upon the endless world, he kept on saying that Yi Yuan was just an ant. At that time, he definitely did not imagine that he would be trampled to death like an ant by Yi Yuan today. As casually as that. Of course, Yi Yuan was completely clueless. His figure moved, returning in front of Zhu Jiao again. Tell me, where's Lia? Yi Yuan asked icily again. Lia? You say Lia? Ha 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 ha. That Essel. Ut didn't know how to appreciate favors and is already deader than dead. Yang was deeply in love with her, but she actually remained completely unmoved. Before dying, she was even. Zhu Jiao's voice abruptly cut off. He was no longer able to talk. With Zhu Yang's death, Zhu Jiao did not want to live on anymore. He fell completely into madness. Since Yi Yuan already fallen into depravity, then let him thoroughly enter bedevilment. Zhu Jiao knew that the words out of his mouth would be the final straw that crushed Yi Yuan. From henceforth, that genius Ji Qingyun would be utterly reduced to a killing machine. In fact, he wanted to be even more bloody and bloodthirsty than the fiend race. On his deathbed, a hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Zhu Jiao's mouth. That was the smile of a treacherous scheme prevailing. Ah! Berserk killing intent practically condensed into a physical ent. One tie. It was akin to an enormous storm, billowing into the sky. Yi Yuan was currently thoroughly sinking into becoming a devil. At this time, a green silhouette appeared. Young master. Luer's voice exuded thick concern. Yi Yuan abruptly turned his head back, his eyes filled with icy-cold killing intent. Those scarlet-red eyes, Luer was too unfamiliar. Was this still that gentle and caring young master? Young master. Wake up, young master, Luer said with tears in her eyes. Facing Luer, Yi Yuan actually had a rare moment of not directly exterminating. He was currently on the critical point of bedevilment. He was still hanging on to that last trace of reason in the depths of his heart. Luer was the kin that Yi Yuan cared the most for all along. Protecting her was virtually Yi Yuan's instinct. Hence, he did not make a move. But the virtually materialized killing intent made Luer practically unable to breathe. Swooze. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. But the next instant, the evil extermination sword stopped at Luer's neck. Drip. A drop of fresh blood flowed out of Luer's fair skin, flowing down along the evil extermination sword. On Yi Yuan's savage face, a look of struggle actually surfaced. Very clearly, his instinct was currently battling with his mental demon. If the evil extermination sword went another inch forward, Luer would die. Time slowly trickled by, as if it had frozen. But Luer's face did not show a hint of a change in countenance. From start to end, her gaze never left Yi Yuan's face. She trusted Yi Yuan. She believed that Yi Yuan would not kill her. Even if Yi Yuan fell into deprivation. Young master, I'm Luer. Young master, did you forget that you taught Luer the heaven illusionary ice soul? Young master, have you forgotten that back then, in order to save Lu'er, you killed Lin Tiancheng and challenged the Nine Heavens Road? Yi Yuan reminisced the past in detail, looking into it to call back reason. The dainty neck and the evil extermination sword rubbed non-stop. More and more blood flowed out. But she was seemingly oblivious. Young master, why are you so foolish? H. Plus Ambus. H.I. Plusing the Bright Moon City, their target is definitely you. If they really caught Big Sister Leah, how can they possibly not make use of her to deal with you? You didn't see Big Sister Leah with your own eyes, so how can you determine that she died? If she's fine, but you fell into depravity, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Young master, the people who care about you isn't just Big Sister Leah either. Me, Grandpa Long Teng, Ao Chen, Jiang Taizong, each one of us cares for you very much. You can't let yourself to fall into depravity unchecked. One sentence after another, they impacted Yi Yuan's heart. The instinct of slaughter and his consciousness was undergoing an intense struggle. Gradually, that surging killing intent finally lessened gradually, while Yi Yuan's scarlet-red two eyes also gradually faded away. Lu'er? Yi Yuan called out dryly. When Lu'er saw that young master finally regained his senses, tears flooded out. Why, young master, you finally woke up. What happened to me just now? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that his sword was actually pressed against Lu'er's throat. Lu'er's throat was already stabbed by his sword until fresh blood flowed steadily. This shock was by no means insignificant. His entire body trembled, finally thoroughly regaining consciousness. Young master, just now, Lu'er's words had yet to finish saying when her eyes rolled back, her entire person toppling over weakly. Yi Yuan was alarmed and hurriedly supported Lu'er. Lu'er's distance from Yi Yuan was merely the distance of a sword. Yi Yuan's great circle of perfection slaughter concept, Lu'er practically withstood it completely. This degree of slaughter concept, even if divine king powerhouses were situated inside, they might not be able to withstand it either. Sensing the piercingly cold killing intent from such a close distance, how could Lu'er be able to withstand it? Up until now, she relied on a strand of willpower to forcefully hold on. If not for young master, she would have long crumbled. Chapter 1164, No Regrets. Chapter 1164, No Regrets. This was all done by me. Yi Yuan looked at the dead bodies all over the ground outside the city, his eyes filled with disbelief. All the martial artists in the city were actually Ma's sacred clean by him alone. The current Bright Moon City was already a ghost city, without even a soul, looking incomparably spooky. When you heard from those two people about the news regarding Leah, your heart suffered an impact all at once. You suddenly went insane. By the time we came to our senses, it was already too late to stop it, Ao Chen said with lingering fear in his heart. Yeah, my lord, you were like a killing god before. The other party had a major power who was finished off by you in one exchange. You really don't know how harrowing you were. Recalling the scene of fineness. Hi plussing blood rain off, Jiang Taizong was similarly incredibly alarmed. His Excellency, who almost fell into depravity, was simply too terrifying. He even suspected that once they showed face back then, they would most likely be instantly one-shotted. Lightly stroking Lu'er's long hair, Yi Yuan was filled with self-blame in his heart. Sigh, looks like my heart realm is still not perfected. If I really took action against Lu'er today, I'd really find it hard to absolve myself from the blame. Yi Yuan was endlessly remorseful in his heart. Long Ting looked at Yi Yuan and had a look of tenderness too as he sighed and said, I can't blame you for this matter either. You had once experienced the pain of losing your loved ones. I didn't expect that such an accident would happen again now. Suddenly hearing about the grievous news, No body is able to withstand this kind of psychological impact too. Yi Yuan fell silent. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Senior, do you think? Leah even if he already recovered now, Yi Yuan still did not dare to go and think about this matter. He lost himself in concern. Because he cared too much about Leah, his heart was weighed down with worry along the way. Suddenly hearing Leah's grievous news, Yi Yuan's heart suffered a tremendous impact. That was why he lost control for a moment and almost fell into depravity. This scheme of the Holy Sons was insidious and viscous. Even someone as strong as Yi Yuan nearly suck. Yumbed too. But Li's death became an unresolved case presently. This group of people's strength was very powerful. That Bloodrain's strength was even a little stronger than Han Qingzi. Whether or not Li was still alive, Yi Yuan was really rather uncertain. When Longteng heard that, he said, "I know what you're thinking about. But it hasn't reached the point where all hope is lost yet. As long as there's a spark of hope, we can't give up, isn't it so? At least this time, we didn't see Li. This is perhaps good news. You're also aware, Li's innate battle soul physique is extremely powerful. Perhaps she really had the chance to escape with her life." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, "Right now, I can only think like this. It's just that Vast Sun City actually dared to do such a resolute thing. From henceforth, they have no need to continue existing anymore either." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone seethed with killing intent. Killing the Jew father and son, not only did Yi Yuan not regret it in the slightest, he was actually invigorated instead. Even though Vast Sun City was not the main culprit for Bright Moon's unexpected turn of events this time, they helped the wicked by perpetuating wicked deeds. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them off. Especially Zhu Jiao, the words that he said previously on his deathbed, the motive was even more apparent. This bunch of fellows was clearly baiting him into depravity. "Why, young master, are you all right?" At this time, the Lu'er in Yi Yuan's embrace slowly woke up. But who she was concerned about right away was Yi Yuan. In her eyes, her young master's life was much more important compared to hers. Yi Yuan was full of tender care as he said, "Of course I'm fine, all thanks to my Lu'er. Otherwise, this young master would have sunk into deprivation for all of eternity." The moment Lu'er heard, she could not help weeping from extreme joy and said sobbingly, That's great. Young master, you really frightened Lu'er badly today." Lu'er's display of true feelings made Yi Yuan blame himself even more. He sighed and said, "Silly girl. Do you know that I nearly killed you today?" But Lu'er cried while smiling as she said, "I know that young master dotes on Lu'er the most. Even if you really fell into depravity, you definitely won't kill Lu'er too. Even if you really killed Lu'er have no regrets too. This life of Lu'er's was given by young master." Hearing Lu'er's words, Yi Yuan was visibly moved. Between him and Lu'er, there was already no need to use any words to prove anything. Their relations. Hi+P was even closer than family. Silly girl. Yi Yuan pulled her a little tighter into his embrace. In the Biling region, situated in the northwest direction of the Great Xiong region. At this time, in a desolate plain of the Biling region, over 10 figures surrounded a beautiful woman. "Haha, you family's lane SS, with this, you can't run anymore, right? Surrender obediently without putting up resistance." The one talking was precisely Sun Man. And the beautiful woman surrounded by them in the center was naturally Yu Mengli. Speaking of the Bright Moon City Great Battle back then, it was also Yu Mengli who acted fast when the opportunity arose, bringing the Yu family's members to break out of the encirclement. At that time, Sun Man thought that he had cornered Yu Mengli, who knew that Yu Mengli's strength was unexpectedly powerful, and she actually tangled up in a struggle with him, especially that battle soul behind her. It was incredibly troublesome. Ever since awakening the innate battle soul physique, Yu Mengli's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, she broke through to the Divine King realm. And at this time, the might of her battle soul finally erupted. She who had just entered the Divine King realm actually fought to a draw with Sun Man. Yu Mengli protected the Yu family members, fighting as they retreated, withdrawing from Bright Moon City. Of course, during this process, it was naturally unavoidable for the Yu family to suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, there was a void mystic realm Wu Luo. That was how they barely managed to ensure the Yu family members' safety. Speaking of which, it was also thanks to the Medicine King Hall that misjudged Yu Mengli's strength, thinking that by sending only Sun Man over, he could take her down completely. They completely did not expect that Yu Mengli's strength was actually so great. When Blood Rain rushed to the Bright Moon City, he had to hold down the fort and await Yi Yuan's arrival as well. As a result, that was how Yu Mengli could run until now. On the way, Yu Mengli discovered that their target was actually her. Hence, she had Wu Luo escort everyone to flee in the direction of the demon region, while she lured away Sun Man, this expert. Sun Man's strength, after experiencing the Holy Mother Devil Flower's devilification, already increased substantially. And these people that he brought over were all void mystic powerhouses without any exceptions. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was already a turtle in a jar. In order to take care of the Yu family's members, Yu Mengli was already covered in wounds. It seemed like at this moment, she indeed did not have any strength to retaliate already. Yu Mengli gave Sun Man a glance and retorted with a question. You all schemed so laboriously, it's in order to deal with Big Brother Yuan, right? Heh, that is, of course. You are that Ji Qingyun's life. Grasping you in our hands, it will naturally break his destiny. The child of destiny Sup 1 Sup will also no longer exist. However, perhaps he has already thoroughly entered bedevilment at this time. Ha ha ha, talking about what he was pleased with, Sun Man could not help letting out a roaring laugh. Yu Mengli's brows knitted. She sucked in a deep breath and said, all right, since that's the case, I can send you all on the way already. Sun Man froze, then immediately burst into laughter and said, send us on our way. Ha ha ha, boom. Yu Mengli's battle soul suddenly condensed and formed, but it made Sun Man's expression changed greatly. This battle soul's aura was actually several times more powerful compared to when they exchanged blows previously. Chapter 1165, Charging Up to the Medicine King Hall Alone. Chapter 1165, Charging Up to the Medicine King Hall Alone. Above the sky of vast Sun City, Yi Yuan stood in the air. Looking at the city below, the Zhu family was already utterly annihilated. This time, the Zhu family's actions and conduct touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Therefore, the Zhu family naturally had no reason to exist anymore. Young master, for the next step, what do you plan on doing? Behind Yi Yuan, Luo seemed rather worried. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said loftily, it's been over 20 years. It's time that I settle all the scores. Yi Yuan's words made everyone alarmed in their hearts. The long-awaited day finally had come. Ao Qian, your subordinate is present. I'll entrust everyone here to you. Bring them all back, go the Dragon Clan, and await my news. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change drastically. Luo said anxiously, young master, I want to go together with you. Ao Qian said, my lord, you aren't planning on going to the Medicine King Hall alone, right? This is also too reckless. Yeah, my lord. That Medicine King Hall might be the fiend race's lair. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, Jiang Taitsang said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, no matter how many people they have, it's meaningless to me too. If you all go, I'd need to divert attention to take care of you all instead. Yi Yuan's words, they made everyone's faces incomparably ugly. Messing around for half a day, Yi Yuan was actually complaining about them being a hindrance. Especially Ao Qian. He, a former Dragon Clan's strongest expert, could not poke his nose into this matter either. This result made him very embarrassed. Said. But thinking about it, numbers indeed already did not have too great of a significance to the current Yi Yuan. His domain of sword did not even need him to trigger it, and No body could approach within a 20-feet radius of him. All right. Young master, then you need to be careful. Luo said worriedly. Relax, after I kill Ji Kanglan, I'll go to the Dragon Clan and rendezvous with you all, Yi Yuan said. Watching everyone vanish in the transmission array, killing intent gradually thickened on Yi Yuan's face. Old grudge yet to be resolved, new enmity was added again. Ji Kanglan was truly unscrupulous and stopped at nothing. Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events made the monstrous killing intent Yi Yuan had toward Ji Kanglan unable to be contained anymore. Several days later, at Bright Moon City, a pretty figure appeared. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Looking at the Bright Moon City is utter dilapidation as well as the corpses sprawled all over the ground, Yu Mengli's brows knitted together. Looks like Big Brother Yuan already came by. She was very certain that this was done by Yi Yuan. It was just that such a ghastly sight made Yu Mengli alarmed and on tenterhooks. Yu Mengli's figure moved, Vonnie's hi plussing from where she was. The present Medicine King Hall exuded a strange atmosphere everywhere. In a hidden pavilion, covered densely in array formations, a large vat was placed in the middle. Diagrams all around, extremely complex array formations were set up. Looking closely, the large vat was actually filled to the brim with blood, looking sanguinary and horrifying. At this time, a black-robed man actually spoke to the blood vat. Bright Moon City's matters are already settled. Even though there was some minor interlude, Ji Qingyun finally still fell into depravity, said the black-robed man. At this time, a voice actually came out from inside the blood vat. This matter, you did very well. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, no body is capable of stopping my fiend race anymore. The voice inside the blood vat was clearly very happy and even had a feeling of being fired up with boundless enthusiasm. The black-robed man said, "It's just that I didn't think that even Bloodrain died at his hand. The Son of Heaven's mandate indeed lives up to the reputation. His improvement speed is 2 astonis. Hi plussing. That is, of course. This seat has fought with several generations of Sons of Heaven's mandate. Which one isn't a character that startled the heavens and shook the earth? This seat has such means and even tumbled with a big fall. I still haven't recovered all the way until today. It's just. Sun Man's side hasn't sent over any news yet. I'm a little worried. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, the overall situation is decided. Just a little lanenesses, there's no big deal. How are the preparations for the blood soul beads? The black-robed man said, already fully prepared. There are a total of 58,000 beads. I already sent Blood Evil to bring people to the Divine Martial Hall. He'll be reaching within the next few days. Blood soul bead was precisely the thing that was refined in the Endless World back then. The Endless World and Fierce Gale World, 2 worlds martial artists had casualties numbering in the hundreds of millions before condensing just one. For over 58,000 beads, one truly no idea how many were plunged into misery and suffering. You did very well. This seat's painstaking efforts to groom you back then were not in vain, said the Divine Master. The black-robed man bowed and said, Divine Master is too kind. You're a paramount existence. Serving you is part of Molan's duty. This seat sealed your divine soul inside the soul of a human with the soul extraction method. Only then did it was hidden from the eyes and ears of the human race's powerhouses. It's just that my only concern was that your consciousness would be corroded by the human soul. Looking at it now, this seat's worries was unnecessary, Divine Master said with a laugh. Turned out that Ji Kanglan's original name was actually called Molan, and the Divine Master's magical ability was truly so mysterious that even gods and spirits could not predict it. It was just that this sort of approach was truly too cruel. Ji Kanglan said respectfully, Lord Divine Master is too kind. Molan is forever your most loyal subject. You're not a subject. You're the holy son that this seat decided on, beneath one person, and above millions. As long as you put your heart and soul into working for this seat, in the future, this divine realm will definitely fall on you. Divine Master said. Yes, Lord Divine Master. The lofty and unyielding Ji Kanglan was actually incomparably respectful at this time. Ji Kang Lan. Right at this time, a thunderous voice permeated throughout the entire Medicine King Hall. Ji Kanglan was startled inwardly. This voice, he was really familiar with it. Ji Qingyun. But didn't Ji Qingyun already fall into depravity? It's the aura of the Son of Heaven's mandate. Molan, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Divine Master clearly already recognized this arrival's aura and suddenly became extremely enraged. That vat of blood actually started boiling. It was as if it was currently displaying Divine Master's fury. Ji Kanglan's expression changed, and he said, This is impossible. The people who fled back from Bright Moon City said that Ji Qingyun clearly already fell into depravity. How can he possibly find this place? In order to determine the truth, I even specially did a soul search. Could it be Could it be that he relied on his slaughter instincts and found this place? Yes, it must be like this. Humph. Regardless of what kind of situation it is, settle this matter yourself. This seat has already arrived at the final juncture of breaking through and have no time to divert attention. This mess, you settle it yourself. Divine Master's voice became icy-cold. Yes, Lord Divine Master. For the sake of dealing with the Son of Heaven's mandate, Mo Lan prepared many contingency plans. This time, Mo Lan will definitely resolve this hidden danger thoroughly, Ji Kanglan said deferentially. Humph. Go. Divine Master's stern voice sounded out. The color of that vat of blood gradually faded away and actually became a vat of clear water. After Divine Master's voice disappeared, Ji Kanglan said coldly, Ji Qingyun, you're really an unkillable COC Croach. I want to see if you're really unkillable. Chapter 1166, Tenacious Life. Chapter 1166, Tenacious Life. Who's this person? To actually dare be so arrogant at our Medicine King Hall? Don't recognize. This person is so unfamiliar. Merely 7th level Dao Profound Realm, he actually dared to drop in and shout the Hallmaster's name. Isn't this courting death? Fool. That's Ji Qingyun. He came back. Ji Qingyun. Is that Ji Qingyun who seized possession and revived? Heh, this idiot actually dares to come to the Medicine King Hall alone. Truly seeking death. Yi Yuan's yell made the entire Medicine King Hall seethe with excitement. Too arrogant. Too overbearing. Too stupid. A 7th level Dao Profound martial artist actually dared to come to the Medicine King Hall to act wildly? Seizing possession and reviving, his head also spoiled, right? Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a complicated expression too. Different things and different people. The present Medicine King Hall no longer had its former glory. Looking at a glance, there were scenes of desolation everywhere. It was akin to two different places from its prime. Many people's faces seemed to be familiar, but they were already not them. The terror of the fiend race lied in their devilification abilities. Once devilified, they would become the Fiend Master's loyal lackeys, no longer able to betray the Fiend Master, all the way until death. Some special attributes of the fiend race, Yi Yuan got to know quite a bit out of Skydistant's mouth. The fiend race was a terrifying race. One could say, not even a prairie fire could burn out the grass, growing again when the spring breeze blew. As long as they did not die, they would assimilate the other races without any scruples. But to the human race, exterminating Fiend Emperor could be easily accomplished. But once the fiend race reached the deity realm, they virtually possessed undying bodies. Wanting to kill then was extremely difficult. Daoist Absolute Heaven's strength was exceedingly great and was still unable to thoroughly eradicate the two great heavenly fiend G.O.D.S, and could only suppress them. One could say that once the fiend race metamorphosed to the deity realm, they were practically undying existences. These former Medicine King Hall disciples in front of him already became fiend slaves now. Fiend slaves had their own individual consciousness and were able to cultivate themselves. But they were submissive towards their masters from the bottom of their hearts. Putting it bluntly, it was slave nature. Yi Yuan's perception was exceedingly powerful. Inside the current Medicine King Hall, there were quite a few extremely powerful existences. Except, to the current Yi Yuan, he did not place them in his sights. Ha, Ji Qingyun, you came right on time. Since you came, stay behind then. A peak divine king powerhouse soared to the sky and welcomed Yi Yuan. But this peak divine king powerhouse, Yi Yuan knew him. He was formerly the Medicine King Hall's guest elder, Ma Yudao. It was just that now, this Ma Yudao was clearly already devilified. Previous life, Yi Yuan's relations. Hi+P with this Ma Yudao was still pretty good. Ma Yudao's talent was ordinary. Being able to break through to peak divine king was actually due to Yi Yuan. Ma Yudao watched Yi Yuan grow up since young and doted on him like his own family's junior. But sadly, back down, Ma Yudao, I'm not killing you. This young master is here today only to kill Ji Kanglan. Looking at Ma Yudao, Yi Yuan had complicated feelings. Although Yi Yuan could be said to kill people without batting an eyelid, towards people who were kind to him, he could not quite deal the blow. Even though he knew that this person was already long devilified. Yi Yuan's strength, only the Medicine King Hall's upper echelons knew. Maro Yudao had always stayed in the Medicine King Hall, so he did not understand at all. What he had in mind right now was capturing Yi Yuan and taking credit for it from his master. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a 7th-level Dao profound little rookie. Haha, kill me? Did you guys hear that? This boy is just 7th-level Dao profound, and he actually said that he wants to kill me. Maro Yudao's words made everyone snicker with laughter. Ha ha ha, this brat wasn't so funny back then. A 7th-level Dao profound dealing with a peak divine king? Is he joking? Maybe he's still immersed in the environment of the past life's young master, and think that we'll pull our punches against him. Ma Yudao, stop talking nonsense with this brat. This contribution, you can have it. Quickly take him down. Ma Yudao said delightedly, Ji Qingyun, I didn't expect that after you seized possession and revived, you actually became so rampant and conceited. I, Ma Yudao, want to take a look today at how you're going to kill me. Maro Yudao let out a loud laugh and suddenly released a palm toward Yi Yuan. Poochie. The palm with a huge ruckus directly dissipated into nothing 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Ma Yudao's expression changed. Everyone's faces changed drastically. What kind of situation was this? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, fine then, it was me who was flattering myself. Ma Yudao was dazed and still had not understood what was going on when he felt it go black before his eyes, directly fainting away. Yi Yuan's palm shoved lightly, sending Ma Yudao onto a terrace on the mountainside, but did not kill him. Yi Yuan could not deal the blow. What on earth happened just now? Ma Yudao's palm actually extinguished bafflingly. Yeah. Didn't see Ji Qingyun make a move at all. There isn't even the slightest hint of essence energy undulation. Could it be that Ma Yudao himself tripped and stumbled? But this isn't possible, right? It's not right. This Ji Qingyun seems to be a bit odd. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus Yi Yuan had just taken care of Ma Yudao when over 10 figures soared into the air again. Sweeping a glance over, these people were all once Yi Yuan's elders, although their strength and status were far inferior compared Yi Yuan, without exception, they all watched Yi Yuan grow up. Furthermore, their relations. HI plus P with Yi Yuan was even really not bad. Seeing this scene, how could Yi Yuan still not understand what was happening? This Ji Kanglan was truly shameless to the extreme. He actually thought of using this kind of trick to make him wary in taking action. But would it be that simple? Buzz. Yi Yuan's soul force gushed out, directly attacking these dozen-over figures sea of consciousness. Divine soul attack. With Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm, carrying out divine soul attacks against these people, they did not have strength left over to resist at all. Ji Kanglan, stop scheming in vain. It's no use. I'll give you one last chance. Come out and accept the challenge. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. A black silhouette slowly walked out of the Medicine King Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan, he frowned and said, you actually didn't fall into depravity. Those people who fled back from Bright Moon City clearly all said that they saw you fall into depravity. The probing earlier made him finally realize that Yi Yuan did not fall into depravity. Yi Yuan said coolly, you seem to be very disappointed. For my sake, you really went through great pains. One had to admit that Yi Yuan really almost suck. You embed to it by a narrow margin. If without lure, Yi Yuan would have long fallen into depravity at this time already. The Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed troublesome. Now, I finally somewhat understand why Lord Divine Master wanted to employ any means possible to eliminate you. Ji Kanglan also sighed slightly and said. Several hundred years of lying low, Ji Kanglan was naturally filled with vicissitude of emotions. He, Mo Lan, could be said to be born for Yi Yuan's sake. However, he lurked for several hundred years and was still unable to kill Yi Yuan. For Yi Yuan's sake, he truly cudgeled his brain, but he just could not kill him. Yi Yuan's life was seriously too tenacious. Chapter 1167, 9 Consummate God Killing Sword Formation. Chapter 1167, 9 Consummate God Killing Sword Formation. Seeing Ji Kanglan, Yi Yuan's killing intent could not be concealed anymore. He looked at Ji Kanglan and said coldly, "I'm only asking you, just how is Leah right now?" Ji Kanglan smiled and said, "How else can she be? Don't you already know? Do you think that I'd let her off? Who, the Son of Heaven's mandate, is destined to be lonely?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. Killing intent surged to the skies. Ji Kanglan smiled faintly when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like you hate me very much. But your opponent isn't me. Since you came, I, your senior brother, naturally have to arrange a big feast for you." Whoosh! Before Yi Yuan's eyes, 100 figures suddenly appeared. Each and every one of these people all surged with fiendish energy. Even Ma Yudao and those people knocked unconscious by him previously, all of them woke up too, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. 9 Consummate God Killing Sword Formation, you know it, Ji Kanglan said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You deserve death." This 9 Consummate God Killing Sword Formation was precisely a divine rank sword formation that Ji Zhengyang obtained at God Falls mountain range. Back then, Ji Zhengyang paid a tremendous price and invited Lu Linfeng to take action. It was a grand array specially forged for the Medicine King Hall. Lu Linfeng was naturally unable to bring out this divine Dao array formation. But he comprehended this set of array formation and modified this set of array formation to become a quasi-divine rank grand array. This set of sword formation, as long as the people who took part in the sword formation were sufficiently strong, they could virtually contend with the 10 great divine kings class SS of powerhouses. Wanting to utilize this set of 9 consummate God killing sword formation to the limits required 3 peak void mystic powerhouses, 9 middle stage void mystic powerhouses, 18 initial stage void mystic powerhouses, as well as 81 peak divine king powerhouse. Even though Lu Linfeng helped the Medicine King Hall to simplify this set of array formation, with the Medicine King Hall's strength, they could not form this set of sword formation at all. Previous life, the Medicine King Hall did not have so many powerhouses at all. They could only simplify it once more. But now, these powerhouses in front of Yi Yuan pulled this set of sword formation together. Who, in order to deal with you, I forcefully used secret arts to increase the cultivation realms of your former old friends. Now, the 9 consummate God killing sword formation is already gathered, only waiting for you to come and enjoy it, Ji Kanglan said with a big laugh. Most importantly, these powerhouses in front of Yi Yuan were all the Medicine King Hall's backbone in the past. These people, Yi Yuan had gotten along with them for several hundred years and was all too familiar. My good junior brother, I know that you're especially soft-hearted towards friends, so as the senior brother, I carefully prepared this set of sword formation for you. In a while, you have got to show some leniency when you attack. Don't hurt them. Ha ha ha. Ji Kanglan laughed very smugly. He had lived with Yi Yuan for several hundred years and was all too clear about Yi Yuan's temperament and weaknesses. Including Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events, Ji Kanglan also made use of Yi Yuan's this sort of weakness. Ji Kanglan could be said to be taken every conceivable possibility into account, predicting that Yi Yuan would fall into depravity. But did not expect Lu'er this variable to appear. The moment the array formation opened up, sharp sword intent roamed around inside the grand array. Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming solemn. This array formation was indeed extraordinary. Any one of them was far from being Yi Yuan's match. But combined together, they actually had a feeling of invincibility. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he actually had a feeling of danger too. This Lu Linfeng is truly damnable. Just simply modify it a bit will do, so serious for what? Our Medicine King Hall clearly didn't have that many powerhouses. Did you specifically alter the array formation for Ji Kanglan? Yi Yuan had long already cussed Lu Linfeng several hundred times in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword light slashed past, charging straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword suddenly moved out. Murmuring, Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, weaving the evil extermination sword densely until airtight. Only then did it barely withstood the power of the sword formation. Even so, he felt his blood and chi in turmoil too. Ever since comprehending the domain of sword, it was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a powerful foe. Just now, when those sword lights came over, they looked plain and ordinary, but Yi Yuan suddenly sensed an immense threat. He felt like his domain of sword most likely could not resist the might of those sword lights. Sure enough, the moment it started, Yi Yuan's pressure sword. Yi Yuan had no time to praise this array formation's marvelousness. In virtually an instant, he was quashed to the extreme. These sword lights, through the 9 consummate God killing sword formations enhancement, the power was tremendous. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, he was blasted until the webbing between his thumb and index finger went numb too. Before long, Yi Yuan's webbing between his thumb and index finger seeped out blackish-red bloodstains. Haha, how satisfying. I really didn't think that this sword formation actually had such great power. This brat comprehended the extremely powerful domain of sword among divine Dao domains and actually can't withstand it either. A black-robed man came beside Ji Kanglan and said with a loud laugh. This black-robed man was called Bloodsoul, one of the 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglan. Ji Kanglan smiled and said, divine Dao domains need to have deity realm cultivation to support it. Him, a 7th level Dao profound, comprehending the domain of sword, it's impossible to be invincible too. Bloodsoul sighed in wonder and said, I was really unaware that you actually reserved such an impressive backup move. Ji Kanglan said, this sword formation was deduced according to divine Dao array formations by the Grand Yang Divine King among the present divine realm's 10 great divine kings. The power can virtually rival the 10 great divine kings. Back then, Ji Zhangyang, that old thing, expended a tremendous price before managing to get him to take action. I didn't expect that the present human race actually still had such a level of existence. Looks like he isn't easy to provoke. Bloodsoul said with an emotional sigh. So what? As long as Divine Master comes into being, the 10 great divine kings are merely ant-like existences. The 10 great divine kings are also just Dao profound realm in the end. But Divine Master is a genuine deity realm existence. Ji Kanglan said. Bloodsoul was very much in approval and said with an excited look, indeed. Right now, everything is ready. There's only lacking the east wind. Before long, our fiend race will rule over the divine realm. At that time, all of the humans will be our slaves. Ha ha ha, Ji Kanglan smiled slightly but did not say much. At this time, Yi Yuan was already suppressed to the extreme. In front of these sword lights, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. He also tried to cast greater teleportation earlier, attempting to teleport out. But inside such an abstruse and profound array formation, he was actually unable to cast greater teleportation. At this instant, Yi Yuan seemed to be confined firmly inside the sword formation. Under the attack of the sword lights, Yi Yuan was already gradually teetering on his feet. Quite a number of sword lights even brushed by him. He had a narrow escape each time. Seeing this scene, Bloodsoul laughed loudly and said, haha, this brat can't hold on anymore. If I had long known, I'd have sent this sword formation to go and finish him off. Coming up with so many tricks, the effects were actually inferior to this sword formation. Ji Kanglan's face turned black. A burst of killing intent locked onto Bloodsoul. No body will take you for a mute even if you don't speak. Bloodsoul smiled awkwardly and said, haha, I was just saying. Even though Ji Kanglan expressed his displeasure, in the depth of his heart, he actually thought so too. Chapter 1168 Yi Yuan, these people are already devilified and won't have the slightest bit of feelings towards you at all. If you continue to be sympathetic, the one who dies in the end will be you. Yi Yuan, these people are already devilified and won't have the slightest bit of feelings towards you at all. If you continue to be sympathetic, the one who dies in the end will be you. Long Teng's voice sounded beside Yi Yuan's ear. Senior, could it be that there's really no way of saving them? None. Once devilified, their outcome is only death. Even if you don't kill them now, when you kill their master, they still have to die. Long Teng said with the decisiveness that could chop metal. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and said, "Fine then, I got it." Wisps of divine essence quietly entered the evil extermination sword. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's sword energy skyrocketed. Those sword lights emitted by the sword formation were actually directly crushed by Yi Yuan's sword energy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of invisible sword energy were emitted from the evil extermination sword, causing Yi Yuan's defensive circle to grow larger and larger. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglan and Bloodsal's expression both changed greatly. Not good. This brat actually held back strength. Looks like he only couldn't bear to kill his former fellow disciples just now, and that's why he was suppressed by the sword formation, Bloodsal said with an ugly expression. Ji Kanglan's gaze stared at the Yi Yuan inside the sword formation with a glimmer as he gritted his teeth and said, he already cultivated the evil extermination sword formula to the first level's great circle of perfection realm. The evil extermination divine sword's might is already capable of unleashing 10% of its power. Such terrifying comprehension abilities. He obtained the evil extermination sword formula for at most 1 year plus ago, right? In just over 1 year, he comprehended divine Tao laws to such an extent. Bloodsoul said in shock. The Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed extraordinary. This group of trash couldn't come in handy as expected. Bloodsoul, time for you all to strike. Ji Kanglan said in a solemn voice. Yes, Lord Holy Son. Bloodsoul voiced his assent and left. Ji Kanglan looked at the Yi Yuan inside the battle ring, gaze glinting. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. At this time, Yi Yuan turned the sword hilt. A spiral-shaped sword energy spouted out, akin to boring into rocks, directly penetrating the sword lights that came from the sword formation. Poochie. The sword energy coming off the evil extermination divine sword passed through a peak void mystic's chest without the least bit of hindrance. This person was the Medicine King Hall's former reclusive Grand Elder. His strength was even a notch greater than Sun Man. Even though Yi Yuan did not have much contact with him, he also knew that he was a kindly senior. The previous life's Yi Yuan, even though he focused on alchemy Tao, toward his fellow disciples, he had never put on the airs of a young patriarch before. Therefore, among these fellow disciples, Yi Yuan's popularity was still rather high. Yi Yuan's relationship with these people before his eyes was also very harmonious. But now, he had to personally end these people's lives. Yi Yuan was still very uncomfortable in his heart. It only stood to reason that he hated Ji Kanglan even deeper to the core. This guy completely had no bottom line when doing things. Following this Grand Elder's death, the 9 consummate god-killing sword formation's power naturally became greatly discounted. Those sword lights were completely unable to break through the 20 feet area in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "Sorry, everyone. Qingyun is useless and is powerless to save the situation. Qingyun will send you all on your way here. This grudge, Qingyun will definitely help you all to avenge." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished. Then, one figure after another fell down from the sky. 100 powerhouses were slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan very quickly. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I'm an alchemy emperor in vain and couldn't save my fellow disciples. Ji Kanglan, our grudge is getting bigger and bigger." Yi Yuan knew that if he did not kill these people, they would come and deal with him to no end. Seeing this sight, Ji Kanglan's eyes also turned slightly intent as he murmured, "This brat matured quite a bit these few years. I even thought that some old familiar faces are able to cause some hindrance to him. I didn't think that, he didn't even bat an eyelid. Ji Kanglan, you've lost all of your conscience and will die a horrible death." Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglan and said in a cold voice. Ji Kanglan smiled and said, "Lost all my conscience. I'm of the fiend race. Don't you think that it's laughable to say this kind of words to a fiend? As long as we occupy this divine realm, we are the heavens. Rather, you personally killed these seniors of the same sect who had once groomed you before. Don't you have any shame at all? Even if they became fiend slaves, they are at least still alive. But now, even their qualifications to carry on living was personally ended by you." Yi Yuan's expression changed. Clearly, he wavered due to Ji Kanglan's sentence. Toward enemies, Yi Yuan had always been decisive in going for the kill. He would not even bat an eyelid. But towards the people around him, Yi Yuan had always felt tied down. Even if these people became fiend slaves. But right at this time, warning bells suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's mind. Countless blood beads came out from within the void and actually already thoroughly surrounded him unknowingly. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have fallen into the encirclement of countless land mines. It was as if there was already nowhere to hide. Pew, pew, pew. Those blood beads all exploded in an instant. In an instantly, blood rain sprayed everywhere. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he instinctively executed greater teleportation. However, it was still too late. Some blood beads tainted his evil extermination divine sword. There were even some that splashed on him. Yi Yuan's clothes and skin could not cause the slightest hindrance to these blood beads. Once they landed on Yi Yuan's body, it actually encroached within Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's alarm was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly investigated the change within his body, and his expression could not help changing drastically. After these blood beads entered the body, they turned into a tuft of blood-red color mist, enveloping Yi Yuan's essence energy sea. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy and actually had an intermittent feeling of sluggishness. Looking at the evil extermination sword again, those blood beads disappeared too. Clearly, it had also corroded to the insides of the evil extermination sword. Yi Yuan discovered that the power of the evil extermination sword seemed to be greatly reduced. What the hell was those blood beads? Looking at this scene, Ji Kanglan burst into laughter and said, "My good junior brother, you're too careless." After those blood beads exploded, the entire stretch of the sky seemed to be smeared a scarlet-red color, looking exceedingly horrifying. Ha ha ha. 4 figures walked out from within the void, their face having a mocking look. Ji Qingyun, the taste of these god-corrupting blood beads is still pretty good, right? Stop struggling. These god-corrupting blood beads can defile myriad life under the heavens. As long as stained by a tiny bit, your essence energy will be defiled, unable to be used at all. Also, under this stretch of sky, the 4 of our combat power will increase 1/5, while you will weaken by 1/5. Ji Qingyun, you're indeed powerful, too bad that you're too foolish. Those good-for-nothings were completely useless. If they died, then they died. You actually even had compassion for them. But speaking of which, for them to be able to confuse your mind, it's also considered putting materials to good use. Now that you're going to die too, do you think they will be moved or not? Ha ha ha, these 4 people were precisely 4 out of the 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglan. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.